Zhang Jingming, let's break up. As the night fell and the city lights began to glow at the small flag platform beside the playground of Peking University in Lion City, Tang Xiaoli spoke to her boyfriend Zhang Jingming with an icy tone. Xiaoli, there's still 1 year left of university. Didn't we agree to get married after graduation? Zhang Jingming couldn't believe it. The two had planned to get married after graduation, having spent 3 wonderful years together in college, their relationship always strong. Although Zhang Jingming came from an ordinary family, he was handsome with delicate features and had always been a top student at school. Tang Xiaoli was the class beauty, naturally gifted and equally excellent in studies. In the eyes of all classmates, they were a perfect match. Zhang Jingming always believed that meeting and dating Tang Xiaoli was a blessing from heaven. He treated her with utmost care, working part-time to buy her clothes and bags. Tang Xiaoli often whispered to Zhang Jingming under the moonlight, saying that if there were a next life, they would still be together. But this beautiful relationship didn't last long. 3 years ago, giant ancient trees suddenly emerged from the ground overnight in many places around the world. These ancient trees toppled many city buildings, growing out of nowhere. The trees were about 7 to 8 kilometers in diameter and over 400 meters tall, a breathtaking sight. In Lion City, about 5 or 6 streets away from Peking University, there stood one of these giant ancient trees. No one knew how it came to be. It was as if it had appeared there in an instant. The canopy of the ancient tree blocked out the sun, and the ancient aura emanating from its trunk seemed eternal. Along with the ancient trees rising around the world, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to revive. Many unheard of creatures appeared, one after another, captured on video and posted online, causing a public uproar. Holy crap, what is this? Am I reading the classic of mountains and seas? How terrifying. That beast can fly. Welcome to the world of the classic of mountains and seas. Did you see that? Did you see? That little hill is moving. Yes, I saw it. Shortly after the appearance of strange beasts, many people with extraordinary abilities emerged in human society. Their abilities were collectively called spiritual energy PSI. Experts carefully divided the levels of spiritual energy into grades. They were EDC, BAS, SS, SSS. Strictly speaking, experts currently only knew that the ceiling of human ability was around A level. The rest was purely speculative. And Peking University in Lion City, where Zhang Jingming studied, was a spiritual energy school. After the discovery of spiritual energy revival, they hired spiritual energy teachers and underwent a complete transformation. Zhang Jingming went from being a top student to a bottom student in the school. The huge contrast was unbearable for him. Jingming, I've said all I have to say. Let's part amicably. Tang Xiaoli's tone was extremely cold. She couldn't accept that Zhang Jingming had become so mediocre. Xiaoli, is it really true that you're with Lu Jijia from class 1, as the rumors say? Zhang Jingming reached out to hug Tang Xiaoli, wanting her to explain clearly, but faced with her cold, electrifying gaze, his outstretched hands didn't know where to place them, frozen in midair. Tang Xiaoli frowned disgustedly, pushing away his stiff hands. Yes, I'm with Lu Jijia. So what? He's not a good guy. Xiaoli, don't you know Lu Jijia has been involved with many girls? Jijia told me everything. He said that was because I hadn't appeared yet. Now that he has me, he will only cherish me from now on. And besides being from a prominent family, Jijia is now a D-level spiritual energy user. My brother said that at his age, reaching D-level means his future is limitless. When Tang Xiaoli said this, she seemed full of anticipation for the future. When she looked back at her former boyfriend, her eyes were filled with disgust. Zhang Jingming was at a loss for words. It had been over 3 years since the spiritual energy revival, and many people had developed spiritual energy, but he felt nothing in his body. During these 3 years, Zhang Jingming had endured countless contemptuous looks and humiliation from his classmates. But what could he do? Most others had spiritual energy, even if it was only a level. But at least they had something. They could still improve through hard work and cultivation. But he felt nothing at all inside. For this reason, Zhang Jingming had even consulted experts and professors on spiritual energy at the school. The professor told him that spiritual energy largely depends on whether one's body can accept the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for its own use. If one can resonate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the body becomes like an antenna, receiving and using spiritual energy. People like Zhang Jingming belong to a constitution that is not very sensitive to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. That's it. I'm leaving. Tang Xiaoli said decisively, waving her hand to leave. Xiaoli, since you insist on breaking up, shouldn't you return the branded bags and clothes I bought you over the years? Although Zhang Jingming was known as a warm-hearted guy, he was not someone to be walked all over. I've spent all the money I earned from part-time jobs on you, about 50 to 60,000. Zhang Jingming finished speaking and extended his hand, handed over. Tang Xiaoli, knowing she was in the wrong, seemed a bit flustered. Jingming, you're being unreasonable. Suddenly a man's voice rang out from the darkness. Oh, this is the first time I've heard that you can ask for gifts back after giving them. 3 figures emerged from the shadows near the flag platform, walking and laughing as they came. The one in the lead was Lu Jijia. Why can't I ask for it back? That's my hard-earned money. I give it to my future wife, not to some streetwalker. Zhang Jingming shouted hoarsely. Just 2 days ago when he bought her a Coach bag, she was still all lovey-dovey, swearing she would never leave him, and now she was breaking up with him. A strong sense of frustration made Zhang Jingming speak recklessly. Zhang Jingming, you. Tang Xiaoli's face turned bright red. She never thought the gentle and refined Zhang Jingming would say such things. Seeing his mistress being verbally insulted by Zhang Jingming, Lu Jijia exploded. Zhang Jingming, you're asking for death. No one can save you today. I'm a D-level spiritual energy user. If I kill you, not only will my family protect me, but the school will also downplay it. At this moment, the 2 men behind Lu Jijia also began to crack their knuckles, ready to vent their frustrations from studying all day on Zhang Jingming. The 3 men surrounded Zhang Jingming. Faint red light flickered on Lu Jijia's fingers, illuminating his ferocious face. It seemed he was truly intent on killing, wanting to save face for Tang Xiaoli. Wow. Boss, is this what D-level power looks like? It can actually manifest. No wonder you're a genius. The 2 lackeys, golden hair and skinny, looked at the red light on his fingertips with envy. This was D-level. How many people of this age were there in Lion City? If they followed him, there would be plenty of cultivation resources. After all, his family was powerful. Even a small share would be enough for them. Lu Jijia replied coldly. After this is done, I'll reward you with a spirit orb. Spirit orbs, crystals formed after the restoration of spiritual energy in nature, extremely rare and precious. They need to be gathered from the outer realms, a dangerous endeavor. Currently, spirit orbs are known to aid cultivation and enhance spiritual energy. They are also used as currency by some spiritual energy users. When golden hair and skinny heard they would get a spirit orb, their eyes lit up. When they looked at Zhang Jingming again, it was as if they were looking at a dead man. Tang Xiaoli stood far away, coldly watching everything happening in the corner of the flag platform, as if it had nothing to do with her. Even if he was once excellent, now he was a non-spiritual energy user, no longer worthy of her. Zhang Jingming's heart turned cold as ice. It seemed his eyes had been blinded by birds all these years, that he had misjudged Tang Xiaoli. Ding! Detected that the host is in extreme danger. Just as the group was about to lay hands on Zhang Jingming, a strange voice sounded in his ear. System starting. System initializing. System initializing. 10010 system initializing. 10030 system initializing. 100100 kill intent 100 Dragon Ball system activated, skill unlocked. Kamehameha. A semi-transparent interface suddenly appeared before Zhang Jingming's eyes. He carefully examined the interface, completely ignoring the 2 henchmen of Lu Jijia who were about to beat him up. Of course, there were many details in the interface that he couldn't take in only a general view. But this gave Zhang Jingming more confidence. Dragon Balls. 7 Dragon Balls. Kamehameha. Holy crap. With all this, who needs anything else? Just as Zhang Jingming was carefully reading the instructions and operation notes of the Kamehameha, the golden-haired henchman had already raised his fist high, while Tang Xiaoli watched coldly, as if looking at an indifferent stranger. It should be known that this golden-haired henchman's psychic ability was in the strength category at the initial level. Everyone could imagine the next moment Zhang Jingming holding his face in pain. At least 1 or 2 teeth would be missing. Just as the fist was about to hit Zhang Jingming, a sharp and domineering female voice rang out in the dark night, its aggressive tone making Lu Jijia and his men shiver. All right, the show. I've seen enough. From the shadowy area of the spectator stands behind the flag platform, a tall and beautiful figure emerged. Before she even arrived, waves of chill swept over. Are you going to scram yourselves, or should I make you? The figure emerging from the shadow gradually revealed her face, icy cold, radiating a chilling terror. While everyone was stunned, the woman walked to Zhang Jingming's side. Only then did everyone see her face clearly. Her eyes were like ice, her face peerlessly beautiful, captivating everyone, making them feel inferior and dare not profane. Her cold and noble aura stunned everyone. The golden-haired henchman recognized the approaching woman, panicked, and stepped back several steps. It's Ning Mingqing, the genius among geniuses. She was already at a level when spiritual energy just recovered. This is no longer an existence that their level can touch. Why is she here? And it seems she knows Zhang Jingming. It's her. Lu Jijia inhaled sharply, his heart involuntarily skipped a beat. Even on ordinary days, it was extremely difficult to meet her. Ning Mingqing's class was very mysterious, rumored to contain some terrifying individuals. Moreover, Ning Mingqing's family was prominent, never declining from the pre-spiritual age to the post-spiritual age, a true aristocratic family. It could influence the decisions of many important figures. 3 years ago, when the world's spiritual energy had just recovered, Ning Mingqing was discovered to already be an E-level psychic. In the test a year ago, she had advanced to D-level. D-level. It was already enough to be selected for some special teams outside the domain. and it was rumored that an elder of the Ning family was already a top sea-level psychic. In Lion City, the Ning family absolutely dominated. The Lu family behind Lu Jijia was merely a nouveau riche that rose after the spiritual energy recovery with no foundation. Compared to the Ning family, it was utterly insignificant, like a drop in the ocean. But Ning Mingqing walked straight to the dumbfounded Zhang Jingming and gave him a roll of her beautiful eyes. She said with a hint of anger, "What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll gouge out your eyes." The intense coldness in her words made Zhang Jingming, who was staring at her in a daze, scratch his head sheepishly. He could only let out an awkward, silly laugh. It wasn't his fault. Ning Mingqing's beauty was enough to make many men stare and be willing to be driven by her. It could also make girls envious to death. Her skin was like ice, her face frosty. Even a moon goddess descending to earth would be no match. Tang Xiali stepped forward full of disdain. "Who are you? Mind your own business." Tang Xiali's beauty made her feel a strong sense of crisis and frustration because she noticed that Lu Jijia's eyes had been unable to move away since Ning Mingqing appeared. "He is my boyfriend. Who's minding whose business?" Ning Mingqing walked over to Zhang Jingming and naturally linked her arm with his startling Zhang Jingming, who struggled to pull his hand away. Ning Mingqing's face darkened, and she lowered her voice. "Don't move. Move again, and I'll chop off your hand." Zhang Jingming, upon hearing, "chop off your hand," quickly stood still, even immediately put on a smile cooperating perfectly, which made Ning Mingqing give him another glance. "Typical coward. No wonder this woman bullied you like this." Then Ning Mingqing, with a stern face, spoke fiercely to Lu Jijia, Tang Xiali, and the others. "I'll count to three. 3. Get out of my sight immediately." Ning Mingqing's voice was as cold and relentless as a winter glacier piercing through the night sky, making Lu Jijia and his men shiver. This was the Ning family of Lion City. She was already A-level at the beginning of the spiritual energy recovery. A year ago, she advanced to D-level. Neither her family nor herself were something that Lu Jijia and other fake geniuses could afford to offend. A difference of even one small stage in psychic power was like a chasm impossible to cross. Moreover, the difference between them was more than one small stage. Lu Jijia felt weak inside and was about to retreat with his 2 henchmen. But Tang Xiali, burning with jealousy, suddenly went hysterical. "Unforgivable. Zhang Jingming was clearly dumped by me, but it turns out he had already prepared to break up with me and had someone else outside." Tang Xiali was quite conceited, always thinking she was playing with Zhang Jingming. But today she saw that he had already found a replacement, and she exploded with anger. "Zhang Jingming, you're something. You had already found a backup." As soon as she finished, a crisp slap sound echoed in the air. Ning Mingqing only slightly raised her wrist and made a gesture in the air. Yet on Tang Xiali's face 5 clear finger marks appeared. This ability left everyone present speechless. Striking from a distance. So this is D-level. A D-level from a year ago. What is it now? Who could say for sure? So terrifying. Tang Xiali, holding her burning face, glared furiously. She was about to go hysterical and attack Ning Mingqing, but Lu Jijia and the others desperately held her back. "If you touched her, even if you killed her, no one would dare bury you." As a fellow psychic, Lu Jijia knew how much importance the higher-ups placed on Ning Mingqing. The group dragged the almost mad Tang Xiali and fled in panic. Zhang Jingming, seeing them flee in panic, was overjoyed in his heart, but he still couldn't resist taunting Tang Xiali. "Don't run too fast, you might fall. And Tang Xiali, don't forget you still owe me 50 or 60,000 yuan." In the darkness, Tang Xiali's body stiffened for a moment, then she began to struggle wildly again. The figures gradually disappeared into the darkness, leaving only her hysterical screams in the night sky. Only Zhang Jingming and Ning Mingqing were left on the flag platform, still maintaining the ambiguous pose of arm in arm. Zhang Jingming wanted to say something to thank her, but couldn't find the words. "Shut up." Slap. A crisp slap sound. Ning Mingqing let go of Zhang Jingming, her pretty face slightly flushed under the cover of night. "Today's matter was entirely because I didn't like that girl. Don't overthink it." Ning Mingqing solemnly warned Zhang Jingming, then turned and left, leaving Zhang Jingming holding his face, standing alone under the night sky, dumbfounded. What was all this about? Damn, but on second thought, the faint fragrance of Ning Mingqing was intoxicating. Worth it. Totally worth it. Hee. Zhang Jingming scratched the back of his head and chuckled foolishly. "Wait, what was that sound just now? Dragon Ball system. 7 Dragon Balls. System." As Zhang Jingming silently chanted the word system in his heart, a translucent interface wall materialized before his eyes. Dragon Ball system activated. Host Zhang Jingming. Combat power 50, strength 8, agility 8, appearance 107, distributable skill points 5, starting skill Kamehameha LV1. Instructions: crouch down, press palms together in a half-open position, and loudly pronounce each character of Kamehameha one by one. Zhang Jingming hurriedly followed the instructions, pronouncing each character one by one. Kamehameha When Zhang Jingming emphatically pronounced the final character with great force, a slender white energy wave erupted from between his palms, shooting into the night sky before vanishing. Zhang Jingming was overjoyed. Damn. I can actually shoot ki blasts now. The system interface showed his combat power instantly jump to combat power 1000, confirming that mastering a skill boosts his abilities. Not bad at all. Zhang Jingming was quite pleased. The sheer power of this ki blast was something even first and second tier ability users would struggle to match. Zhang Jingming suddenly noticed the word shop on the system interface. Clicking into it, he found an array of techniques from Dragon Ball. Spirit Bomb, Wolf Fang, Wind Fist, Solar Flare, Kamehameha Cannon, Flying Nimbus King, Kai's 1-20x Multiplier, Kamehameha, LV1, LV10. Each technique required spirit stones to purchase, and learning a technique would increase combat power. The system could automatically convert the so-called spiritual ability levels into combat power. For every 1 of his or 0 combat power, the host would receive 5 skill points to distribute as they wished. After studying the shop, Zhang Jingming felt somewhat disappointed since spirit stones were completely beyond his reach. Outside, they were priceless things capable of directly enhancing a spiritual ability user's cultivation or serving as currency. Conservatively, 1 spirit stone could be exchanged for around 5 million modern currency units. Zhang Jingming didn't even dare to think about it. Sighing, he turned back to consider how to distribute his skill points. Appearance 107. This must refer to his own looks, right? Looks like I'm not half bad looking. Zhang Jingming admired the stat with some self-satisfaction. Then allocate 3 points to max it out. Appearance 1010. Congratulations, host. Appearance advancement successful. Reward 1 skill point. After adding to 10, appearance advanced. But before long, the interface changed again. Appearance updated successfully. Appearance 10010. Zhang Jingming saw this, and his face immediately turned dark. Is this a scam? Can it go that high? Wasted my 3 attribute points, damn it. Never mind, let's boost strength first. Zhang Jingming quickly added the remaining 2 points and the reward point to strength. Strength 11. After confirming, Zhang Jingming felt significant pain in his arms and abdomen, and when he reached out to touch, he actually felt many contours and lines which delighted him. It turned out muscles had grown. He suddenly felt filled with strength throughout his entire body. After the strength value refreshed, combat power increased further, now reaching 1250. Suddenly Zhang Jingming noticed him. What is this destiny wheel? Zhang Jingming discovered a new entrance, and upon opening it, a completely new interface appeared. Destiny wheel spins once per 100 resentment points, rich prizes. Damn, this system is amazing. Zhang Jingming was delighted in his heart, and had already forgotten the pain of breaking up with Tang Xiaoli. Sigh. Which important person doesn't have a bit of green on their head? Without some green, could you have activated the system? No way. Zhang Jingming was in excellent spirits, whistling as he left school. The next day, after Zhang Jingming finished his mandatory perceiving spiritual energy course at school, Jiang Wen sneaked into the classroom and plopped down beside him, panting heavily. You skipped the perception class again. Zhang Jingming was busy taking notes and didn't need to turn his head to know who it was. Jiang Wen wore a look of disgust. Come on, you attend every class diligently, but you still can't sense spiritual energy. We're both failures here, so don't look down on anyone. After finishing his words, Jiang Wen suddenly noticed Zhang Jingming's profile and was taken aback. Hey bro, I haven't seen you for a night, but why do you look so much handsomer? Jiang Wen's eyes went wide with surprise. It did seem a bit more handsome, but also not really changed. Could it just be an illusion? Well, really, haven't I always been this handsome? Zhang Jingming quickly looked up, took out the small mirror from his pencil case, and checked. Yeah, I do look a bit better, huh? Then he held his chin up proudly toward Jiang Wen, meaning go ahead and admire my heroic looks for free. At Zhang Jingming's display, Jiang Wen felt a wave of nausea. Damn, are you trying to gross me out? Jiang Wen, with a look of disgust, punched Zhang Jingming's arm. Thought a dull sound echoed. Holy crap, Jingming, you're this solid. Look at those muscles. He then pinched the muscle on Zhang Jingming's arm, then touched his own soft, flabby bicep. So envious, wants to have that too. Zhang Jingming grinned and scratched the back of his head. Just kidding, my ability points were all put into strength. Of course I'm sturdy. But I can't just blab about the system. It might cause unnecessary trouble for himself, and people might think he was mentally unstable. Jiang Wen didn't mind too much. After all, he was a senior foodie who valued eating above all else. He took out 2 chicken drumsticks from his bag and offered one to Zhang Jingming with his chubby hand, but Zhang Jingming kept waving his hands to show he wasn't hungry. Jiang Wen didn't hesitate, taking back the drumstick and putting it in his mouth. Holy crap, so delicious. With his mouth full of grease, Jiang Wen smiled at Zhang Jingming. Just as the two were laughing and joking around, the school's loudspeaker crackled to life. Notice, the spiritual energy monthly inspection is about to begin. All teachers and students, please assemble at the playground. Notice, the spiritual energy monthly inspection is about to begin. All teachers and students, please assemble at the playground. Notice, the spiritual energy monthly inspection is about to begin. All teachers and students please assemble at the playground. The loudspeaker kept blaring and the students in the classroom eagerly rushed out in excitement. Those whose spiritual energy showed significant improvement would be rewarded with spirit pearls by the school as encouragement, and these spirit pearls were invaluable, capable of directly enhancing one's spiritual abilities. By the time Zhang Jingming and Jiang Wen reached the playground, it was already packed with people. On the flag platform where Zhang Jingming had broken up with Tang Xiaoli the previous night, Lu Jie and several other students with E rank or higher spiritual energy stood waiting. Looking closely, Tang Xiaoli was also there. It seemed she had gained considerable benefits from being with Lu Jie, and her enhancement was significant enough to place her among this group of top students who had awakened their spiritual energy. However, Zhang Jingming searched carefully but couldn't find Ning Mingqing anywhere, feeling slightly disappointed. Under the teacher's guidance, they formed lines by class and one by one stepped up to test their spiritual energy in front of an apparatus resembling a boxing training machine. Each time a test was completed, the teacher would announce the results loudly. The first to be tested were the outstanding students standing on the flag platform, who walked down with their heads held high and proud, approaching the testing machine. All the students cast envious glances at them. They were all imagining what it would be like to stand alongside these top performers. How enviable it must be. First up was Lu Jijia. He walked to the testing machine with complete confidence, and crimson starry light flickered at the fingertips of one hand. The teacher in charge of the test nodded and muttered to himself, "This should be the precursor to awakening fire-type spiritual energy. A very promising student." Lu Jijia touched the tester with his red glowing fingertips, and the machine gave a slight shudder. A line of text appeared on the screen, and the testing teacher read it aloud. Lu Jijia C rank. Fire-type. Damn, is anyone else supposed to live? He improved again. Practicing well is no match for being born well. Heh. The students below burst into an uproar, for Lu Jijia had improved again in such a short time. It seemed his family was pouring every ounce of effort into grooming him. Truly enviable. Yet Lu Jijia's arrogant and overbearing attitude at school meant few people liked him, and some students below quietly commented on his appearance. A weasel-faced rat. What's the use of high spiritual energy? Still ugly as sin. The murmured remarks grew louder and reached Lu Jijia's ears. He fixed a vicious glare on Zhang Jingming's direction. Zhang Jingming at that moment was happily chatting and laughing with Jiang Wen. Lu Jijia caught that expression and immediately decided Zhang Jingming was the source of the rumors. A surge of malice swelled in his heart, but he could not let it show. The next to step up was Tang Xiaoli. She walked over to the machine and casually gestured at the broken stones on the ground. A stone the size of a quail egg floated up out of thin air and struck the tester. Tang Xiaoli peak E rank spiritual energy user space type. The teacher read out loudly, sparking another wave of clamor. Tang Xiaoli improved this quickly. Didn't she only just awaken her spiritual energy last time? Yeah, last time she barely scraped into E rank. What's going on? Little did they know that Lu Jijia, in order to pursue Tang Xiaoli, had given her a considerable portion of the spirit stones his family had provided for his own cultivation. Also, he could throw himself at Tang Xiaoli's feet. And sure enough, under Lu Jijia's relentless offensive, Tang Xiaoli yielded. Hey, don't be upset. Who knows how long that woman had been betraying you? Judging by how much she's improved, she must have taken quite a bit of the Lu family's benefits. Jiang Wen had learned of Zhang Jingming and Tang Xiaoli's breakup that morning, and he felt it was unfair to his friend. Zhang Jingming only felt disgust. After all they had been together for so long, and a bond he had believed immaculate had been defeated by cultivation resources. Now in his eyes, Tang Xiaoli held nothing worth cherishing. Zhang Jie E rank spiritual energy user ice type. Du Ming E rank spiritual energy user fire type. Ming Jie early D rank spiritual energy user strength type. The students went on testing frantically. Many were frustrated that their results showed little improvement, while others who had made clear progress were singled out and praised by the teacher. Finally, it was Jiang Wen and Zhang Jingming's turn. The students instantly erupted into chaos. These were the school's only two students without spiritual energy. Sure enough, Jiang Wen A. The testing teacher suddenly paused, then looked once more at the liquid crystal display on the testing machine. It clearly read 0. Jiang Wen, no spiritual energy. As soon as those words left his mouth, the students on the sports ground burst into jeering laughter. Haha, still nothing. I knew it. See, I win. What a joke. This is the most entertaining part of every spiritual energy test. Next is Zhang Jingming. Those two really are birds of a feather. Ha ha ha. Why are they friends? Because they're both blank slates. Ha ha ha. Blank slate was the usual term for people without spiritual energy. Facing the laughter, Zhang Jingming stepped in front of the testing machine. The testing teacher naturally recognized him. A former top student whom the spiritual energy revival had treated unfairly, granting him not a shred of spiritual energy. The testing teacher gave a soft sigh and shook his head, reluctant to look at Zhang Jingming's result. Whoa, stop pushing. What's going on? Who's coming? Ning Mingqing. Where, damn are you blind? Suddenly a commotion erupted among the students below, and Zhang Jingming turned around. It was Ning Mingqing arriving to take her test. Around her gathered several young scions of the great families that had risen after the spiritual energy revival, fawning over her with eager solicitude, fussing about before and behind her. Ning Mingqing frowned slightly, greatly disliking it, yet she could do nothing. These people simply wouldn't be driven away even by force. Expressionless, she walked slowly toward the testing machine, drawing everyone's gaze. The female students felt ashamed of their own looks and kept their heads lowered. There was no help for it. Ning Mingqing's beauty was impossible to gaze upon directly, so elevated it was, and so cold that no one dared even to think of her. Zhang Jingming was startled for only an instant before turning back to take the test seriously. Fine, let me perform a shockwave for you all. He bent his legs slightly. He brought his hands together into a calyx shape and placed them at his waist. Gathering his mind and spirit, he aimed at the testing machine. The students noticed how bizarre Zhang Jingming's posture was and began to hoot and laugh. What is he doing? Ha ha ha. What's this clown doing? I can't take it. I'm dying laughing. Zhang Jingming's pose provoked yet another wave of guffaws. Lu Jijia smirked and shouted. Now let's welcome classmate Zhang Jingming to begin his performance. Lu Jijia thought to himself that a person without spiritual energy was as lowly as a dog. Let's see how you get taunted like a stray dog in a moment. The instant his words fell, another round of laughter erupted. Clearly everyone was waiting for Zhang Jingming's performance. This was also the part of the spiritual energy test the students loved most every time. After each test, Zhang Jingming's awkward expression and the testing teacher's speechless face would give the students something to relish and chatter about for quite a while. But at the sight of Zhang Jingming's devastatingly handsome profile, many girls couldn't help casting admiring glances. This Zhang Jingming has no spiritual energy, but he's so handsome. I never noticed it before, but he really is handsome. I like him so much. Too bad he has no spiritual energy. Even if he were scraping the bottom of E rank, I'd still chase after him. As soon as those words were spoken, a group of girls looked lost and let out regretful sighs. Zhang Jingming, unaffected by all the commotion, settled into his stance. He enunciated the words one by one. Me. Swoosh. A blast of energy shot out from the calyx-shaped palms and slammed into the testing machine. Boom. A thunderous crash. The testing machine was shaken until it lurched wildly, letting out a tremendous bang. The entire field fell silent, and everyone stared wide-eyed at the tester. What kind of power was that? It had nearly overturned the machine, and this was a 2-ton lump of iron after all. Everyone was stunned. Even Ning Mingqing widened her beautiful, curious eyes and fixed them on Zhang Jingming. The teacher responsible for reading the results walked up, studied the data carefully several times, and wore an expression of disbelief. Finally, staring at the number on the machine, he stammered, Zhang Jingming. Spiritual energy is 0. Ha ha. I knew this would happen, ha ha. I can't take it anymore, let me laugh first. Ha ha. Look at him, he actually looked like he meant it. Everyone burst into laughter. Some laughed until their stomachs hurt, bending over and clutching their bellies as tears streamed down uncontrollably. Zhang Jingming scratched the back of his head, feeling rather embarrassed. He walked over and touched the testing machine. Holy crap. Even this doesn't count as having spiritual energy. I clearly saw the machine get knocked staggering by my punch. But on second thought, if he didn't have it, he didn't have it. He had managed all these years anyway. Still, that turtle-style qigong was pretty powerful. It nearly overturned a testing machine weighing over 2 tons. Amid the jeers and contemptuous looks, Zhang Jingming hooked his arm around Jiang Wen's shoulders. Why do you look like you've lost your soul? So what if you have no spiritual energy? The heavy task of saving the world isn't left to us anyway. Jiang Wen had been feeling extremely dejected, his face ashen as he watched his classmates one by one test their spiritual energy levels. He was deeply disappointed in himself. Jiang Wen was jolted awake by Zhang Jingming's words. Right, they weren't the ones saving the world. Come on, let's go game. Jiang Wen seemed to step out of his gloom and broke into a smile. Just as the two were slinging their arms around each other and about to slip away, the testing teacher's voice suddenly came from behind. Next, Ning Mingqing. Instantly, the whole venue fell silent. Everyone stared at this ice fairy who seemed to have walked out of the Guanghan Palace. She was the star student of Northern University of Lion City, and she carried the hopes of its teachers and students. Ning Mingqing's face was cold as frost, yet her beauty was breathtaking. It was an untouchable, peerless beauty, lofty and aloof. Like gods looking down upon the earth, she made many boys lack even the courage to look at her. Zhang Jingming was definitely an exception. After hearing Ning Mingqing's name, he stopped. Pulling Jiang Wen along, he watched Ning Mingqing walk to the testing machine with great interest and said, let's watch before we go, let's watch before we go. Jiang Wen also wanted to see how far this prodigy had come, so he stopped and watched too. Everyone was paying close attention to this heaven's favored daughter, the star of Northern University of Lion City. Even old Principal Tu sat by the window and drew open the curtain. How I never expected the fat old man to start caring about his students. Inside the principal's office, an old man with an immortal, otherworldly bearing sat across from the principal, pouring himself tea and drinking with a smile on his face. Alas, Principal Tu sighed heavily. The pressure is too great. The higher-ups demand that we train a group of D-rank or above elites, and the situation outside our domain is getting more and more serious. The ethereal old man gently stroked his long beard and said evenly, actually, I thought that kid just now was quite good. Old Tu, that crappy machine of yours, is it really accurate? Principal Tu shook his head, the fat on his face quivering. It can't be wrong. The chance of it being wrong is less than 1 in 10,000. This is the newest testing machine, imported only last month. Then that's strange. I saw the air current he stirred up nearly shake the testing machine over. The sound of Ning Mengqing starting her test came from outside the window. The two old men pressed against the window and peered out to watch, cutting off their conversation. Everyone was paying attention to this test because it was also related to the school's fate. Those with outstanding abilities could receive immense government support and a favorable allocation of resources. Ning Mengqing remained expressionless, but her beautiful eyes looked far more serious. She stood before the testing machine, raised her hand slightly, and threw a punch through the air. Boom. Everyone was stunned by the thunderous sound. It was almost as loud as the noise Zhang Jingming had made earlier. Red light flickered on the testing machine's screen. A row of liquid crystal characters kept flickering. Ning Mengqing's C-rank spiritual energy user power type. As soon as the testing teacher announced the result, an uproar broke out across the field. Power type. Holy crap, the goddess is actually power type. Everyone was in a stir. Some were shocked, some delighted, and of course some were jealous and resentful. Holy crap, peak C-rank. When I get home, my family will use Ning Mengqing to pressure me again. Oh my god, she actually reached peak C-rank. Goddess and absolute goddess. Peak C-rank, oh my god. Will I ever reach that height in my lifetime? Stop dreaming. If I can reach D-rank, I'd be praying to every god and Buddha. Many people went up to congratulate Ning Mengqing, some hoping to win her over, some willingly currying favor. Of course, the most eager were the young masters of the great families that had risen since the spiritual energy revival. Jiang Wen's mouth was hanging wide open. He was clearly shocked. This was the goddess in the hearts of every boy in the school, and her result left many boys utterly ashamed. However, Jiang Wen quickly let it go. He took a vacuum-packed chicken leg from his bag and gnawed on it. In no time, he was all smiles again. Zhang Jingming glanced at Jiang Wen and smiled faintly. It seems people should live more simply. Look at how happy this fat guy is. Come on, let's go game. Zhang Jingming shook off his disappointment and dragged Jiang Wen to the simulation game center in the city center. But he still couldn't stop thinking about everything that had happened last night. He told himself she probably just couldn't stand it and wanted to help me get even. Not long after, the two disappeared with their arms around each other. The testing machine toppled over and shattered. It was a machine capable of withstanding attacks from high-level spiritual energy users and accurately measuring spiritual energy values. But today it shattered with parts scattered everywhere. Everyone looked at Ning Mengqing. Terrifying. This spiritual energy, this power. It stirred up another commotion among all the teachers and students. Holy crap, she's that amazing. She can even break a machine. Who would dare marry her? One careless moment, and she'll tear you into 8 pieces. Marry her. Don't even dream about it. Only the big young masters of Lion City can have that thought. You and I should just give up on that dream. Breaking a testing machine had never happened in Lion City. These machines had been strictly selected and inspected. Moreover, this was the newest machine brought back only last month, and the entire Blue Star Federation had quotas for it. Principal Tu sat in his office, wincing and heartache, the muscles in his face twisting. I traded 20 spirit stones for it just last month, all for the sake of accurate testing. The ethereal old man kept consoling him, and only then did Principal Tu's mood gradually settle. Meanwhile, Ning Mengqing's icy, beautiful eyes searched through the crowd of students on the field for Zhang Jingming. Ning Mengqing knew her own spiritual energy better than anyone. There was absolutely no way she could have destroyed the testing machine. It must be him, Zhang Jingming. By now, Zhang Jingming had already reached the game center with Jiang Wen when he suddenly sneezed. Damn, who the hell is talking about me behind my back? What Zhang Jingming could never have imagined was that Ning Mengqing would announce at school that she was taking Zhang Jingming as her cultivation partner to undergo trials together. In an instant, stormy waves of discussion surged through the school. Of course, what dominated was jealousy and resentment. An ordinary person with no spiritual energy could actually become the goddess's cultivation partner. They also wondered what unspeakable secret lay between them. But no one dared say it out loud. If word ever reached Ning Mengqing's ears, they would be in for a world of trouble. After Zhang Jingming sneezed, resentment points began to flood the system screen. Luo Sifeng resentment 10,000. Zhang Wansha resentment 7869. Jiang Chonghong, resentment 10,000. Huang Tun, resentment 8888. What the hell? What is all this? I recognize the earlier names, but who the hell is this Huang Tun? Little did Zhang Jingming know that he had already become the public enemy of every male student at the North University of Shiqing. Suddenly gaining over 100,000 resentment points left Zhang Jingming utterly dumbfounded. Destiny roulette opening. Host, would you like to begin the draw? Draw. Of course I'll draw. It's free, so why not? Zhang Jingming was an optimist by nature, and since he couldn't figure out where all those resentment points had come from, he simply stopped thinking about it. He had never expected much from the lottery anyway, it was just for fun. The Destiny roulette opens. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 skill points. Thanks for playing. Congratulations, host. You have received 8 skill points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 spirit stone. Thanks for playing. Drawing 10 times in a row, he obtained 13 skill points and 1 spirit stone in total. This delighted Zhang Jingming to no end. Bursting with joy, he shouted, "Thundercrack! Ruthlessly good! Little bird vodka!" Jiang Wen was stunned. What the hell was this kid yelling about? Hurriedly chewing the chicken leg in his mouth, he scooted his butt away with a look of disgust and turned his face to one side. His body language clearly said, "I do not know this person." He had actually obtained a spirit stone. With a market price of 4 or 5 million each, spirit stones were extremely precious. They were said to be able to unlock spiritual power talent. Zhang Jingming decisively spent the spirit stone at the shop to buy the one-fold Kaio-ken. After all, he only knew one shockwave, which was not all that practical in fast-paced combat. Moreover, the one-fold Kaio-ken was the only one priced at a single spirit stone for the moment. Once purchased, the Kaio-ken automatically fused into Zhang Jingming's consciousness. An operation panel emerged in his mind, and he immediately became familiar with how to use it. It could boost his combat power in an instant, but it naturally placed a certain burden on his body. As for skill points, he might as well put them all into strength. After all, his foundation was weak, as Zhang Jingming had always thought he was far too skinny. His physique was not very good, so whenever he got skill points, he gave them all to strength. Notice when muscle growth reaches a certain limit, it will affect the host's agility. Do you wish to stop growth? Yes, no. Yes. Zhang Jingming chose yes. No way. He didn't want to turn into a muscle-bound hunk like Schwarzenegger. Firm muscles and an agile body were the goals he pursued. In the end, his muscles stopped growing once they reached a certain form, frozen right there. At that moment, the attribute panel refreshed. Host Zhang Jingming. Combat power 2,350. Strength 24. Agility 8. Appearance 10,010. Available skill points none. Skills one-fold Kaio-ken, Kamehameha, LV1. The two played until late, and in the end Zhang Jingming lost more than he won. In gaming, Jiang Wen was a master-level player, incredibly formidable. In the games within this simulator, he dominated with ease and crushed all comers. After the two bid each other farewell, Zhang Jingming returned home. Seeing the messages flooding his phone, he learned of the decision Ning Mingqing had announced at school today. Become Dao companions with him. Zhang Jingming was utterly speechless. Damn it, isn't this just throwing me into a pit of fire? Now he had become the public enemy of every male student. No, I have to find her tomorrow and make this clear. I'm dead. I'm so dead. However, some positive messages had also shown up on his phone. He took a look and found they were from a few close brothers from middle school whom he hadn't seen for ages. Ichio, Jingming, I heard you scored the top girl in your school. I truly admire you. Lu, how you? Jingming, when are we getting together? Give your brothers some tips. Wang Erden, yeah. This time it blew up big. Even people on our side know. Jingming and Ning Mingqing becoming Dao companions. Finally, Zhang Jingming replied, brothers, I have no idea what's going on either. I haven't even agreed to this match. Before long, everyone replied, piss off. Followed by an angry emoji. Seeing that, Zhang Jingming couldn't help laughing. It had indeed been a long time since he'd seen these good brothers, and they were still up to their old tricks. He put down his phone, noticed that his parents had not returned, and walked into the training room. This was the training room his parents had specially prepared for him. After the spiritual energy resurgence, schools had also transformed. They now mainly assessed spiritual power rather than the old basic academic grades. The training room was spacious and deliberately dim. Zhang Jingming's father Zhang Qi had said that darkness was the best environment for meditation and the most effective for awakening spiritual power. Unfortunately, up until now, not even the slightest trace of spiritual power had been awakened. Zhang Jingming lit the scented candles in the four corners, something his father had insisted on. His father said that electric lights would interfere with spiritual power perception. He had truly gone to great lengths for Zhang Jingming's spiritual power perception. In the dim training room, Zhang Jingming began trying to use the Kaio-ken according to the instructions on the interface. A violent surge of explosive power burst forth from his muscles. This explosive force was too much for Zhang Jingming to endure. The tearing sensation in his muscles sent waves of sharp pain through his body. It also made him unable to suppress the agonized groans escaping his throat. Before long, every strand of Zhang Jingming's hair stood on end, as if he had touched static electricity. A single punch lashed out, dragging the air into a sonic boom with a thunderous roar. Holy crap, it's this powerful. Shocked by the might of that punch, Zhang Jingming's attention wavered, and the Kaio-ken's power vanished. In an instant, it was as if all his stamina had been drained. He collapsed to the floor, and sweat poured out over his entire body. While showering, Zhang Jingming listened to his favorite radio program. A news report titled "Humanity's Utter Defeat" caught his attention. Humanity had developed technology without restraint to satisfy its selfish desires. In the end, that brought a devastating disaster upon mankind. The spiritual energy resurgence now was a warning from the heavenly gods, including God himself, about what the correct path for humanity should be. Shurqing's world tree had grown again, its roots reaching more than 10 kilometers outward. Outside Yahai City, Dinglong Town had fallen, invaded by monsters from beyond the realm. In the Middle East, more than 30 kilometers beyond Nabamii had been lost to invasion. Europe. Humanity now protected several sanctuary zones, the final strongholds, including Shurqing, where Zhang Jingming now lived. Beyond those zones, the outer world had long been occupied by monsters, giant beasts, and the like. No one could explain where these monsters had come from. After the spiritual energy resurgence, they launched a full-scale attack on human cities. In the end, humanity formed the Blue Star Alliance. Only then did they manage to hold on to their final strongholds. After finishing his shower, Zhang Jingming hurriedly sent Wang Jihong a message. Brother, have things really gotten that severe outside Yahai City? Are you okay? Wang Jihong was Zhang Jingming's childhood friend. They had grown up together, and after the spiritual energy resurgence, Wang Jihong's family had moved to Yahai City. Not long after, a text came back. Hey, I'm fine. We're in the city center, totally safe. By the way, I heard you scored a campus belle. Damn it, don't listen to their nonsense. The campus belle came after me. I haven't agreed yet. Piss off. Roger that. That was the tacit understanding between good brothers. No need for many words, just knowing the other was safe and sound. In the south of Shurqing, an ancient tree had taken root. Its branches and leaves were lush and dense, and its roots visible above the soil stretched for dozens of kilometers. Ever since that ancient tree had shot skyward, this place had become a cluster where Shurqing's noble and prestigious families made their homes. Compared with the north and east of the city, this area was extremely safe and spiritual energy was abundant. It was in a slightly less distinguished stretch that the Lu family villa compound, where Lu Jijia lived, was situated. Lu Jijia was speaking with a middle-aged man whose face was dark and sinister, occasionally showing the man something on his phone. Tang Xiaoli sat quietly to the side, looking deeply afraid of that middle-aged man. Second uncle, look. Zhang Jingming's test result shows no spiritual power at all. Yet the force of that one blow made the 2-ton testing machine shake violently and nearly fall apart. The middle-aged man was Lu Jijia's second uncle and the current head of the Lu family. On his gloomy face, a pair of small eyes were sharp and bright, occasionally flashing with a glint of cunning. After carefully examining the screen on Lu Jijia's phone, he seemed lost in thought. I've heard that some items dropped by monsters from outside the realm have such miraculous effects. They can enhance the abilities of the one who carries them. Second uncle, are you saying Zhang Jingming might have something like that? Just a guess. What do you think, Xiaoli? Lu Zheng noticed that Tang Xiaoli had remained silent for a while, and because he knew of her past relationship with Zhang Jingming, he deliberately asked. Lu Zheng's tone was grim and sinister, making Tang Xiaoli extremely uncomfortable, but she had no choice but to answer. Second uncle, I think so. Zhang Jingming used to be a complete zero. Suddenly being able to shake the testing machine already proved something. Hearing Tang Xiaoli's answer, Lu Zheng nodded and forced an awkward, unpleasant smile. It seemed he was fairly satisfied with her reply. He thought to himself, this girl had consumed no small amount of the Lu family's spirit stones. If she bit the hand that fed her, he would not mind having Lu Jijia deal with her, and then finding another. Seeing Lu Zheng crack a faint smile, Tang Xiaoli finally breathed a sigh of relief, and her taut legs could finally relax. After finishing the discussion with Lu Zheng, Lu Jijia could not wait to drag Tang Xiaoli back to his room. He kept fantasizing about discovering something valuable on Zhang Jingming. If it became necessary, killing him was not out of the question. The school goddess had actually fallen for him. This bastard had to be eliminated. Not long after, Lu Jijia ran out of stamina and gradually slowed to a stop. Lu Jijia panted heavily, took a spirit stone from the bedside drawer, and handed it to Tang Xiaoli. Use this spirit stone as you see fit. I've already used up my family allocation for this month, so use it sparingly. Humph. Your second uncle is really stingy. He only gives you a few spirit stones each month. Tang Xiaoli was displeased and could not help complaining. Lu Jijia quickly looked around, covered her mouth with his hand, and lowered his voice. Do you have a death wish? This is the Lu family. If anyone hears you, you're done for. Damn it, I haven't had my fun with her yet. A night passed. Today's lesson was spiritual power self-cultivation. The teacher briefly talked about the stages of spiritual power and what happens after awakening. Generally speaking, a newly awakened spiritual power user is E rank. Such users can sense and absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. They also possess certain special abilities depending on the person. When the time comes, the classification of one's awakened spiritual power is determined. For example, spiritual power users who wield fire, metal, wind, and so on. The highest rank you students can currently come into contact with is D rank. Aren't you envious? It seems everyone is very eager, all hoping to awaken their own category. Keep working hard, everyone. Next, I will lead everyone to sense spiritual energy. The teacher kept guiding them, raising their interest, and led the students in spiritual cultivation. After one class, many students felt full of spiritual energy. When they casually tried a few gestures, they indeed benefited greatly. Quite a few students achieved unexpected results through spiritual cultivation and meditation. Zhang Jingming also kept repeating what had just been taught, calming his mind to sense spiritual energy. Though it was not of the slightest use. Lu Jijia's face darkened. Zhang Jingming, can you stop putting on an act? You're a total zero. What the hell are you sensing? Zhang Jingming shot Lu Jijia a sideways glance and said with a faint smile, "Oh, how did you know I sensed some crap? There's a great big pile of it right in front of me." Lu Jijia stared blankly. What did he mean? It was his flunky little golden hair who reminded him, "Boss," he said, "you're a pile." What kind of thing is a pile? A pile of what? Damn you, Zhang Jingming. Lu Jijia pondered for a moment before it suddenly hit him. Zhang Jingming had found a roundabout way to call him crap. For an instant, Lu Jijia felt murderous intent, but he did not use spiritual power. This bastard Zhang Jingming. He would use the simplest and most direct way to beat him until he begged for mercy. Lu Jijia was very confident about this. The gap between having spiritual power and not having it was as vast as heaven and earth. He would also let all the classmates watch as Zhang Jingming was beaten until he lay on the floor like a dog. But in the next moment, Lu Jijia would regret this thought 10,000 times. Zhang Jingming's strength attribute was astonishingly high among practitioners who did not use spiritual power. Even a D rank might not be his match. Lu Jijia's calculation completely failed. Sure enough, the instant Lu Jijia swung his fist at Zhang Jingming, who was sitting behind the desk, Zhang Jingming's own fist landed precisely and elegantly on Lu Jijia's lower abdomen. There was no technique in it, just a casual punch thrown from a sitting position. An explosive force tore through the layer of fat on Lu Jijia's belly. Wah! Everything he had eaten that morning came pouring out, splattering all over the floor. All the students stared in shock, covering their noses in disgust. A zero had actually punched a D-rank spiritual power user until he vomited. Oh my god, what on earth had just happened? Everyone wore an expression of utter disbelief. Is that all? Is that all? This Zhang Jingming was practically a true role model for us all. He even dared to hit Lu Jijia. Tang Xiaoli sat in the corner, watching with a grave expression. At this moment, she was even more certain that Zhang Jingming possessed something extraordinary. Lu Jijia clutched his stomach in agony. The force of Zhang Jingming's punch was far too great, like the impact of a yak charging at full speed. Even as a D-rank spiritual power user, he could not recover from that blow at all, let alone stand up. The pain in his abdomen was unbearable. Lu Jijia kept hissing through his teeth, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. He had actually been beaten by a zero, and in front of so many classmates at that. What a disgrace. On Zhang Jingming's system, Lu Jijia's resentment value frantically flooded the screen. Lu Jijia's resentment value 4588. Lu Jijia's resentment value 7850. Lu Jijia's resentment value 9999. Lu Jijia's resent. What the hell? Is his resentment value really being farmed like this? He had no idea that 10,000 obscene curses were stampeding through Lu Jijia's mind. He usually threw his weight around, yet today, he had been beaten by a zero. No way. Zhang Jingming must die today. Enduring the pain, Lu Jijia's face began to twitch and a crimson glow flickered at his fingertips as he activated his D-rank spiritual energy. He raised his eyes and glared at Zhang Jingming with the venomous stare of one gazing upon a corpse. The air around Lu Jijia grew visibly hotter, shimmering with distortion. Zhang Jingming's system detected a fierce killing intent and automatically assessed Lu Jijia's information. Name: Lu Jijia. Age 18. Combat power 3887. Scarlet characters flashed across the interface. Risk assessment: extremely dangerous. Clearly harboring intense hostility. With his spiritual energy fully mobilized, Lu Jijia's combat power of 3887 vastly surpassed Zhang Jingming's 2350, enough to crush him outright. This sent a jolt of crisis through Zhang Jingming, who hastily began to channel the Kaio-ken in secret. At one time, the Kaio-ken, Zhang Jingming's muscles coiled taut, and an explosive aura of sheer power radiated from his body. Seeing the two about to go all out, Tang Xiaoli stepped between them. Zhang Jingming, no matter what treasure you're hiding, brother Jia, is someone you simply can't afford to provoke. Zhang Jingming stared at the woman he had loved for 3 years, and suddenly realized how blind he had been. Waves of nausea washed over him. Suddenly the classroom door was kicked open and the Dean of Discipline, Ma Jiangtao, stormed in. It turned out someone had seen the fight spiraling out of control and, too afraid to stop Lu Jijia, had gone to report it to the teacher. The dean happened to be in the teacher's office, so he rushed over immediately. Well, Zhang Jingming. A blank slate like you can actually take down a C rank. He then turned to Lu Jijia with a cold sneer. And you're a damn disgrace. A C rank. Is this what the school trained you for to get beaten up? Those words made Lu Jijia's neck flush crimson, his face turning deathly pale. How utterly humiliating. Zhang Jingming deserves to die. Zhang Jingming's system received another notification. Lu Jijia's resentment value 99.99. Alright, enough fighting. 1 month from now, the world's premier spiritual energy university will host the first martial arts tournament. I can pull some strings to put the two of you on opposing sides. After he spoke, Ma Jiangtao looked at Zhang Jingming. Will you participate? Zhang Jingming rubbed the back of his head, hesitant for a moment, then asked, is there a prize? The champion will be rewarded with 30 spirit stones. The instant Ma Jiangtao finished speaking, the entire classroom erupted into an uproar. 30 stones. That rich. How far could 30 spirit stones advance you? Who knows? Even a blank slate could probably reach D rank. At the very least, definitely above D rank. Damn, I'm in. I'll sign up too. Many students immediately voiced their desire to register. Ma Jiangtao raised his hand to quiet the crowd. Registration can be done with your homeroom teacher. I'm just giving you all the early notice. Zhang Jingming glanced at the contorted, vicious face of Lu Jijia, then said solemnly, I'll participate. He pointed directly at Lu Jijia. And I will defeat him. Zhang Jingming's declaration left everyone dumbfounded. Defeat Lu Jijia. A blank slate like you. What are you butting in for? Careful you don't get yourself killed. Clown. That was the unanimous verdict in every classmate's mind. Aside from his personal feud with Lu Jijia, 30 spirit stones were an astronomical fortune for someone like Zhang Jingming, who had no background or backing whatsoever. He wasn't sure he could win, but the chance to legitimately defeat Lu Jijia and vent his frustration was tempting enough. After all, no man could easily let go of being cuckolded, right? Jiang Wen hurried over and grabbed Zhang Jingming with a worried expression. Are you serious? You're actually going to compete? Didn't you see that Lu Jijia wasn't even using his spiritual energy just now, eh? Jiang Wen spoke urgently. It's fine, don't worry. Zhang Jingming patted Jiang Wen on the shoulder with a confident smile. Inwardly, though, he thought this would be a perfect chance to test just how powerful his Kaio-ken really was. Jiang Wen didn't know his true strength, so he was this anxious. Now that's a real brother. Before long, several explosive rumors spread across the campus. Ning Mingqing is entering the tournament. The Jiang family's 3 heroes are joining. Hong Feng is competing. Bai Junyi is in. Damn, those are all the top spiritual energy users in the school. Looks like we're just going to be their warm-up act. Seeing these names, the crowd groaned. How is anyone supposed to survive this? No hope at all. What's the point of even fighting? We'd just get instantly destroyed. In stark contrast to the collective despair, Zhang Jingming and Jiang Wen had snuck off to play video games again. Damn, how are you this good? Zhang Jingming let out a helpless groan. This fat guy was an absolute beast at games. He had just been utterly slaughtered by him again. Jiang Wen meanwhile burst into raucous laughter, his plump cheeks jiggling uncontrollably. Finally, he pulled a vacuum-sealed chicken leg out of his backpack with his chubby hand, tore open the packaging, and began devouring it, grease spraying everywhere. MMFF, so good. You want a bite? He mumbled between mouthfuls, asking Zhang Jingming if he wanted some. Watching Jiang Wen's eating display, Zhang Jingming completely lost any appetite. He waved his hand repeatedly, even making a gagging motion. The arcade in Chanyuan City was a favorite haunt of theirs. There were relatively few spiritual energy users here, which made them feel almost human again. As they were enjoying their games, a group of young men with tattoo-covered backs walked into the arcade. The moment they entered, they began harassing the female customers. They spouted nothing but doomsday rhetoric. Humanity is almost finished. Why not enjoy life while you still can? They all burst into laughter. The ringleader was called Brother Hu by his men, a hulking brute with a face full of flesh that quivered whenever he laughed. Some female customers shrieked in fright. A staff member rushed forward to intervene, but was beaten black and blue by Hu's underlings. Brother Hu's appearance alone was enough to make any customer break out in a cold sweat. Just then, Brother Hu led his men over to a pretty girl with twin ponytails sitting alone. Hey, little sister, playing games all by yourself? Come on, big brother, who will play with you. He reached out and laid his hand on the girl's delicate shoulder, frightening her so badly that her face turned pale. She shoved his hand away and tried to leave, but Hu grabbed her and pulled her into his arms. This drew lewd laughter from the brutish gang members behind him. In broad daylight, a group of men were harassing a girl, and everyone present was too afraid to speak up or act. Come on, give big brother Hu a kiss. As he spoke, he leaned in with his greasy lips to force a kiss on the girl. Suddenly someone behind him flicked his bald head with a sharp snap. Pop. The hell? Who? Brother Hu spun around furiously, his vicious expression looking like he wanted to devour someone. But what he saw made his jaw drop. His spirited young underlings were sprawled all over the floor, groaning in pain with swollen, battered faces. And behind him stood two figures, one tall, one short. The taller one had a lean, well-muscled build and handsome features. The shorter one, a chubby kid, was grinning ear to ear while gnawing on a chicken leg, head tilted as he stared at him. What the? Feeling humiliated, Brother, who was about to explode, just getting to his feet. Thump. A dull, muffled impact. The tall young man's uppercut slammed into Brother Hu's gut, producing a sound like a heavy hammer striking a wrapped drum. Brother Hu collapsed onto his knees, his face twisted in pain and utter disbelief. The men who had fallen around him nodded at him desperately. Boss, that's exactly what it felt like. Zhang Jingming clapped his hands, then spoke, while delivering sharp slaps to the bald head. Slap, slap, slap. Brother Hu, huh? End of the world, huh? Harassing girls, huh? I can't stand these doomsday prophets spreading nonsense everywhere. They're nothing but scum, stirring up panic wherever they go. Even taking the opportunity to harass women, Zhang Jingming would certainly intervene in such matters even before his system activated. It was just a beating, nothing more. But dislike was dislike. Things were different now. With absolute power, Zhang Jingming had no trouble dealing with a few puny thugs. Xiao Hu's resentment value 9,999. Xiao Hu's resentment value 7,850. Xiao Hu. Just as Brother Hu's resentment values flooded the screen, another name suddenly appeared among them. Yang Xinma's resentment value 333. Yang Xinma's resentment value 356. Yang Xinma. Yang Xinma. Zhang Jingming warily glanced at the girl Brother Hu had been harassing. I'm the one who saved you, little girl. Why hold a grudge? Zhang Jingming looked confusedly at the young girl with twin ponytails. The girl shot Zhang Jingming a resentful look and rose from in front of her game console. She walked over to Brother Hu, who was still crouching nearby, clutching his stomach, extended a slender fair hand, and just began rummaging through Brother Hu's pockets, muttering under her breath as she searched. What kind of boss are you? How can you be this broke? Brother Hu, huh? You damn. Smack. A sharp sound echoed. Yang Xinma delivered a crushing blow to the head, nearly sending Brother Hu into unconsciousness. Fresh crimson fingerprints marred his bald head. Watching Brother Hu, covered in hand marks, Yang Xinma actually bared her two little tiger teeth and burst in a hearty laughter. Honestly hilarious. If you're broke, why bother coming out? Look at this bald guy all red. Brother Hu's vision swam black. This girl was no joke. After confirming there was nothing of value on Brother Hu, she moved on to search his lackeys one by one. Any resistance was met with brutal beatings. She showed none of the panic she displayed earlier. Clearly a veteran. Zhang Jingming and Jiang Wen exchanged glances, both dumbfounded with their mouths agape. Was this someone deliberately playing the fool while devouring the tiger? All this. Zhang Jingming was at a loss. What kind of situation was this? She looked so delicate and pretty. Student uniform, short skirt, twin ponytails. How could the contrast be so extreme? So fierce. Yang Xinma systematically brutalized Brother Hu and his men, leaving cries of agony everywhere. Only when there was truly nothing left to gain did she look up at Zhang Jingming. Smiling brightly and revealing her little tiger teeth, she said, "You two nearly scared away my customer. So what do you have to say?" Zhang Jingming was speechless. "I saved you, and I'm in the wrong. If I'd known you were this ferocious, I wouldn't have bothered. And now you're asking me what to do. Good luck with that." After a quick internal monologue, Zhang Jingming asked, "Miss, does your family know you're this intimidating?" Yang Xinma waved her hand dismissively and produced an iron chain from somewhere. She bound everyone together and slung the chain over her shoulder. "The bounty on these people is mine. Don't compete with me. Since you two meant well, I'll let it slide today." After speaking, Yang Xinma dragged the chain forward. "Let's go to the police station." As they were about to exit the arcade, she turned back and flashed Zhang Jingming a grin, her two little tiger teeth gleaming. It sent a chill down his spine. Holy shit, so fierce. Jiang Wen felt his chicken leg had lost its flavor. He couldn't even compare to a girl. Just as the two prepared to use the quantum portal back to Lion City. The quantum portal was the pinnacle of human technology, a miraculous creation that rendered airports obsolete. It could reach any location equipped with the same device in 1 second. As the two went through security, the checkpoint officer requested their identification and carefully compared their photos. With a grave expression, he said, "Wait here." Then he hurried away with their IDs. Zhang Jingming and Jiang Wen exchanged glances. Something felt wrong. Normally, they would have cleared this long ago. Sure enough, not long after, a group of Blue Star Federation enforcement officers charged in and surrounded Zhang Jingming and Jiang Wen. A tall, gaunt, middle-aged man with prominent cheekbones wearing the Federation enforcement uniform fixed them both with a sharp stare. "Come with us." "What's the matter, sir?" Zhang Jingming was exasperated. "I still need to go home and cook." Jiang Wen tugged at Zhang Jingming's sleeve, afraid. In his clumsy voice, he asked, "What are they going to do?" Have we broken the law? The gaunt man turned and glared at them. Whether you've broken the law isn't for you to decide. Zhang Jingming and Jiang Wen exchanged glances. Holy shit, he could hear us that clearly. He then directed the other officers to escort the two out of the lounge. After driving through Chanyuan City for a while, the enforcement vehicle arrived at the Blue Star Enforcement Bureau building. A group of enforcement officers through Zhang Jingming and Jiang went into a detention cell. A pungent odor of urine drifted from the room. The cramped space made it impossible for the two grown men to straighten their legs. Jingming, why do you think they arrested us? Jiang Wen asked in his naive manner. His fleshy round head could not comprehend why he had been invited here. Zhang Jingming scratched the back of his head, thought for a long time, and finally shook his head. If only it were that easy to understand. Had they broken the law by playing games? Holy shit, there were so many people in the arcade, yet only these two were taken. Just as the two were lost in thought, a familiar figure appeared outside the detention cell bars. Zhang Jingming noticed almost by chance. Holy shit, isn't that? Who? Jiang Wen tilted his head, but couldn't see anyone. Holy shit. That girl from the arcade. I saw her, she just walked past. Zhang Jingming stated firmly. Holy shit, it is her, call out to her. Upon hearing there was an acquaintance, Jiang Wen perked up, rose from the ground, and pressed himself against the iron bars, peering outside. His fleshy face squished into the gaps between the bars, his eyes darting around in all directions, terrified of missing another sighting. More than an hour later, that familiar figure appeared again. This time she carried 2 boxes of meals and walked toward the detention cell. Yang Xinma displayed her signature smile, revealing her 2 little tiger teeth, looking particularly cute. You two must be hungry. She handed over the meal boxes, gesturing for them to eat. But now in Zhang Jingming's eyes, her cuteness was simply that of a demon bearing its fangs. This was clearly a trap. Damn it. What does this mean? Zhang Jingming said furiously, loudly questioning Yang Xinma. It must be your doing. Speak, what do you want? Zhang Jingming's intuition told him that being locked up here was definitely her scheme. Indeed, Yang Xinma playfully stuck out her tongue and made a funny face. Sorry about that. I asked Uncle Jia to invite you too. I just wanted to ask for your help with something. Holy shit, is this how you invite people for favors? Jiang Wen was furious, his facial fat trembling. Even someone with a slow mind could realize this time she needed something from them. But this method infuriated Zhang Jingming. If I told you not to cause trouble. A deep, resonant voice of authority echoed from somewhere nearby. It was unmistakably the voice of a man accustomed to power. Almost immediately, Zhang Jingming saw someone striding quickly around the end of the corridor. Trailing behind him was the gaunt enforcement officer who had brought him and Jiang Wen here. The middle-aged man walked to the front of the detention room, pointed at the iron door, and barked harshly, "Stop this nonsense. Open the door at once." Yang Xinma quietly stuck out her tongue, feeling somewhat guilty as she leaned against the wall, attempting to slip away, but the middle-aged man noticed her from the corner of his eye and grabbed her by the collar, pulling her back. She could only stand there pathetically, eyes lowered to the ground, her naive and endearing appearance causing Zhang Jingming to momentarily forget his anger. After the door opened, the man kept apologizing to Zhang Jingming and Jiang Wen. I sincerely apologize, gentlemen. I will treat you to a meal shortly. Please do accept my invitation. Having said that, he turned and glared at the thin, uniformed, middle-aged man named Lao Jia, saying helplessly, "How old are you, still joining that girl in her nonsense?" Lao Jia looked extremely embarrassed. A misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. That girl told me these two were Class A fugitives, and I brought them in without verifying. After explaining, he offered a deeply sincere apology to Zhang Jingming and Jiang Wen. Surely anyone with eyes can see you're no ordinary young man from your distinguished appearance. Your exceptional words made me realize long ago you are no fish meant to stay in humble ponds. With these smooth, flattering words, Zhang Jingming found himself slightly embarrassed, scratching his head shyly and responding with humor. Although everything Uncle Jia says is true, please just tell me what's going on. Otherwise, how could I possibly enjoy this meal? Upon hearing this question, the middle-aged man and Lao Jia exchanged glances, their faces breaking into delighted smiles. My name is Yang Jigua. I am her father, and also the director of the Chanyuan City Police Bureau under the Blue Star Federation here. After a pause, Yang Jigua cautiously suggested, well, this isn't the place for conversation. Let me treat you to a proper meal, and we can talk while eating. What do you think? Before Zhang Jingming could even nod in agreement, Jiang, when the fat man was already eyes shining, nodding vigorously like a hammer striking grain. Zhang Jingming shot him a fierce glare, but Jiang Wen held his head high, pretending not to see anything. Then Yang Jigua and Lao Jia changed into civilian clothes, and together with Zhang Jingming and Jiang Wen they headed to a super luxurious restaurant in Chanyuan City. Zhang Jingming was fine with it, casually observing the surroundings. It wasn't much different from what he saw on television, so he didn't find it particularly remarkable. Jiang Wen, however, was different. Upon hearing the food here was excellent, he kept swallowing his saliva, his small eyes darting around greedily, terrified of missing any delicious dish. Yang Xinma looked at Jiang Wan with utter disdain and muttered under her breath, locking him in the detention cell wouldn't be unjust. That look of his is exactly like a thief. Damn it, show some restraint, you fat bastard. Zhang Jingming could only whisper a reminder, for it was truly embarrassing. Yang Zhigua led Zhang Jingming and the others to a luxurious private room, smiling warmly as he arranged for everyone to be seated. After a round of polite exchanges, Zhang Jingming's last traces of resentment completely dissipated. Instead, he felt somewhat embarrassed himself. These delicacies in the current world fraught with crises everywhere were exceedingly rare. Almost everything on the table was something one rarely got to see in daily life. Yang Zhigua was urging them to eat more when his phone suddenly rang. "Excuse me, let me take this call." He nodded to the two of them, then stepped out of the private room. Zhang Jingming nudged Jiang Wan with his elbow and whispered, "Did you hear that? No wonder he holds such an important position. His way of speaking is truly impressive." Jiang Wan, his mouth stuffed with food, replied, mumbled without even lifting his head, "Why yes, Mom, absolutely amazing." Yang Xinma sat opposite the two of them, her eyes twinkling as she stared intently at Zhang Jingming, unable to figure out what she was looking at. "Hey, don't you think that girl has a crush on you?" Jiang Wan leaned closer to Zhang Jingming, his greasy breath making Zhang Jingming frown. He quickly shifted his body to create some distance. Jiang Wan continued devouring the delicious food while pursuing Zhang Jingming to discuss Yang Xinma. "Don't talk nonsense." Zhang Jingming quickly cut off the topic. It would be awkward if others overheard, especially with Yang Xinma's father and Uncle Jiao present. Was he courting death or just seeking embarrassment? This fat fool couldn't read the situation at all. The two were chatting away when suddenly the private room door was pushed open. Yang Zhigua entered swiftly, accompanied by a young man in military officer attire. The newcomer had a standard square face exuding an aura of righteousness and walked with commanding presence. From his appearance alone, Zhang Jingming could tell he was no ordinary person. "Is it them?" Upon entering, the officer looked at Zhang Jingming and the others in surprise, seemingly taken aback by Zhang Jingming's young age, and immediately turned to ask Yang Zhigua. "Yes." Yang Zhigua nodded in confirmation. These two young men may not possess spiritual energy, but they do have considerable combat skills. The young officer without hesitation marched forward in a crisp step, stopped in front of Zhang Jingming, and rendered a military salute. "Thank you both for cooperating with this operation." Zhang Jingming was utterly baffled. "Huh? Cooperate with what operation?" He immediately turned his gaze toward Yang Zhigua, while Yang Xinma hoped they would provide a reasonable explanation. Yang Xinma was currently staring blankly at Zhang Jingming. When she noticed him looking over, she smiled sweetly, revealing two little tiger teeth. "What a sucker." Zhang Jingming's face instantly went pale with exasperation, and he could only automatically tune her out. Yang Zhigua cleared his throat and stood up. "Let me explain. This gentleman is Colonel Xiao Hui of the Blue Star Federation, Changyuan City Division, responsible for a series of activities, including the exploration of outside territory ruins. This time learning from my daughter that you two are courageous and righteous individuals. Rare hot-blooded youths indeed. And according to her, young man Zhang, your combat skills are quite outstanding." Zhang Jingming's expression darkened, and he couldn't help but say, "Uncle Yang, you're not asking us to go beyond the territory, are you?" Yang Zhigua, beads of sweat forming on his face, nodded. "I'm sure you both know that the outside territory was originally human land until those monsters came and occupied it. However, some important supplies scattered outside are urgently needed by the military now. But those areas are infested with immensely powerful entities. Military field units and spiritual energy teams simply cannot approach. We can only seek out those without spiritual energy to go instead." After Yang Zhigua finished speaking, he glanced at Colonel Xiao Hui, who wore an enigmatic expression, and his brow immediately furrowed. "Damn it, I'm helping you out, not doing this for your daughter's sake. I don't care about this mess. Hurry and take over." Yang Zhigua's expression was growing increasingly unpleasant. This mission was extraordinarily arduous. A fully assembled C-rank spiritual energy team would suffer heavy casualties upon return. Deceiving a child into going. Truthfully, Yang Zhigua felt uneasy inside. But for the sake of the city, he had no choice. Colonel Xiao Hui immediately understood and awkwardly hastened to pick up the conversation. "Yes, the compensation for this mission is also quite generous. 5 spirit stones. However, the mission must be undertaken by someone without spiritual energy." Upon hearing 5 spirit stones, Zhang Jingming's inner calculations began spinning rapidly. 5 spirit stones could be exchanged for at least 20 million new Federation credits on the black market, roughly enough to help an ordinary person without spiritual energy reach E rank or D rank. But for himself, it was even more practical, since the currency in the system shop for its array of manuals and items was spirit stones. More was infinitely better for him. Seeing Zhang Jingming's silence, Xiao Hui assumed he was still hesitating. He also couldn't bring himself to send such a young child into danger. Ever since the spiritual energy revival, those things have become increasingly numerous. We strongly suspect they are sensitive to spiritual energy. We've sent many expert soldiers led by captains at least C rank or above, but the results have never been satisfactory. Colonel Xiao Hui was a straightforward man. As a soldier he would not lie, so he had to state plainly just how formidable the mission was. Yang Jigua also looked at Zhang Jingming and the others with a helpless expression. There was no helping it. After matters had come to this, he could not very well refuse and make things too awkward for them. After all, the mission was extraordinarily difficult. If the military had misjudged the situation, wouldn't they be sending those two kids to their deaths? At that moment, Zhang Jingming actually felt some admiration for Colonel Xiao Hui's character. The man dared to openly admit how difficult the mission was instead of deceiving people just to get it done. On this point, Zhang Jingming warmed considerably to Xiao Hui. As for the 5 spirit stones, he was very interested. They could be exchanged for items in the store, or at the very least used to strengthen his spiritual power. But he could not let Jiang Wen come along and take the risk with him. He knew Jiang Wen all too well. The man could do nothing. Playing simulators was fine, but actual combat, forget it. I'll go alone. The moment Zhang Jingming said this, Colonel Xiao Hui was taken aback. He stared at Zhang Jingming in astonishment, looking him up and down. Logically, when one heard how dangerous the mission was, shouldn't one have given up? One last question. How did you know that we have no spiritual energy? Zhang Jingming was deeply puzzled. Yang Jigua pointed at Yang Xinma and said gently, my daughter's spiritual energy ability has exactly this effect. It can detect the amount of spiritual energy in others. Unable to help himself, Zhang Jingming glanced at Yang Xinma. She was still the same as ever, her 2 little fangs glinting brightly. He could only mutter under his breath, holy crap, a walking spiritual energy tester. In the end, Zhang Jingming decided to go alone. Jiang Wen would return to Shicheng, while Yang Jigua would be responsible for communicating with Zhang Jingming's family and school. Night shrouded the earth, and on the outskirts of Changyuan City, several 100-meter-tall steel frames towered into the darkness. Their surfaces were painted jet black and glossy, radiating an awe-inspiring, soul-shaking presence. 3 military camouflage armored vehicles sped past, kicking up clouds of dust. Zhang Jingming watched the unfamiliar scene through the external camera, especially the 100-meter steel frames. So this is the quantum light energy cannon known as the Gaze of the Redeemer. Zhang Jingming saw rings of energy-focusing coils on the steel frame, giving the impression that boundless energy lay within. One could only imagine how terrifying it would be with its full firepower unleashed. Beside him, Colonel Xiao Hui, wearing a combat suit and steel helmet, nodded thoughtfully. The quantum light energy cannon, the last guardian of humanity's homeland. Without these advanced defensive weapons, who knew whether humanity would still have a place left to stand? The camouflage-painted military armored vehicles soon drove out of the suburbs. Passing checkpoint after checkpoint, they eventually arrived at a region that had once belonged to humanity, but was now utterly alien. Xiaozhang, we can only escort you this far. Here is a map of the outlands. The supplies are roughly in this area. Xiao Hui took out a crumpled map, and pointing at several spots marked with red circles, carefully explained the precautions to Zhang Jingming. Zhang Jingming now had a rough understanding. This area was home to many E.D.-class monsters, exceptionally fierce ones. The camouflage armored vehicle drove off into the distance, leaving behind a fully armed figure. Zhang Jingming looked around. The magnificent landscape stretched out in all its splendor, with dense trees and lush grass. Beneath the thick greenery, faint traces of human habitation could still be seen. On the cliff of a low mountain, a flock of green-bellied sacred crows let out strange cries. Caw, caw, caw. The sound echoed across the cliff, seeming especially desolate. He had not imagined that in just 3 years nature would almost entirely erase the traces of humanity. Sigh. I don't know whether humanity has truly been good or bad for this planet. Zhang Jingming sighed inwardly. The boundless beauty of the scenery weighed heavily on his heart. Silly. We haven't even started the mission and you're already sighing. From a low bush, Yang Xinma nimbly flipped down. She looked at Zhang Jingming with a beaming smile, her pair of little fangs sparkling in the sunlight. Holy crap. Zhang Jingming could not find words to express how he felt. With such a dangerous mission, why had she come along? Catched. Yang Xinma took off the backpack from her shoulders and hurled it with all her might. The black backpack traced a graceful arc through the air, and Zhang Jingming reached out to catch it. Holy crap. The immense inertia nearly dragged Zhang Jingming down. What's in here? It's so heavy. Yang Xinma burst out laughing. Look at you, such a clumsy oaf. With such an important mission, there's no way I'd let you go alone. Zhang Jingming pointed at the sky and smiled scornfully. Oh, aren't you afraid? A huge dark shadow swept past, emitting a screech that shook the heavens. The shadow was so enormous that it covered the entire valley. The sheer visual impact made Yang Xinma scream. With nowhere to hide, she panicked and flung herself into Zhang Jingming's arms. A pair of soft curves pressed against Zhang Jingming's chest, and it was a long moment before the shadow fully disappeared. The two of them remained locked in an embrace, sending Zhang Jingming's blood racing. Not only was the girl holding him, she was also squirming around. Fortunately, he was wearing his military uniform, otherwise things would have been awkward right now. Just as he was lost in those thoughts, a sharp pain shot through his neck. Ouch, damn it. What are you, a dog? Yang Xinma's little fangs had sunk deep into the skin of Zhang Jingming's neck. In a panic, Zhang Jingming shoved her away and yelled, ow, ow, ow. When her little fangs came out, blood actually seeped from the wound. Tui, tui. Frowning with disgust, Yang Xinma gagged and spat on the ground. What a wimp. Can't even take a bite. Ugh. So disgusting. Blood got into my mouth. Ugh. Zhang Jingming touched his neck with a resentful expression and said sternly, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? You took advantage of me. Serves you right. Yang Xinma refused to back down, her pretty face flushed red. You? Why you? If you're going to hug me, then hug me. But you kept moving around. Yang Xinma turned the blame on him first, having already forgotten that she was the one who had squirmed because she was scared. Zhang Jingming was speechless. Forget it. He had not really lost out anyway. He opened the backpack and looked inside. A device came into view. What's this? A live streaming device. It's military exclusive, and it gets a signal no matter where you are. Speaking of the device, Yang Xinma's face lit up with delight, completely forgetting that she had just been taken advantage of by the man before her. She opened the backpack, took out the equipment, and skillfully fiddled with it using her slender, fair hands. Put it on. Yang Xinma pointed at the backpack, her expression turning stern as she began giving orders. Zhang Jingming curled his lip and scratched the back of his head. Didn't they say spiritual energy users weren't allowed to come? Then why did you follow me? Yang Xinma tilted her head, her beautiful eyes smiling at Zhang Jingming so intently that it made his skin crawl. My spiritual energy ability is detection and control. I can detect other people's spiritual energy and control my own. Pretty impressive, right? Yang Xinma clasped her hands behind her back and leaned forward slightly, her playful look enough to melt everything in the world. But Zhang Jingming remained unmoved. Those cute little fangs were in his eyes deadly weapons. Sure enough, just as Zhang Jingming was about to have it out with Yang Xinma, her little fangs flashed out, gleaming with menace. Fine, fine. I'll leave all right. Zhang Jingming conceded, defeated by that pair of little fangs. He touched his neck where the pain from earlier still lingered. He hoisted his backpack and walked ahead, muttering under his breath, just wait until she gets cavities. I'll have those annoying fangs pulled. What are you saying? Yang Xinma poked her head over, beaming at Zhang Jingming. Nothing at all. Zhang Jingming, feeling guilty, quickened his pace. Slow down. Point the device at me. Yang Xinma called after Zhang Jingming, signaling him not to walk so fast. Hey my dear viewers, I'm Momo. Welcome to my live stream. Yang Xinma made an adorable funny face at the camera and playfully stuck out her tongue. Momo, you're finally live. Holy crap, I feel like I waited until the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled. She's lived, she's lived. Wow, love it, love it. Little Momo is so cute. Hey, where's Momo? What the hell is that thing? It's enormous. In the live stream, enormous rocks occasionally swept across the sky. Though not as huge as the unknown behemoth from earlier, they were still enough to awe people who had only ever lived in humanity's final stronghold. Idiot, stand steady. Aim properly. Yang Xinma was thoroughly dissatisfied with Zhang Jingming's camera work. Her pretty face turned stern as she kept directing him to find the best angle. The livestream comments scrolled nonstop. Where did you find this camera assistant? He's so clumsy. Momo, do you need me to help you film? I'm professionally trained. Get someone else. Look at the footage. It's shaking nonstop. Yang Xinma flashed her signature smile. This is the outer domain, you know. Do you want to come? Holy crap. She went all the way out there. I love it. So thrilling. Suddenly someone in the live stream gifted 10 rockets, and right after that someone else gifted 10 treasure maps. Wow, wow, wow. The big spender is here. Everyone make way. Let the big spender through. A sly glint flashed in Yang Xinma's eyes as she made a playful face at the camera. Thank you, rich brother, for the rockets and treasure maps. Zhang Jingming quietly asked, Xinma, how much money can rockets and treasure maps be exchanged for? Not much. A rocket is 1,000 yuan and a treasure map is over 2,000. Why? Yang Xinma rolled her eyes and shot Zhang Jingming a wary glance. Little money grubber. Zhang Jingming ranted inwardly. I only asked one question. Why so suspicious? But he quickly forced a beaming smile and said to Yang Xinma, haha, after this is done, shouldn't you give me a little salary or something? Yang Xinma waved her small hand and giggled in a sweet childlike voice. No problem. But you have to film a little better, okay? The comments exploded again. What the hell? Who is this? What dumbass filming our Momo dares to ask for a salary? Exactly. Beat him to death. Momo, I don't want any money. I'd even come to the outer domain for you. Oh yeah? Then go, dumbass, I'll talk. Soon amid the noisy barrage of comments, the two walked deeper into the outer domain. Wondrous sights kept unfolding before them. Distant mountains like indigo green trees and sturdy pines. Faced with such beauty, Zhang Jingming felt like quoting a line from the preface to Prince Ting's pavilion. The evening glow and the solitary duck fly together, the autumn river and the vast sky share one color. It was too beautiful, simply overwhelming. Holy crap, what is he doing? He's reciting poetry. What an idiot. No, I think it's wonderful. Such a gorgeous scene deserves such beautiful words. The comments were divided, but all were equally captivated by the scenery. Before long, the discussion drifted toward whether humanity had been destroying or building this planet, gradually dragging the stream off topic. Yang Xinma, however, thought Zhang Jingming's recitation matched the beautiful view perfectly. Her adorable eyes were fixed on him without blinking. A man with a literary air was just that handsome. Roar! A sudden thunderous roar echoed through the valley. Startled out of nowhere, Yang Xinma leaped into Zhang Jingming's arms like a little rabbit. Her pretty eyes darted around, and only after confirming there was no danger did she jump back down. Realizing she had lost her composure, Yang Xinma's pretty face flushed with a soft rosy hue, making her look even more radiant and alluring. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with light, and Zhang Jingming was dazed for quite a while. Yang Xinma's beauty was the sweet, innocent girl-next-door type. The longer you looked, the more captivating she became. Unfortunately, all of this was witnessed by more than 300,000 viewers in the livestream. The comments exploded. I can't go on. Aya, that lecherous rogue. Little Momo, stay away from him. What are you two doing? Coming here to show off your love. Damn, what did I do to deserve seeing this? Everybody cried, damn it. Yet the two were completely unaware of all this. They had no time to read the comments, and simply carried their equipment toward their destination. As they left the city border farther and farther behind, terrifying creatures gradually began to show signs of activity. Yang Xinma truly lived up to her reputation as a master of spiritual perception. She yanked Zhang Jingming down into the grass and pressed her finger to her lips, signaling him to be silent. Shoo! Sure enough, before long, waves of a reeking wind swept past, and a colossal beast charged by. The ground trembled without cease. Frostfoot Tiger, a C-class demon beast, terrifyingly powerful. A single one is enough to match an entire D-class spiritual energy squad. Yang Xinma described it with easy familiarity, as if counting treasures from her own collection. Zhang Jingming secretly rejoiced that the girl had come along. Otherwise he might have died, without even a bone left to find. At the same time, he cursed himself for being blinded by greed. How could he have accepted this mission so readily? Look, brother Jingming. That one in the sky is a greenbone rock, a D-class demon beast. Over there in the woods is the Polar King Kong, an A-class demon beast. But it never seems to attack people on its own. As Yang Xinma kept introducing these terrifying creatures, her own body couldn't help trembling slightly. Clearly she was genuinely afraid. Zhang Jingming looked at her and asked in confusion, "It's so dangerous and you're so timid. Why did you come?" "I just thought streaming here would look really good," Yang Xinma said with a wronged, pouty look. "We don't need to see the outer domain anymore. Let's go back, Momo." "You go back." "Momo is so brave. I'm so moved, sending 10 treasure maps. I don't have much, so I can only send Momo some lollipops. Sending 100 rockets. Momo, keep going." In the livestream room, fans moved by Yang Xinma sent gifts one after another to express their support for their beloved streamer. As Yang Xinma watched the comments, she suddenly, "Wah!" With that, she burst into tears. Startled, Zhang Jingming quickly clamped his hand over her mouth, muffling her into a series of MMPH sounds. They were in the outer realm. A place this terrifying was no place to make reckless noise. Even so, Xinma's lips were soft, and the feeling against his palm was rather strange. They were nearly there. Zhang Jingming checked the map and assessed his current position. "It looks like we're not far now. We have to be extra careful." Yang Xinma nodded obediently and stopped being mischievous. After all, she understood the terror of this place better than Zhang Jingming. So many spirit energy squads had come to salvage supplies, yet few had made it back alive. By the way, Momo, what exactly is this supply worth sacrificing so many lives for? Zhang Jingming was deeply puzzled. A resource for which so many had given their lives had to be extremely important, right? Hard drives. My father seemed to have said they were all hard drives containing a great deal of important data about spiritual energy recovery. Yang Xinma tried to recall, her expressive eyes narrowing into slits. The recovery of spiritual energy had actually been observed in advance, but no one could have imagined where those demonic beasts came from. In just a few days, many places had completely fallen. In the end, the surviving humans formed a final alliance through quantum portals, the Blue Star Federation government. These hard drives hold immense significance for cultivating spiritual power. Zhang Jingming lay low in a patch of withered grass, gazing down at a stretch of ruined old buildings. All around the broken remnants lurked many terrifying demonic beasts. Some roamed about leisurely, some dozed lazily on the flat concrete slabs, and some kept licking the fur on their bodies. Even from far away, waves of a fishy, foul stench still reached their noses. Yang Xinma's small face turned pale. She lowered her voice with effort. It's right here, Brother Jingming. C-rank spirit energy squads. This is their graveyard. This stretch of ruins was once the center of Shizhuang, a city built against the mountains. With excellent secrecy and scientific research value now, one research institute was born here. Beneath them lay the very ruins where 7 or 8 years ahead of everyone else, they had discovered the resurgence of spiritual energy between heaven and earth and carried out a great deal of related research. Unfortunately, one day, 3 years ago, ancient trees across the world grew and spread overnight, altering the landscape of countless regions. Then a beast tide from unknown origins swept in. These demonic beasts were impervious to swords and guns, of bullets could not harm them in the slightest. It was said that some who had fled back claimed to have seen many armored figures among the beast tide. Everyone believed those survivors had suffered a mental breakdown. What should we do? Yang Shima frowned. This was no laughing matter. With the slightest carelessness, they would be trapped in an encirclement of the beast horde, and in the end, even their crushed bones could not be carried back. Moreover, with those colossal creatures prowling the sky, the even more horrifying thing was that these giant beasts possessed a far more terrifying understanding and command of spiritual energy than humans did. That was why in battles at the same level humans were often the losing side. Zhang Jingming advanced toward the ruins of the No. 1 Research Institute with extreme caution. Although some behemoths passed by along the way, they seemed not to pay much attention to Zhang Jingming and Yang Shima. Meanwhile, the fans in the live stream watched with their hearts in their throats. Maybe, as the military said, these demonic beasts really aren't very sensitive to those without spiritual power. Zhang Jingming, clearing the way ahead, murmured to himself rather weakly and without much confidence. Yang Shima looked cautious, glancing around carefully. The empty valley echoed now and then with the roars of beast packs and the heavy footfalls of giant demonic beasts passing by, each sound startling her considerably. Her frail body trembled slightly, making her look utterly pitiful. Unfortunately, Zhang Jingming, a dense straight man, was too focused on what lay ahead to notice that the girl was now on the verge of collapse. The fans in the live stream had long noticed that their goddess was on the verge of a mental breakdown. Greatly alarmed, a frenzy of barrage comments nearly blanketed the entire screen. Terminal straight man syndrome. Momo, don't be scared. Please come back. Right? Come on back. Wherever you stream, we'll still love watching you. Damn it, this dumbass only cares about walking ahead, ignoring our Momo. This place is terrifying. Look, what was that flying by? I saw it too. What was that in the bushes? Unfortunately, Zhang Jingming had no idea what the barrage comments were saying, focused solely on how to get into the ruins of the No. 1 Research Institute. Suddenly, a small stone struck Zhang Jingming precisely on the back of his head with a thud. It startled him badly. Enduring the sharp pain, yet not daring to yell, he turned back and carefully scanned in every direction for the source of the stone. Yang Shima had seen it too, and likewise looked around. Finally, beneath a dense canopy, they spotted a strange creature. Though one might call it a demonic beast, Yang Shima carefully sensed it and found no terrifying spiritual energy fluctuation on its body. With large ears and a rotund frame, it was endearingly cute, yet very agile. Seeing that the stone had hit Zhang Jingming, the creature actually danced joyfully on the branches and squeaked excitedly. Furious, Zhang Jingming rubbed the lump on the back of his head and searched around for a stone to throw back. He finally found a suitably sized stone among a patch of grass and raised his aim at that creature, ready to hurl it back. The little thing actually put on an aggrieved expression, waved its paws again and again with a series of squeak, 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 its features scrunching almost into a single mass. In a few agile leaps, it dropped down from the tree, jumped onto Zhang Jingming's shoulder, wrinkled its nose and sniffed hard, then disdainfully pushed his face away with its paw. Then it jumped into Yang Shima's arms. This time it seemed very satisfied, squeaking without stopping. Its 2 plump paws hooked tightly around Yang Shima's neck as it buried its head into her chest. Damn it, you little pervert. Zhang Jingming was furious. Do you really dislike me that much? He sniffed himself carefully and had to admit that after a full day of travel, he did smell a bit unpleasant. But you're an animal. How can you be so picky about me? And by the way, weren't you the one who threw that stone at me? With a ferocious expression, Zhang Jingming walked over, ready to rough up this nameless little creature. Yang Shima quickly hid the creature behind her, blocking Zhang Jingming. No, it's so cute, you can't hit it. The little thing hidden behind her seemed to understand Yang Shima's words. It nodded pitifully and squeaked as if to say, I'm so cute. You can't hurt me. This thing doesn't look like anything, neither a monkey nor a bear, and you actually dare to carry it on your back. Zhang Jingming warned Yang Shima, with good intent, telling her not to be fooled by its appearance and to be careful not to get hurt. Unexpectedly, Yang Shima bared her little canine teeth. You're not allowed to hurt it. I said no. Watch out, or I'll bite you to death. Zhang Jingming recalled the stabbing pain of that pair of little fangs sinking deep into the skin of his neck and couldn't help shuddering. Never mind. Since she refused his well-intentioned warning, she would have to see for herself. Zhang Jingming didn't argue much with Yang Xinma. After all, the task in coming here was to retrieve the hard drive, and whether it could even be brought through the border checkpoint was still uncertain. The little creature and Yang Xinma chattered away happily. When it noticed Zhang Jingming staring at it, it raised its chubby little paw in a show of defiance. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It kept squeaking as if to say, if you dare come over, I'll hit you. Yang Xinma's eyes curved into crescent moons, utterly delighted. That's right. Do it to him. He's a bad guy. After saying this, she couldn't help giggling. I'll go buy a few oranges. You stay right here. Don't move. Zhang Jingming felt helpless and decided to slip into Research Institute No. 1 alone. It was better to leave this girl behind. She would only get in the way. Yang Xinma, still playing happily with the little creature, answered distractedly, fine, take the equipment in with you and livestream along the way. What the two of them didn't know was that the bullet comments had exploded once more. Damn, he's taking advantage of Momo. Momo, he's taking advantage of you. Look at this comment of mine. I'll go buy a few oranges. You stay right here. Don't move. It's from Zhu Ziqing's The Sight of Father's Back, What a Father Says to His Son. Someone immediately started explaining, igniting the livestream room. Everyone was calling out to Momo, but Yang Xinma now had a new favorite. She was already beside herself. The fans in the livestream could only wait. Zhang Jingming watched Yang Xinma, pursed his lips helplessly, and had no choice but to carry the livestream gear alone, quietly advancing toward the ruins of Research Institute No. 1. The closer he got, the more alarmed he became. No wonder the spiritual energy team had come so many times before and returned empty-handed. Hidden among these ruins were simply too many demon beasts. A black nether tiger bared its fangs and let out a fierce roar at Zhang Jingming. Perhaps sensing that he had not even a trace of spiritual energy, it calmed down, half-crouched and half-lying, and began licking its fur. Damn, that startled me. Caught by that sudden roar, Zhang Jingming felt every hair on his body stand on end. He had seen this sort of creature on television. When it went berserk, it could tear open even a heavy tank, and from its mouth, it could spew eerie black flames whose temperature was utterly immeasurable. It had once instantly melted a missile at point-blank range, terrifying beyond measure. At this moment, Zhang Jingming felt lucky to have no spiritual energy whatsoever. At least to these so-called demon beasts, he was no threat at all. Maybe when they were in a good mood, they wouldn't take the initiative to attack him. Zhang Jingming kept reassuring himself as he walked straight into the depths. Research Institute No. 1. The ruins above ground were merely an isolated island atop the water. The true giant lay underground. He had no idea what it was like down there. All the information in the records came from before the spiritual energy resurgence. He did his best to avoid the harassment of all kinds of demon beasts along the way. Fortunately, the military's intelligence was accurate. This type of demon beast born after the spiritual energy resurgence had no interest in people without spiritual energy. The journey was fraught with alarm, yet ultimately safe, and he actually made it into the ruined remains of Research Institute No. 1. Several bloodwing gray wolves dashed past at full speed, ignoring Zhang Jingming completely. Suddenly, from behind Zhang Jingming came a rustling sound. He turned and locked eyes with a rot-footed centipede dangling half in midair. This abrupt fright made Zhang Jingming's back tighten and cold sweat pour out. In no time, the front of his clothes was soaked. Fortunately to them, Zhang Jingming hardly counted as food. He carried not a trace of spiritual energy, so even if they devoured him, they would gain nothing. Under ordinary circumstances, Zhang Jingming was relatively safe. But if he encountered some berserk demon beasts, that was another matter entirely. Zhang Jingming could only pray that he wouldn't run into one of those especially troublesome demon beasts. If it came to blows, he had no idea whether the whole nest would explode. He had no confidence at all. The livestream room was frightened by the scene. Besides demon beasts constantly appearing on screen and giving the fans all sorts of surprises, Zhang Jingming's tense, ragged breathing also made the viewers cry out that they couldn't stand it. GIFs filled the screen and bullet comments flew up in a frenzy. Buddhas and gods protect me, Amitabha. Please don't let me run into these monsters. Amitabha. Jesus Christ. Amen. God says, God my ass. It's terrifying beyond measure. Would any of you dare to go? A bunch of low-level spiritual energy users. Would you dare? They're all E-rank spiritual energy users who can only talk trash online. Look at him. Without a bit of spiritual energy, he dares to go deep into such a terrifying place. Of course, Zhang Jingming knew nothing of all this. All he carried on his back was the livestream equipment. The display was in Yang Xinma's hands. Taking a break from playing with the little creature, Yang Xinma glanced at the screen and was instantly stunned. So many gifts. Her money-loving little fangs peeked out as Yang Xinma smiled with all her heart. The little creature was so frightened that it squealed, squeak, 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 thinking the mischievous girl was going to take a bite out of it. She rubbed the little creature's fluffy head and then followed the bullet comments to watch the livestream. As Zhang Jingming in the camera feed found the entrance to the basement, one thrilling scene after another filled Yang Xinma with regret. She had been so busy playing that she let Zhang Jingming face the unknown dangerous basement of Research Institute No. 1 alone. Suddenly, a flaming black-backed gorilla swept past in front of the camera, its huge body charging wildly and sending broken bricks and rubble flying. It was clear that Zhang Jingming had hidden himself early on. According to the records, this kind of black-backed gorilla blazing with spirit flames was most prone to rage and would readily attack any living thing, including other demon beasts. Yav. The little creature actually craned its head to look at the monitor, pointing from time to time. It kept calling Ya. Yang Xinma looked at it in surprise and asked, "Can you watch a monitor?" The little creature raised its chubby little paw and waved it, looking rather angry. Yav. Are you looking down on me? Of course I can. Before the little creature could finish throwing its fit, Yang Xinma snatched it up, hugged it, and squeezed it relentlessly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little creature squawked in protest, "Let go of me, you wicked woman." On the monitor, Zhang Jingming had already gone down the ruined staircase to the third underground floor when a strange gust of wind suddenly swept in. Finally, Zhang Jingming's startled voice came through, "Huh?" Then the display became wavy and increasingly indistinct. By now it was impossible to see what had happened to Zhang Jingming at all. The livestream was still connected, but the picture could no longer be seen. The screen was full of bullet comments hoping the streamer would be safe. Many people shouted, "Streamer, come back. We won't watch anymore. It's too terrifying." Yang Xinma's slender hands holding the monitor were drenched in sweat. Had something happened to Zhang Jingming? Ouch, damn it. In the pitch-black darkness, a blast of sinister wind shoved Zhang Jingming, sending him tumbling down several flights of stairs. He finally came to a stop in a corner, his back pressed into the angle. Waves of piercing pain swept over his entire body. A deafening alarm suddenly blared. Zhang Jingming's mood flickered along with the crimson bulbs flashing on the wall. He must have poked a hornet's nest of demonic beasts this time. From the darkness came the sound of iron chains scraping along the floor, drawing closer and closer to the corner where Zhang Jingming was hiding. A blinding incandescent light suddenly snapped on. Zhang Jingming's vision blurred. When he looked again, there were two. What the hell? What are these? Zhang Jingming refused to believe his eyes, rubbing them hard with his hands. He stared carefully again, only to see two white wild boar's tusks bared, standing upright on their hind legs. Their entire bodies were bound with black iron chains, and at the ends of the chains hung two spiked meteor hammers, which dragged across the ground as they walked forward. They glared at Zhang Jingming with demonic savagery. Before Zhang Jingming could react, a huge hand directly lifted him up. They headed straight into the No. 1 Research Institute. This was already the 5th floor underground. When they entered the 5th floor hall, it was dazzlingly bright. Held in the white boar's hand, Zhang Jingming stared at everything in disbelief. Almost every creature here was some kind of demonic beast or monster walking upright. Some Zhang Jingming could name, while others he did not recognize at all. The whole place bustled with activity. These upright walking creatures were all transporting wooden crates of supplies. Apart from their difference in appearance from humans, their behavior was almost exactly the same. Zhang Jingming's mouth fell open and his eyes bulged, leaving him too stunned to speak. He never imagined the Underground Research Institute would be like this. If word of this ever got out, it would surely overturn the world's worldview. With that thought, Zhang Jingming hurriedly reached for his backpack. Was his live streaming equipment still there? If he could spread this, it could serve as a warning to everyone. He fumbled around, but only touched a pile of scattered parts. That fall just now had probably wrecked the equipment. Zhang Jingming inwardly lamented the pity. He also wondered whether those two pig demons, were taking him off to someplace. Around him, the upright walking demonic beasts were growing more numerous and ever busier. Finally, they arrived at a corner room. This should have been the monitoring room of the original No. 1 Research Institute. More than a dozen monitors were assembled together, all of them displaying the situation throughout the underground parts of the entire institute. A young man with golden hair sat before those monitors, looking at everything with a bemused expression. Suddenly he snapped his fingers. Click. The white wild boar holding Zhang Jingming abruptly let go, and Zhang Jingming dropped straight to his knees. Ow! Pain, pain, pain. Zhang Jingming rubbed his knees, fiercely blowing on them repeatedly, as if that could ease the pain. The white wild boar stood a full 3 meters tall when upright. After it released him, Zhang Jingming must have dropped more than a meter to the ground. No easy fall. The golden-haired young man looked at Zhang Jingming with a smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Have you humans run out of people? Why did they send a useless piece of trash like you? Then what are all of you? By now Zhang Jingming was like a dead pig that fears no boiling water. Since things had already reached this point, his life was nearly worthless to him, so naturally, he did not give ground with his words. Snort. Snort. The white wild boar glared with eyes as big as copper bells, evidently extremely displeased with his answer. Raising its meteor hammer, it was about to slam Zhang Jingming, but the golden-haired young man stopped it. The golden-haired young man waved his hand signaling the white, wild boars to leave. The two boars' faces full of rage let out a snort. Snort, at Zhang Jingming. After two such snorts they withdrew from the monitoring room with looks of unwillingness. As for me, the golden-haired young man paused then, said with a grave expression, I am Situ Qi, Imperial Grand General of the Rongjin sect under the 10th generation Demon Emperor dynasty. Situ Qi announced his title with a haughty expression. Then he turned and gave Zhang Jingming a contemptuous once-over. You don't have spiritual energy on you. Zhang Jingming raised his head high, thrust out his chest, and sneered dismissively since, when do demons need spiritual energy to be qualified to speak? In the demon race naturally, it is the strong who speak. Some anger showed on the golden-haired Situ Qi's face, and his eyes glared. Since you carry no spiritual energy, I won't make things difficult for you. Our demon race still has compassion for creatures like ants and flying insects. However, this time I need you to go back and pass on a message. After that, Situ Qi fiddled with the buttons below the monitors, and on one of the monitors appeared many extremely cruel images. They were almost all scenes of humans slaughtering animals, destroying forests, damaging the environment, polluting the oceans, and so on. The images were so shocking that Zhang Jingming was struck speechless. Situ Qi's hand trembled slightly. His face gloomy, he manipulated the buttons and flipped through one picture after another for Zhang Jingming to see brows knit and eyes blazing with anger. Look at what you humans have done. Do you know why this planet produced spiritual energy? Why it produced so many demonic beasts? Because it is protecting itself, seeking out worthy powerhouses who know how to cherish it and survive upon it. Now on behalf of the Rongjin sect of the 10th generation Demon Emperor dynasty, I declare the return of the demon race. The golden-haired Situ Qi declared the return of the demon race with immense swagger. Return? Then why did you leave back then? Zhang Jingming was confounded. You make it sound so righteous, but wasn't it your own choice to leave? Situ Qi slammed his fist heavily against the machine. Bang! A thunderous crash erupted. Some circuits in the machine were smashed, sending sparks flying. Situ Qi turned around. His face had become utterly ferocious, every strand of golden hair standing on end, and roared at Zhang Jingming. 10,000 years ago, had those so-called immortal clans not joined with your human ancestors to set us up, how could you have had a place to survive? I never thought you humans would fail to cherish your blessings. Instead, you made this land protect itself, producing spiritual energy and summoning our demon race back. After saying this, Situ Qi covered his face and burst into laughter, his body shaking. Even the immortal clans back then could never have imagined how foolish humanity would be today. Crippling your own power, Zhang Jingming felt dazed as well. Yes. What had humanity really done over all these years? So the recovery of spiritual energy was this blue star's self-protection at work. Those giant trees that had uprooted themselves must also have felt the nourishment of spiritual energy. It seemed the will of the blue star was preparing to reshuffle everything. This news was too important. He had to inform the Federation military as soon as possible so they could prepare in advance. In 3 more months the Demon Gate will open wide, and the Rongjin sect of our supreme Demon Emperor dynasty will lead the demon race in a full-scale return. Today I release you to go back and tell those ignorant people those who submit to our demon race shall not be killed, those who surrender shall not be killed. Situ Qi's arrogance soared to the heavens. His golden hair flew, golden flames blazed in his eyes, and he looked utterly imposing. His spiritual pressure caused layers of ripples in the air around him. Zhang Jingming's system immediately raised an alarm. Danger. 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 Combat power XXX incalculable. Danger. 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 Seeing Situ Qi's savage expression, Zhang Jingming had a foreboding that humanity's good days were about to end. The Situ Qi before him was filled with spiritual energy. Or should he call it demonic energy? It was incalculable, absolutely terrifying. Having witnessed it firsthand, Zhang Jingming knew how overwhelmingly powerful the spiritual pressure in the air had been just now. As long as Situ Qi willed it, that pressure alone could tear apart anything it touched. However, Zhang Jingming knew he had a mission this time to retrieve the hard drive containing the spiritual energy research records from Research Institute No. 1. Air. Great one. I came here this time with a mission. If I don't complete it, things won't end well for me when I go back, and I won't be able to relay any message. Zhang Jingming felt that this great demon would not take his life easily, so he made his request. Golden light flashed in Situ Qi's eyes as he sneered with contempt. I have cultivated for 10,000 years. Do not flaunt such petty tricks before me. 10,000 years. Zhang Jingming's jaw dropped. He thought to himself, damn, living that long, isn't he an old monster? Situ Qi pressed a red button. Hey, who bring that hard drive in? Before long, the door to the surveillance room was pushed open, and a young man radiating black chi walked in. After respectfully handing over a hard drive, he shot Zhang Jingming a glare, then bowed and withdrew. Situ Qi brandished the hard drive in his hand and tossed his golden hair with unbridled arrogance. Don't think I don't know what those pieces of trash who came here before were looking for. Humph. I've read what's inside too. It's nothing more than records about the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. There's no harm in giving it to you. Zhang Jingming secretly rejoiced. It was exactly what he had wished for. Outside the ruins of Research Institute No. 1 in a dense forest, Yang Xinma paced back and forth, her face anxious and her heart burning with panic. What should I do? Zhang Jingming was probably attacked by demon beasts. Should I go in and save him? But Yang Xinma knew her own limits. If she went in, she might end up caught in there herself. Under the extreme anxiety, she felt she was going mad from worry. Suddenly the little thing yanked hard on Yang Xinma's long hair and shrieked, squeak. Squeak, squeak. Its chubby little paw kept pointing forward. Her scalp stung from the tugging. Just as she was about to get angry, she forcibly lifted the little thing off her. Only then did she realize that the small dark figure ahead was Zhang Jingming. Tears streaming down her face, she rushed over. Seeing Yang Xinma run off, the little thing squealed and chased after her, tumbling and scrambling all the way. Zhang Jingming was whistling a little tune, his steps light, when he saw a wild girl running toward him, her face streaked with tears. She threw herself into his arms and crashed against his chest. Ouch! Damn! Zhang Jingming cried out as pain shot through his chest from the impact. His utterly clueless straight male nature was on full display. Yang Xinma's heart raced like a frightened deer. She hurriedly pushed Zhang Jingming away and set her pretty face flushing and tears still on her cheeks. I thought you weren't going to make it out. How aren't I out now? Zhang Jingming hadn't expected Yang Xinma to have such a strong reaction. He reached up and scratched the back of his head, wearing a dumbfounded expression. The little thing clutched Yang Xinma's pant leg, scrambled up her body, squeezed itself between the two, and raised its chubby paw in protest. What are you two doing? How can you just ignore me? Tell me what exactly happened. Seeing that all the equipment in the backpack was destroyed, Yang Xinma knew Zhang Jingming must have run into some trouble, and she hurriedly pressed him for answers. Zhang Jingming recounted everything that had happened inside in full detail. In the end, after he got the hard drive, 2 white wild boars simply carried him to the surface and let him go. After saying this, he waved the hard drive in his hand and grinned. Mission accomplished. Although Yang Xinma felt uneasy after hearing everything that had happened inside, the news was too explosive. She was still happy for Zhang Jingming at that moment. But at the same time, she was glad for him, because completing the mission meant a handsome reward. With laughter and cheerful talk, they finally returned to the border. What should we do with this little thing? Zhang Jingming pointed at the plump creature on Yang Xinma's back. It came from nowhere. Aren't you afraid your dad will beat you if you bring it home? Yang Xinma revealed a pair of small fangs and smiled. My dad would never be willing to hit me. Then she hugged the little thing to her chest and rubbed its round head, showering it with affection. Zhang Jingming was dazed for a moment, and a thought struck him. It needs a name, doesn't it? Yang Xinma thought hard for a while, feeling as if her vocabulary was inadequate. She looked at Zhang Jingming with big, hopeful eyes. You name it. I don't like naming things. Even my name was given to me by my dad. Yang Xinma's earnest expression made Zhang Jingming laugh despite himself. He muttered, if your name hadn't been picked by your dad, that would be truly absurd. Still, after thinking briefly, he replied, Fuzzball. Dummy. Or how about Snowy, since it's covered in white fur? As soon as the little thing heard what kind of names they were picking, it protested at once, squeak, squeak, squeak. Its chubby little paw raised high. What lousy names. I don't want them. But it couldn't escape the arrangements of fate. In the end, those 2 hopeless namers forced the name Fuzzball onto it. The little thing, Fuzzball, sulked for quite a while, lying in Yang Xinma's arms and protesting with for a good long time. Unfortunately, the 2 could not understand it. At last, Colonel Xiao Hui's military vehicle picked up the pair and brought them back to the city. Yang Zhigua and Xiao Hui burst into the office where the 2 were resting, tears streaming from their aged eyes. How dare you do something like this, girl? If anything happened to you, what would your dad do? Yang Zhigua blubbered with tears and snot running down his face, making Colonel Xiao Hui feel incredibly awkward. Because her mother was a soldier, the girl had been close to the soldiers in her mother's unit since childhood. She had grown up under Colonel Xiao Hui's watch, so he was beside himself with worry this time too. He didn't even breathe a word about the broken military live streaming equipment, and even promised to give them another one later. The matter was thus settled. Almost at the same moment, the world learned that the demon clan was about to return, and everyone felt threatened. After receiving his reward, Zhang Jingming returned to Shiqing through the quantum portal. When he once again gazed upon the giant tree in the center of the city, his feelings were completely different. Spiritual energy had revived, and the giant tree had uprooted itself. It turned out that all of this was a strange phenomenon born of the planet trying to save itself. Yet people were now smugly treating spiritual energy as a special product of human evolution. How laughable, how tragic. This time Zhang Jingming would not feel inferior for lacking spiritual energy, because all of this was in fact the planet trying to save itself. Back home, Yang Jigua and Xiao Hui had already informed Zhang Jingming's parents, so his mother and father did not say much. They simply asked about his health with concern. Spiritual energy was still his parents' obsession. How parents' hearts ache for their children. Why was it that their outstanding child just could not comprehend spiritual energy? If his health failed, spiritual energy would be even harder to comprehend. Zhang Jingming could only respond with a wry smile. After dinner, he hurried back to his room and opened the store interface. With 5 spirit stones in hand, he simply couldn't resist the itch to spend. Yet as he kept browsing, Zhang Jingming discovered that 5 spirit stones were pitifully few. The dazzling array of skills in the mall all demanded a hefty amount of spirit stones to exchange. Ultra Instinct. Holy crap, this is no joke. 3,000 spirit stones. Zhang Jingming was so shocked that he flipped the page without hesitation. Could he ever afford that? Instant transmission. 3,000 again. Oh my god. With relentless browsing, Zhang Jingming finally found, tucked away in a corner of the mall, a row of very cheap skill books, most costing just 5 spirit stones. Afterimage Fist, Wolf Fang Fist, Scorching Bomb, Solar Flare, Dodon Ray, 4-Body Fist. It seems the Wolf Fang Fist is pretty good. It can be used together with Kaio-ken. The other fists feel a bit odd. Zhang Jingming pondered, then spent 5 spirit stones to acquire the Wolf Fang Fist. The profound subtleties of the fist technique automatically unfolded in his mind, while every muscle in his body adjusted itself, engraving the entire sequence into Zhang Jingming's soul deep down to his bones. It was as if he had been born with this technique. The attribute panel in the system updated accordingly. Host Zhang Jingming. Combat Power 4,755. Strength 24. Agility 8. Appearance 10,010. Available attribute points none. Skills Kaio-ken 1x, Kamehameha LV1, a Wolf Fang Fist. Looking at his current combat power, Zhang Jingming was fairly satisfied. At least he could now give that bastard Lu Jijia a sound beating. Suddenly Zhang Jingming's phone received a message. He picked it up and saw that it was from Ning Mingqing. Zhang Jingming, come downstairs right now. I have something to say. Hastily pulling back the curtain and looking down, he did see Ning Mingqing's slender figure. Zhang Jingming went downstairs with a head full of question marks. Fixing his eyes on Ning Mingqing's peerless looks and still frigid demeanor, he scratched the back of his head and asked, "What did you want me for?" Ning Mingqing rolled her icy eyes. "Can't I come to you if there's nothing?" No. I was just asking what's up." Zhang Jingming's hopeless denseness flared up again. Ning Mingqing looked at the dumb blockhead before her and was rendered speechless. How many people would have begged for just a chance to have a word or two with her? This guy really made her angry. But Ning Mingqing quickly suppressed her anger. "That spiritual energy testing machine at school last time, was it you who broke it?" Zhang Jingming was scared out of his wits, having heard that the machine had cost 20 spirit stones to replace. "Nonsense. You were the one who broke it." His dense nature made Zhang Jingming truly shine brightly as he stood in the night wind. Ning Mingqing, half closing her eyes, stared at him for a while. Seeing this pig-headed coward's pathetic look, she wondered why she had ever had such an idea in the first place. Since she had already announced him as her Dao companion, Ning Mingqing absolutely would not go back on her word easily. Moreover, she knew very well that her own spiritual energy was nowhere near the level needed to destroy the testing machine. This man before her was concealing his true depth. "Since you've become my Dao companion, you count as half a member of the Ning family. Take this." Ning Mingqing then took out a token with the character Ning inscribed on it. "With this you can go to any of the Ning family shops in Shurching City and put it on our tab. Someone will settle the bill." Zhang Jingming quickly took it and murmured, "This is good, this is really good." After receiving the token, he stared at it in his hand for a long time, then even bit it with his teeth. "Damn, is this made of real gold?" Ning Mingqing was covered in dark lines. If the situation allowed, she really might beat this man up. As a goddess of the power type, her temper was all too easy to lose. "You are quite something," Ning Mingqing said word by word, still maintaining her icy grace. "But you need to be careful these days. Someone is after you." Ning Mingqing finally remembered the real purpose of her visit. This guy had actually made her forget it. The Ning family will soon be stationed at the border to resist the beast tide. You must be very careful lately, especially before the martial arts tournament. With that, she turned around gracefully and took her leave, afraid that she might not be able to restrain herself from giving this terminally dense guy a beating. Zhang Jingming scratched his head and muttered at her retreating silhouette. Pretty she is, but she seems a bit lacking in human warmth. Ning Mingqing suddenly let out a heavy sneeze halfway across the way. The next day, Zhang Jingming indeed did not see Ning Mingqing at school. It seemed she had gone to the border with the Ning family as well. Jiang, when his fat face beaming, kept asking Zhang Jingming about the trip to gather supplies, looking absolutely astonished. "Bro, you're incredible. Man, if it were me, I'd have been scared to death." Zhang Jingming bragged fluently, while Jiang Wen listened enraptured and hardly believing it. "Hey idiot, you actually believe whatever he says?" Lu Jijia happened to be passing by and heard their conversation, sneering at the two with a face full of mockery. Lu Jijia's blonde flunky also sneered. These days, only Zhang Jingming can act so big without even a bit of spiritual energy. If it were me, I'd go buy a piece of tofu and kill myself on it. How shameful. The other skinny flunky followed up laughing. Careful what you say, this guy has actually been to the outer realms. Jiang Wen couldn't stand it, and wanted to stand up and argue with them since he was an eyewitness. But Zhang Jingming stopped him. There was no need to argue with fools. Lu Jijia watched Zhang Jingming remain silent, then jeered. You piece of trash, you don't even have any spiritual energy. You're just wasting air on this earth. The blonde lifted his acne-covered face, full of smug pride. Watch closely, waste. Let Master Jean show you telekinesis from afar. With that, he actually used his spiritual energy to lift the pencil in front of Zhang Jingming into the air, swirling it around a few times. Then without warning, the pencil dropped straight down with a pat, provoking a burst of laughter. Lu Jijia looked at this imbecilic subordinate of his face turning green with rage. You're a useless piece of trash too. Get out. After that, he lowered his voice and said to Zhang Jingming with a sinister look, Kid, be careful recently. A lot of things you can't even imagine are going to happen. Don't think I don't know where you live. As soon as he had said this, he left with his two flunkies. Jiang Wen's fat face twitched in anger. They're way too arrogant. Zhang Jingming said nothing, but a flame of battle had already ignited within him. Threatening his family had crossed his ultimate taboo. News came from the border. The humans and the demonic beasts had fought for 3 days and 3 nights. And the corpses were piled up like mountains. Even the quantum photonic cannon Redeemer's gaze had been emptied of all energy. It was utterly brutal. How was Ning Mingqing doing? Should he send her a text to ask, Ning Mingqing, how are things on your side? I heard it's very intense. An hour later, Zhang Jingming finally received a reply from Ning Mingqing. It hasn't been our family's turn yet. Those few simple words were like a calming pill to Zhang Jingming, and his mood improved greatly. In the principal's office on the 4th floor of the Beida teaching building, Enshurching, the corpulent Principal 2 was playing Go with an old man of transcendent immortal bearing. Principal 2 made a wrong move and hastily tried to take it back. The old man grabbed his cheating hand. Are you bullying this old man? No takebacks, no takebacks. Who's bullying you, you old thing? How about I take back just one move? Principal 2 said with a mournful face. No way. The old man flicked his sleeve, his face darkening. I say, you old thing, you're the head of an entire school, yet you're still so shameless. Principal 2 forced a couple of dry chuckles, and feeling utterly bored, changed the subject. We've been fighting for so long. Why haven't those old fogies in the mountains made a move yet? Do they really think they can stand aloof? They wouldn't dare. When the time comes, I'll go to their doorsteps and kick their butts. Principal 2's eyes lit up as he said happily, then I'll have to trouble you, old heavenly master. After saying this, Principal 2 quietly reached out and moved one of the black pieces on the board. When the old man caught him, his face turned livid, and he struck the back of Principal 2's hand. Flustered, Principal 2 hurriedly put the piece back in place. The two kept bickering endlessly in the office. A few teachers passing by the office shook their heads, wearing looks of utter speechlessness. I heard the old man arguing with Principal 2 has quite the background. He's the 88th generation old heavenly master Zhao of Longhu Mountain. You don't even know that. Hey, what do I know? Every day I'm so infuriated by these students that I could spit blood. They made a complete mess of the perception course. There are still several E-rank students at the bottom who can barely sense spiritual energy. Take it slow. There are still a few in our class who don't even have spiritual power. Sigh. Several teachers walked and talked, heaving sighs one after another. The world was visibly becoming more and more severe. Spiritual power was the best combat strength, and they fought for the sake of humanity. The teachers also felt the pressure of carrying humanity's future on their shoulders. The border had also been quiet for several days. The demonic beasts had ceased their attacks, and everything had returned to stillness. 1 week before the martial arts tournament, overwhelming news suddenly exploded across the media. Disciples of the great sects were entering the world to cultivate exorcising demons and defending the Tao, guarding the path of humanity. People immediately went mad, frantically spreading the news among themselves. Their long-suppressed emotions were finally released. Who would have thought that such hidden sects still existed in this world? They had chosen this moment to return to human society and save all living beings. Suddenly, it seemed that the situation of demonic beasts invading everywhere might soon be brought under control. Everyone took to the streets, holding grand welcome ceremonies and reveling as they greeted the inheritors and disciples of these great sects that had long been hidden from the world. Every street in Shurcheng was covered with banners, a jubilant scene. Beida was also filled with laughter and joy. After such long suppression, it seemed someone had finally come to rescue them from their current predicament. Although the news that the demon race had announced its return was also shocking, people were just like this. As long as things could improve a little right now, they were perfectly content. Who knew what they would think if they learned that they had backed themselves into this very corner? At this moment on the Beida flag platform stood a graceful young man in a white robe. Around his waist was a thunder-patterned belt from which hung a fish-patterned jade pendant. A folding fan twirled lightly in his hand, and the white hem of his robe fluttered in the wind, giving him quite the air of an immortal. Ma Jiangtao, the dean of students, announced that the young man was named Qi, an inheritor of the Kongtong mountain tradition, and that his cultivation was unfathomably profound. When he heard himself introduced, Qi wore a faint smile the whole time, and he gracefully made a cupped fist salute to the students below in gratitude. His movements were dashing, his bearing elegant. In an instant he had captured the hearts of countless female students. How can such an elegant man exist? Brother Qi is so handsome. Are all the inheritors of these hidden sects this handsome? Oh my god, I'm about to faint. Did you know? Lu Jijia and this Qi are actually martial brothers. No wonder Lu Jijia is so arrogant on a daily basis, and his cultivation advances so quickly. So it turns out he has a hidden sect backing him after all. On the platform, Qing's every word and gesture seemed to turn with the sun and moon, all laws moving in his wake. In his bearing it was as if heaven, earth, and all things bowed before him. Radiant with high spirits. The Beta faculty and students were thrilled by the arrival of this exchange student. Of course, the one most thrilled at that moment was Lu Jijia. With Qing's arrival, his identity as a Kongtong disciple was firmly confirmed. Lu Jijia wore a face full of smug pride, his eyes filled with contempt when he looked at the other students. Especially when he turned to Zhang Jingming, his eyes were full of malice. A nobody like that dares to oppose me in public. Sooner or later I'll take your life. How precious was the status of these hidden sect disciples in this day and age. With such an identity one could swagger around Beta with impunity. Raising his eyes, he saw that around senior brother Qi had gathered so many of the so-called prodigies of the school, and even at his own side plenty of people had come to curry favor. A sense of superiority surged up in his heart. Looking at the dense cheering crowd, Zhang Jingming and Jiang Wen felt nothing at all. They even wanted to sneak off again to play games. Meanwhile, at the border defenses outside Chanyuan City, a tragic demonic beast assault was taking place. The Redeemer's Gaze quantum light energy cannon had already drained the entire city's power, and the energy convergence ring was belching black smoke no longer usable. Many places outside the city had already fallen. Looking around, corpses lay among corpses and blood flowed in rivulets. A scene of utter horror. At one desperate spot, a spiritual power squad confronted the beast tide, surging like mountains, and seized their faces unchanged. Old Gua, the spiritual power squad leader, hefted a heavy sword forged of refined steel, and stood before the squad to face the beast tide, slashing down the scattered demonic beasts that charged at the front. His awe-inspiring, heaven-conquering spirit infected the other squad members. Hold the line, brothers. If we get back this time, I'll find you a few pretty gals, and get you little brats laid. Turning to look at these several team members who were still carrying a childish air, Old Gua felt a sudden pain in his heart. These boys probably hadn't even grown hair yet, had they? It was a pity that today they might very well die here. Those little brats were always complaining that they had never gotten themselves girlfriends. If they could get back alive this time, he would absolutely take them out for a proper good time. If only we could live. How wonderful that would be. He looked up to see the boundless beast tide almost crashing into the edge of the camp. Big news, big news. A demonic beast assault has occurred outside Hengchang City with devastating casualties. The heavy and heartbreaking news spread. People who had been celebrating just moments ago felt as if a bucket of ice water had been dumped on their heads. For a moment, the entire city fell into a bizarre atmosphere. Everyone was in fear for their own safety. Some wanted to take their families and flee Hengchang, but where wasn't it like this? The whole world was caught in a crisis. After Zhang Jingming received the news, he immediately contacted Yang Xinma by phone to check if that girl was safe. You rascal, you finally remembered to contact me. I'm fine. It's just that my dad is so busy he never comes home. After this thing happened outside recently, the city has been in chaos. It's full of those doomsday cults, and it's terrifying. Alright. Mao Qiu has been eating and sleeping all day recently. I wonder if it's sick. Zhang Jingming was immediately reassured upon hearing this. Fortunately, it had not endangered the city area. It was just a pity that those border spiritual energy warriors were so unfortunate. According to the news, many of them were around his age, some even in their mid-teens. They simply possessed a certain level of spiritual energy and happened to be able to supplement combat strength, yet they were all conscripted. What a pity. Zhang Jingming composed himself and offered a few comforting words to Yang Xinma before hanging up. He checked his resentment value and found it had surpassed 1500 once again, likely accumulated from his previous visit to the simulation gaming room in Hengchang City. He decided to save it for next time until he could gather enough for a 2000 withdrawal, no rush. Zhang Jingming glanced over it casually and then closed the fate wheel. The entire Lion City was bustling with activity. They had just finished welcoming outstanding disciples from various sects and schools, and now the Inter-City University's first martial arts competition was about to convene. The entire city was heavily guarded with spiritual energy security teams patrolling every street intersection. Clad in military uniforms and bearing standard-issue alloy heavy swords manufactured by Qixing Corporation, their valiant appearance drew countless tourists sneaking photos and posing for pictures with them. In this era where thermal weapons were on the decline, Qixing Corporation had already become synonymous with military production and a guarantee of quality. Their most renowned products included the standard heavy swords and long swords for law enforcement and peacekeeping, known for their ease of use, strong productivity, and superior quality. Most importantly, spiritual energy users could channel their abilities into these weapons. Spatial spiritual energy users could imbue these weapons with spatial capabilities, allowing them to be stored and summoned at will. Fire-type users could coat the blades with flames, while ice-type users could encase them in frost, both offering stunning yet practical effects. Thermal weapons were nearly useless against magical beasts and had been largely abandoned. The reason this Intercity University's first martial arts competition was held in Lion City was because it had already shown signs of emerging as a top-tier federal metropolis. From geographic, security, defensive, economic, and demographic perspectives, Lion City ranked among the highest in the Blue Star Federation, if not the very top. The purpose of the martial arts competition was to select talented individuals to join defense organizations across various regions to combat alien magical beasts. Watching the lively crowds on the streets, Zhang Jingming could not help but feel deeply moved. Lion City had not been this vibrant in a long time. Before he realized that Jiang Wen had led Zhang Jingming to a snack shop in the southern part of the city. Jingming Lion City has 4 treasures: viewing flowers in the southern mountains, admiring snow at the northern lake, the beautiful women from Beida University, and finally here, the southern city's Shaoyang pot stickers. Jiang Wen rubbed his round belly and took a deep breath, catching the fragrant aroma of frying wafting through the air. While there are fewer tourists right now, shall we go in and grab something to eat? Let's go. Zhang Jingming had also heard about these pot stickers long ago, but had never had the chance to try them. As soon as they entered the shop, it was bustling with activity. The waiters were busy everywhere with hardly any empty tables, and after searching around, they finally managed to sit down alongside a disheveled Taoist priest wearing tattered robes. Master Taoist, mind if we squeeze in? Hey, you don't mind, do you? Jiang Wen eagerly plopped down into the empty seat next to the Taoist, beaming at him with a grin. His slightly stout figure prompted the disheveled Taoist to shift his stool to make room for them. Jingming, come quick, sit down. Jiang Wen urgently pointed to the space they had reserved and hastily handed Zhang Jingming a single stool. As soon as Zhang Jingming sat down, he noticed Jiang Wen looking at him with an air of self-satisfaction. It was true that at this Shaoyang pan-fried dumpling shop, one could not simply walk in and get a seat. They would have to wait at least an hour or two. Zhang Jingming had heard about this reputation long beforehand. So he offered the disheveled Taoist a polite smile, since it was thanks to the stranger's courtesy that he and Jiang Wen had secured seats so easily. What would you two like to order? The quick-witted waiter immediately approached as soon as customers sat down. After Jiang Wen listed a long string of dishes, the waiter's face broke into a broad smile as he jotted everything down while chatting. Looks like regular customers, excellent. The pan-fried dumplings are our specialty, but those who know us well understand that our silky tofu pudding is the must-try signature dish. With his pen darting up and down, the waiter quickly filled the small notebook with all the dishes Jiang Wen had ordered. All right, just a moment, gentlemen. As the waiter was about to leave, he suddenly turned to the disheveled Taoist, and his expression shifted dramatically, brows furrowed as he barked. Hey, you ragged priest, are you ordering or not? We are swamped with customers here. You are not allowed to just sit and rest without ordering something. Zhang Jingming glanced at the disheveled Taoist again, and noticed that his hair was tied back in a Taoist knot. His face was handsome, and his frame was tall and thin. If not for the threadbare robes he wore, he would have possessed a touch of ethereal grace. Rather than being offended by the waiter's rude dismissal, the disheveled Taoist merely smiled. He merely cast a glance at the freshly served steaming buns and the pan-fried dumplings wafting with rich fried aromas. His throat worked as he swallowed hard, then he rose, shook his head with a bitter smile, and prepared to leave. Sigh. Master sent me down the mountain to vanquish demons, yet he has not granted this poor Taoist a single coin. How amusing, how amusing. Laughing bitterly, the disheveled Taoist glanced back one last time at the steaming buns on the table, then turned and walked away without looking back. Zhang Jingming hurried after him, clearly moved by compassion. True to form, the ragged Taoist's face immediately lit up with a broad grin upon hearing someone was treating him, and he happily trotted back into the shop alongside Zhang Jingming to take his seat. He devoured the food with gusto. Watching the mountains of steam baskets and used chopsticks and bowls, Zhang Jingming and Jiang Wen exchanged glances and could only laugh bitterly. This disheveled Taoist ate as though he had not had a proper meal in 8 lifetimes. He consumed 10 baskets of buns, 10 baskets of pan-fried dumplings, and 5 bowls of tofu pudding. Master Taoist, please eat slowly, don't choke. Zhang Jingming noticed the Taoist eating rather aggressively and quickly offered a reminder. Such an eating style might only be seen on television. He never expected to witness it in reality, let alone today. If only he had his live streaming equipment with him. This would be a genuine competitive eater. Thinking about live streaming, Zhang Jingming suddenly recalled that his share from Yang Xinma's previous broadcast had been substantial. She had transferred 30% to him, which was already quite considerable and more than enough to cover a year's expenses. Finally, the disheveled Taoist concluded his feast by packing up 2 baskets of buns to go, having finished everything. Jiang Wen had always jokingly claimed to be the celestial martial Tianpeng reborn, never losing a contest of eating or drinking, but today, he had been utterly defeated, completely outmatched. Staring at the Taoist's noticeably thin frame, Jiang Wen was both astonished and amazed, instinctively patting his own round belly. "Master, you have quite the appetite." The disheveled Taoist chuckled, wiped the grease from his mouth with his hand, gave his sleeves a flourish, and turned to leave. All that remained was a parting remark carried away by the wind. With cloud shoes, the Taoist can tread between yin and yang. With a whisk, he can sweep the dust from heaven and earth. Once they exited the dumpling shop, the Taoist had vanished without a trace. Zhang Jingming and Jiang Wen stood on the street, looked at each other, found the whole situation amusing, and burst out laughing. Before long, Jiang Wen began to mimic the Taoist's manner and recited that final line, carrying a faint air of calm self-satisfaction. Zhang Jingming was dumbfounded. He had never expected those words to be so brilliant. Once spoken, they gave even a timid coward like Jiang Wen such boldness and presence. But no matter how Zhang Jingming looked at him, Jiang Wen, that fat man, simply did not fit the part. At best, he was probably nothing more than an altar purifier. The two chatted and laughed until the topic turned to the first inter-city university martial arts tournament, and Jiang Wen suddenly fell silent. At that moment, what worried him most was Zhang Jingming. After all, that fellow had signed up for the martial arts tournament. On ordinary days, he never trained, meditated, or sensed spiritual energy. He just loafed around with Jiang Wen every day. Zhang Jingming, however, did not care in the least. Instead, he tried to comfort Jiang Wen. He flexed his arm, bulged his muscles, and said with a grin, "What do you think? Pretty awesome, huh?" Jiang Wen slowly lowered his head. He knew that Zhang Jingming was trying to comfort him, but he could not bear the thought of his only good friend going to his death. After all, it was an arena where life and death did not matter. Someone as vicious as Lu Jijia had always borne a grudge against Zhang Jingming. How could he possibly show mercy in the ring? Zhang Jingming saw through Jiang Wen's unease. He reached out, rubbed his round head, and said softly, "Don't worry. Nothing will happen." Jiang Wen said nothing and simply kept walking. Zhang Jingming gently reached out and put an arm around Jiang Wen's shoulder, and the two ambled off shoulder to shoulder, their backs gradually fading at the end of the street. At the Shurqing Sports Center, busy figures could be seen everywhere. In just a few days, the venue had to be transformed into the competition site for the first martial arts tournament. The supervisor, Wang Fansai, had not been home for several days. "Damn it, didn't I tell you people? The fighting stage isn't just concrete. It also has to be mixed with the Federation's latest materials. Yes, the same kind used to build border fortifications. They're all spiritual energy users with terrifying destructive power. If the stage gets broken, you can all go home and take care of your kids, and don't expect me to pay you." Wang Fansai patrolled the venue. Having not slept well for consecutive days, he was irritable, and none of the foremen dared to cross him at such a moment. One careless word, and they would be scolded bloody. Principal Tu brought the old heavenly master from Longhu Mountain to watch the workers' bustling figures from afar. Both heaved a deep breath. "Old fellow, see how reliable this Wang Fansai is. In just a few days, the venue has started to look like a proper arena." Old heavenly master Zhao gently stroked his beard and smiled. "I don't bother with such matters. You are the organizer of this tournament. Whether it succeeds or fails has nothing to do with this old man." Haha. Principal Tu let out 2 dry laughs in protest. Old heavenly master Zhao contemptuously returned, "Haha. Old fellow, what do you mean?" Principal Tu shook his plump face and glared at him. That old heavenly master always had to argue with him. Don't think this old man never goes online and doesn't know what haha means now. "What does it mean?" Haha. Wang Fansai turned and took a distant look at the 2 old men. One was fat, one was thin, one was tall, one was short, yet both had such stubborn, mischievous temperaments. He gave a wry smile and turned away. He did not want to get involved and lower his IQ. After Principal Tu finished inspecting the venue, he drove back to Beida with the old heavenly master. They were still heh-heng at each other, much to the speechlessness of the faculty and students. Combined, how old are they? One of the teachers asked in a low voice. "No idea. I've heard that the old heavenly master must be over 100 years old. Holy crap, he's still that energetic." "What about old Tu?" "He's over 82. I haven't asked in detail." "What about you? Do you know?" "No idea." The faculty and students discussed the 2 old men's ages with great enthusiasm, unaware that the walls had ears. Everything they talked about was heard clearly by Principal Tu. At this moment in the principal's office, Principal Tu's plump face kept twitching, and even old Heavenly Master Zhao was startled. Old fellow, what exactly do you want to do? You're not thinking of picking a fight with me, are you? Go play somewhere else. Those little brats dared to gossip about us behind our backs. Watch me deal with them. The old Heavenly Master instantly understood that Principal Tu had used spatial-type spiritual energy to eavesdrop on the conversation. He smiled slightly, stroked his long beard, and said, "Old fellow, public opinion is terrifying. You can't just kill them." "Huh? Kill them? No way. Watch me teach those little bastards a lesson they won't forget." Principal Tu cleared his throat, pulled over a microphone, and tested it. Testing, testing. His voice immediately boomed from the campus speakers. Principal Tu smiled in satisfaction, yet his face was fierce. "Now hear this. To welcome the first martial arts tournament, it has been decided that all faculty and students will run 100 laps around the track first." "What the hell? That's really damn dark. No way." With grim faces, the faculty and students dragged themselves slowly onto the track, including the usually arrogant dean of students Ma Jiangtao, who stood dejectedly at the side of the field, wearing a pair of canvas sneakers that were about to split open at the mouth, as if smiling. "Damn it, he's not even sparing me, that fatty too. Should keep your voice down." The grade director whispered to Ma Jiangtao, warning him not to provoke Fatty Tu anymore. But before his words faded, the campus loudspeakers clearly carried Principal Tu's demonic voice. "Ah, Dean Ma Jiangtao. On normal days you look so lifeless. Today set an example and run an extra 10 laps or so." "God damn it." Ma Jiangtao's brow shot up, and he was about to curse Fatty Tu, that dead fat pig, when he suddenly remembered something. He immediately shut his mouth and organized the faculty and students to begin running. Old Heavenly Master Zhao wore a broad smile. "Old Tu, your temper is as fierce as always." "Of course. I'm full of energy every morning." Principal Tu straightened his back, tossed his plump face, and left the old Heavenly Master speechless for a long while. Fatty Tu secretly rejoiced. "Who told you to oppose me?" "Haha." Zhang Jingming and Jiang Wen knew nothing about such a big incident at school. They came back in high spirits and were surprised to see all the faculty and students running on the track, not understanding why they voluntarily called out, reporting in. As a result, Dean Ma Jiangtao grabbed them and gave them a good vent. "Damn it, where have you two been? Run. 120 laps, hurry up." Zhang Jingming was all right. After all, he had allocated attribute points, so his stamina was astonishing. He was merely baffled. Why was old Ma himself leading the exercise today? When Jiang Wen heard that he had to run 120 laps, the fat all over his body seemed to receive an early warning and instantly protested. His whole body nearly went limp. Ma Jiangtao kicked him on the backside. "Get running, you fat pig." "Achoo." In the office, Principal Tu unexpectedly sneezed. But by this time he had already withdrawn his spiritual energy, so he did not know that Ma Jiangtao was cursing him by insinuation. The news that the entire school's faculty and students were running simultaneously reached the city leader's ears, and a letter of commendation was sent to the school. At a time of crisis for humanity, strengthening our bodies and tempering our will is a call that we all should answer together. Hereby, the federal Shurchen government extends its highest regards to the faculty and students of Beta. In order to answer this spirit, the federal Shurchen government has decided that all citizens of the city should go outside and run 100 laps. Fatty Tu's face was covered in black lines. Damn, now even he himself had to run 100 laps. He had picked up a rock and dropped it on his own foot. In response to the mayor's call, Fatty Tu took to the streets and threw himself into the citywide jogging campaign, running back and forth for the media with such overbearing enthusiasm that the reporters grimaced in disgust. That damn fat guy was such a poser. The next day, at the Shurchen Sports Center, banners billowed in the wind, crowds thronged shoulder to shoulder, and voices rose in a cacophony. Truly a lively and magnificent scene. The first martial arts tournament opened today. Contestants and tourists alike gathered at the Shurchen Sports Center, packing the venue until not a single drop of water could pass through. Once inside the competition area, the stands were already packed to capacity. People raised the light boards they had prepared to support their chosen fighters, waving them endlessly while chanting the fighters' names. A spectacle like this had not been seen in human society for a very long time, at least never since the spiritual energy resurgence. In a world overrun by demonic beasts, people had been suppressed for too long. Now that such a worldwide event had finally arrived, who wouldn't go mad? The roster for the first batch of preliminaries had already been submitted, with more than 500 contestants taking part. They were to compete on over 30 specially constructed fighting arenas arranged inside the stadium. Contestants from every city in the launching federation appeared one after another, raising both hands high as they stepped onto the dedicated battle platforms to thank the audience. The judging panels were staffed by outstanding disciples of the great hidden sects. On the Huaxia side, they were Xikongqing of Kongtong, Hu Zimo of Fanga Gongzhongshang, of Jizuan Tower Donggongqing, of Ji Manor, Hu Yinzhua of Longyin Pavilion, and so forth. As for the judging panels sent from other regions of the launching federation, they were Clark and Hubert of the Holy See, Peters and Christian of the Illuminati, Clive of the Solar Knights, and so on. These disciples were all remarkable in appearance and elegant in bearing, seated upright on the rostrum. In the center sat Qi, who was smiling warmly and greeting those around him with great enthusiasm. Principal Tu and the old Heavenly Master accompanied the city leaders in a private box commanding a panoramic view of the entire arena. Watching the sect disciples on the rostrum, each graceful in manner and distinguished in bearing, Principal Tu sighed softly and said with approval, "Truly the waves behind drive the waves before. So even this old man must confess that he is getting on in years." The old Heavenly Master gently stroked his gray-streaked beard and smiled faintly. So that dead fat old man had learned to feel wistful too. Principal Tu glared at him, but with the city leaders present, he could hardly make a scene, so he simply let it go. The opening ceremony was nearly at an end, and next came the official preliminaries. A host wearing a black suit and large sunglasses jumped onto the central stage and declared the competition officially open. Out of over 500 contestants, a mere 32 would be selected into groups for the official finals. The sheer brutality of the competition was plain to see. This competition finally brought Zhang Jingming and his childhood friends together at the event venue. Unlike Zhang Jingming, these friends had each awakened spiritual power one after another after the spiritual energy resurgence. Even Wang Jihong had caught the eye of a hidden sect and moved his entire family to Yahai City, where the Ji Manor was located. Reuniting was always a joy. Ichio, his elementary school classmate and invincible playmate, beamed from ear to ear as a greeting, then threw an exaggerated punch straight at him. As usual, Zhang Jingming leaned back, flew into the air, flailed his arms wildly, and let out a series of strange shouts. The two of them made such a clownish show that passers-by stopped to watch, while the other friends laughed so hard they could hardly close their mouths. Lu Haoyu, Wang Erden, and Wang Jihong all wore excited expressions as they surged forward to embrace Zhang Jingming. It was a rather tear-jerking scene. Zhang Jingming pulled Fatty Jiang over and introduced him, "My college best friend Jiang. Fatty Jiang." "Hello." Wang Jihong extended his hand first and shook Fatty Jiang's. "Jingming's brothers are our brothers, right?" The others also voiced their agreement and shook hands with Fatty Jiang in turn. Jiangwen was not shy at all. He immediately began revealing Zhang Jingming's embarrassing college stories, acting out every part with exaggerated expressions and gestures. The friends doubled over with laughter. Zhang Jingming, on the other hand, was thoroughly embarrassed, his face turning a deep shade of red as he scratched the back of his head vigorously. Damn it, that fat guy had exposed his embarrassing stories. Just wait until he got even with him later. Zhang Jingming shot Jiang when a heavy glare, and Fatty Jiang was so startled that his neck shrank back as if a gust of cold wind had swept over him. Just then Wang Jihong asked with concern, "Jingming, are you also competing?" But aren't you lacking spiritual power?" Lu Haoyu asked in confusion. Competing without spiritual power was practically suicide. "No, I don't." Zhang Jingming's answer shocked his friends. They all stared at him dumbfounded, unable to guess what he had up his sleeve. "If you don't have it, why are you still competing? Fists and feet have no eyes, especially when they're reinforced with spiritual power. People can really get killed." Wang Erden felt sorry for Zhang Jingming. After all, he had never awakened spiritual power all these years, and no one knew how he had gotten through life. Zhang Jingming scratched the back of his head, grinned, and felt deeply touched since so many friends cared about him. "It's fine. You'll understand when the time comes." Seeing that their persuasion was useless, the friends stopped urging him. After all, everyone had their own path, and they respected Zhang Jingming's decision. They all cheered one another on. After the brief reunion, the friends went to the areas beneath their respective arenas and waited for their turns to take the stage. The first round of the preliminaries had almost no rules. Step onto the platform, defeat your opponent, or throw them off the stage to claim victory. Zhang Jingming took out his live streaming equipment. Xiao Hui, having heard that Zhang Jingming was interested in live streaming, had specially given him a modified military-grade broadcasting set. It was the size of a portable hard drive, incredibly powerful and very easy to carry. Unlike last time, when he needed a whole backpack just to fit the gear. Zhang Jingming registered an account on the Red Sea streaming platform and named his live stream room First Martial Arts Tournament Live. "I'm a contestant." Perhaps because too many people were streaming this grand event, the signals in most live stream rooms were terrible, cutting in and out with lousy image quality, drawing a flood of complaints from viewers. In the end, someone discovered Zhang Jingming's live stream room, which had only a few zombie followers. With picture quality beyond 4K and smooth lag-free streaming, viewers poured in all at once. The Red Sea streaming platform had originally been a small operation, and this huge influx of traffic terrified its management. Chuyao, the boss, had been leisurely drinking afternoon tea and cracking melon seeds in his office when a phone call nearly made him jump out of his chair. "What? 1 million people? Which live stream room? No excuses. Go add more servers immediately." "What? You can't." "Then what the hell have I been feeding you lot for? Think of something." Chu Yao slammed the phone down with a bang, his anger not yet gone. This management team was usually lax, but he hadn't expected them to be so frightened by a sudden surge of traffic today. After thinking for a moment, Chu Yao felt something was wrong. He had to go to the server room and keep watch himself. Today might be the day their Red Sea platform finally turned things around. After emergency servers were allocated, the capacity of Zhang Jingming's livestream room instantly rose to 3 million. At that moment, viewers were still streaming in endlessly 2 million, 55 million, 2 million. However, Zhang Jingming was unaware at this moment that he was merely a live-streaming novice tasked only with starting the broadcast and not with managing the atmosphere or engaging the audience. The fans inside were fully immersed in their own enthusiastic commentary, but that was sufficient for them. They could clearly see the world's #1 martial arts tournament, which was already a source of great satisfaction. Some naturally assumed the role of moderators, while others spontaneously sent gifts, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. Look quickly, is that red-haired fighter on ring 35 be strong? Holy crap, he actually lifted someone up from a distance and threw them down. Is this even a match? What kind of crap is this? Damn it, referee, why is that person allowed to kick below the belt? Are you blind? Damn it, no swearing. I'm talking about you. Look at that yellow-haired fighter on ring 24C. He's truly our role model, delivering groin strikes with every move and hand techniques like a monkey stealing peaches. Haha, that's exactly it. I'm dying of laughter. No way. Isn't that guy a disciple of Ma Baogua? 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, 4 strikes. Someone was actually counting his punches for him. I can't believe they look exactly alike, but why are his eyes all swollen from being beaten? Ha ha ha. These two are truly a pair of geniuses. The fans in the live stream were going wild with enthusiasm, overflowing with joy, but Zhang Jingming had no idea that his next match on ring 26C was about to begin. His nervousness could easily be imagined, for this counted as his first real combat experience. He was intently watching two unfamiliar fighters exchange brilliant moves on the ring. Fire against ice, natural enemies indeed. Suddenly someone tapped him on the shoulder, and Zhang Jingming thought it was one of his friends who had finished their match and come to cheer him on. To disguise his nervousness, he forced a smile, but it came out as nothing more than a painful grimace. When he turned around, he happened to catch sight of a pair of sparkling tiger teeth and felt his spirits instantly drop. "Why are you here?" Yang Xinma grinned and said, "Bad guy, don't you want me here?" Squeak, squeak. Mao Qiao recognized Zhang Jingming and greeted him, waving a small chubby paw in the air to say hello. Zhang Jingming rubbed Mao Qiao's head vigorously and praised, "Not bad, you actually remember me." Mao Qiao climbed back and forth on Yang Xinma's shoulder, dancing with excitement. Having seen so many people for the first time, it was equally thrilled. "Bad guy, you're going up to compete. How did you know?" Zhang Jingming was very puzzled. Had his nervousness been written all over his face? "Idiot. Isn't it written on the prompt board over there?" Zhang Jingming turned his head and looked, realizing that the electronic screen beneath the ring was displaying the match schedule for all contestants. Indeed, it was his turn next. But when he carefully read the name of his opponent, he couldn't tell whether he was excited or what. His emotions were in complete disarray. The electronic screen clearly displayed the next match, Zhang Jingming versus Lu Jia. Zhang Jingming gritted his teeth, the name barely escaping between his clenched molars. The hatred of having his girlfriend stolen, all the insults and bullying he had endured day after day. All of it would be repaid with interest today. However, upon second thought, Dean Ma Jiangtao still had considerable influence, truly managing to arrange for Lu Jia to face him in the very first round of the preliminary selection. While Zhang Jingming's mind raced, a winner had already been decided on the ring. The Ice-type spiritual energy user had gained the slightest edge, an ice spike shattering through the Fire-type's fire defense and striking squarely in the chest, sending the opponent flying off the ring. The audience and supporters of the Ice-type spiritual energy user erupted in wild cheers, shouting his name. The electronic screen had already switched to display Zhang Jingming's name, with Lu Jia as his opponent, of course. Composing himself, Zhang Jingming stepped onto the ring. Gazing at the mountain-like sea of spectators below and in the stands, he felt a surge of heroic ambition, as if the world were his to command. Inside, the livestream viewers had just finished discussing Yang Xinma's appearance and what Mao Qiao actually was when the camera angle shifted upward, revealing a completely different perspective and making them finally realize what was happening. Did he just go on stage? The streamer is also a competitor. This is awesome. Oh my god, I'm so excited. Are we really going to watch a first-person perspective match? I feel like I'm already on the ring preparing to face the opponent. The sense of immersion is incredibly strong. But before the viewers in the live stream could rejoice for long, Zhang Jingming suddenly thought of something and handed a hard drive-sized broadcasting device to Yang Xinma, asking for her help. Yang Xinma looked at the hard drive-sized device with wide, startled eyes, her expression turning quite angry. "Uncle Xiaowei, I hate you. You gave such excellent equipment to that bad guy, but what you gave me is something that requires a giant backpack to carry. Mao Qiao crawled over, sniffed the broadcasting device, and with some delight, chirped a few times before snatching the device to tinker with it himself. No way, this big face is really kind of cute. Wasn't this supposed to be a first-person view? How did it switch to this little creature? Hey little one, aim at the stage. Don't show yourself. Acting cute won't work. Exactly, we want to see the streamer get battered. As an experienced streamer, Yang Xinma quickly saw that the fans in the live stream were strongly demanding to watch the streamer get beaten, so she guided Mao Qiao to point the device toward the ring. Mao Qiao, be good, I'll buy you snacks when we get back. Before she could finish speaking, Yang Xinma sensed something was wrong and snatched the device from Mao Qiao's chubby paw. She glanced at it. Over 5 million viewers in the live stream, and the numbers were still climbing. And more people kept pouring in. Yang Xinma had been streaming for several years, and even on major platforms her peak had only been 30 or 50,000 concurrent viewers. She had never even heard of this Honghai livestream platform. Was it really that explosive? Jealousy distorted her features. Yang Xinma bared her small tiger teeth and grinned menacingly at the camera, saying, "You better watch out, your streamer is about to suffer an even worse fate than that Ma Baohua fellow just now." The bullet comments flew across the screen again. "Since you're so cute and always telling the truth, I won't roast you. Alright brothers, let's get the rhythm going. I'm opening a bet. Will the streamer get hit in the face first, or the stomach, or somewhere else? Triple payout. The stomach, the face, the eyes." The Honghai livestream platform has always supported betting. Not only can streamers set it up, but fans in the livestream can too. Once the conditions are set, people can start placing wagers. In the end, the total betting pool across the entire livestream reached over 20 million Honghai coins, and regardless of the outcome, the streamer could withdraw 10% of all the gambling funds. Yang Xinma's usually delicate and beautiful face actually twisted with frustration. She had only intended to tease Zhang Jingming, that bad guy, but unexpectedly ended up generating such massive momentum for him, earning so much. Her tiger teeth gleamed, frightening Mao Qiao into covering his eyes with both paws. At this moment on the arena stage, Lu Jijie looked down at Zhang Jingming with contempt, a faint smirk curling unbidden at the corner of his mouth. Finally, he could take Zhang Jingming down fair and square. Recalling the punch he had taken that day, Lu Jijie's resentment grew wildly beyond control. Inside the Wheel of Fate, the resentment points kept flooding the screen. Lu Jijie resentment points 4588. Lu Jijie resentment points 7850. Lu Jijie resentment points 9999. Lu Jijie resent. Zhang Jingming's eyes lit up. Damn, he was almost at 200,000. At this moment in Zhang Jingming's eyes, Lu Jijie was a walking ATM. After all, the resentment points lottery might cough up any number of good things. With that thought, Zhang Jingming raised his fist, his eyes curving into crescent moons, and sneered. "How did that punch feel last time? If you beg for mercy, now I can go easy on you." Lu Jijie kept a calm and composed expression on the surface, but inside Zhang Jingming's Wheel of Fate, his resentment points were skyrocketing. As the electronic screen announced the start of the match, Lu Jijie finally erupted. His C-rank spiritual energy instantly surged to full power, and faint flames flickered across his entire body. He extended his right hand, and a beam of fire shot straight toward Zhang Jingming. The flames seared through the air with intense heat, like a fire serpent striking its target. The spectators below couldn't help sweating for Zhang Jingming. This was a killing move right from the start, with nothing held back. Zhang Jingming also knew the power of that attack, so he silently activated the Kaio-ken, sending his muscles and combat power skyrocketing. At this moment, the drawback of Zhang Jingming not allocating attribute points to agility became obvious. He was a muscle-bound powerhouse, but extremely slow. At the critical moment, he could only raise his arms in front of him and brace himself to absorb the blow. Boom! A thunderous explosion kicked up a powerful, scorching gust of air. "Bad guy!" Yang Xinma shouted from below the stage, and for no reason her heart ached. She originally had perception-type spiritual energy, so she clearly knew what kind of spiritual energy the opponent had used and how strong it was. This strike was Lu Jijie's most powerful blow, one strike to kill. He wanted Zhang Jingming dead. Treasures or no treasures, Lu Jijie didn't want them anymore. Right now, he only wanted to beat Zhang Jingming to death on this stage. Previously, Lu Jijie had always suspected that Zhang Jingming possessed some hidden treasure, and he had schemed to obtain it, which was why he had held back. But this time, such a perfect chance to kill Zhang Jingming had come. Lu Jijie certainly wasn't going to let it slip away. Killing someone by accident in the arena would at most be ruled as an unintentional crime, and a little money would make it go away. Lu Jijie knew this perfectly well, so he had struck with deadly force from the very beginning. For a blank slate like this, a person with no spiritual energy, life and death would be decided in an instant. The violent blast wave startled everyone in the entire competition venue. Old 2-year student seems to be striking pretty viciously. This is meant to take a life. The city leader frowned. He had heard that the two on Arena 26C were actually classmates. How could they be so ruthless? Principal 2 stared thoughtfully in the direction of Arena 26C, his face livid, and had no idea how to answer the leader. Fortunately, the old Heavenly Master smoothed things over with a sigh. Back then old too, and I also never held back when we sparred. That was exactly what let us live to see this old age. The city leader only curled his lips, said nothing more, and stared coldly toward Arena 26C. At that moment, everyone in the stands across the entire stadium, including the support groups below the arena, turned their eyes to Arena 26C. They all wanted to understand what had happened to cause such a loud noise. When the fire serpent hit Zhang Jingming, an exploded billowing black smoke poured out. Lu Jijia was now wearing an evil grin while unspeakable delight surged in his heart. Finally, that annoying fly had been eliminated forever. Staring at the rolling black smoke, Lu Jijia sneered. I told you long ago. If I used my spiritual energy, you would die. Now all he had to do was wait for the electronic referee to declare Lu Jijia the winner, and he could directly advance to the next round. But he waited and no notification came. Lu Jijia could only remain on the arena. He waited until the smoke cleared. A dark figure gradually appeared. Bad guy. Yang Xinma instantly sensed Zhang Jingming's qi. It was a little weak, but he was not in serious danger. Zhang Jingming's figure slowly came into view. His clothes were in tatters and patches of skin had been scorched black. His handsome, angular face was covered in black soot, looking utterly bedraggled. Lu Jijia's eyes stretched wide. What kind of joke was this? He had taken my fire dragon wave, and was still fine. However, Lu Jijia was after all a secular disciple of a hidden sect with an iron will. Since one strike didn't finish it, he would strike again. I don't believe you'll be this lucky again. Zhang Jingming watched Lu Jijia's flames blaze wildly around his body and quietly began preparing his counterattack. Having tasted the might of the fire dragon wave, Zhang Jingming became extremely cautious. After all, that pain had cut straight to his bones. His skin was scorched and searing with unbearable agony. Cold sweat streamed down Zhang Jingming's forehead like water. He hastily dropped into a half-squat horse stance, brought his hands together in a calyx shape at his waist, and shouted word by word in fury. Ka. Me. Huh. Me. Huh. A mighty stream of air blasted out from the center of his palms, carrying a fierce gale. At that same moment, Lu Jijia's fire dragon wave arrived, and the two waves collided head-on in midair. Flames burst everywhere. The violent shockwave sent the spectators below the arena stumbling to the ground. Many people cried out, "Ouch, damn it." They cursed indignantly. What's wrong with just watching the show? I ask you, what's wrong with that? Fine, it was spiritual energy dueling, but did you have to target the innocent spectators? Damn it, I nearly got killed falling down. Yang Xinma looked bedraggled, spat out a mouthful of sand, and said furiously, I hate you both. The little furball squeaked in fright. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Wang Fancai, as the general person in charge of the competition venue, was now rushing desperately toward Arena 26C. He had no idea how much damage such a powerful explosion had caused to the arena. The quality of this competition venue would directly affect his future career, especially since this tournament was vitally important to the entire Blue Star Alliance. As the dust and smoke dispersed, Wang Fancai stared wide-eyed at Arena 26C. Looking closely, he saw that it was perfectly intact, not even a missing corner. Its quality was more than reliable. At this, Wang Fancai smiled in satisfaction, his heart filled with relief. But the audience cared nothing about the arena's quality. What they cared about was why Zhang Jingming was the only one still standing on the stage. Where was his opponent? Where was contestant Lu Jijia? Everyone searched everywhere, trying to locate Lu Jijia. It wasn't long before someone shouted loudly, "Holy crap, he's over here." In a narrow crevice in the spectator stands, Lu Jijia was stuck head down, with his legs pointing up. He could no longer move, and it seemed that many bones all over his body were broken. He was on the verge of death. With the help of many spectators and contestants, Lu Jijia was pulled out and immediately carried off by the on-site medical team to the nearest hospital. Yang Xinma bared her two little canine teeth and cheered excitedly. The bad guy won. The bad guy won. Yay, yay, yay. The bullet comments in the live stream had already exploded. Some bullet comments that viewers posted didn't even display because the platform had deliberately filtered them out. Otherwise, the servers would have crashed long ago. Chu Yao, CEO of Red Ocean Live, sat in his office with fingers interlocked tightly, his gaze locked onto the streaming metrics from Zhang Jingming's room. Praying silently to himself, he urged, hold on just a little longer. Once today passed, Red Ocean Live would soar to new heights. The stream had reached its maximum capacity, blocking all users below level 20 from sending bullet comments, with a cap of 7 million concurrent viewers. The servers were continuously stripping broadcast permissions from smaller streams, diverting all network resources to Zhang Jingming's room. After all, this was the only setup at the entire convention that could transmit clear, uninterrupted footage, completely immune to the interference plaguing other venues. Within the stream, many viewers discovered their ability to send bullet comments had been revoked, leaving only high-level users with that privilege. While their dissatisfaction was palpable, there was no outlet to voice it, breeding a deep, stifling frustration. The bullet comments now read, "No way. Only big shots can send comments now. How are you complimenting yourself? So that makes me a big shot too. This platform is hardcore. They've blocked comments below level 20. Right? I'm exactly level 20. Can you see my comment? Not seeing it, not seeing it." Of course, the majority of comments were awestruck reactions to Zhang Jingming's earlier strike. Holy crap, what move did the streamer just use? He literally sent that guy flying. This streamer is amazing. I didn't expect him to fight personally and actually win. 10 rockets incoming. Today's stream is incredible, and it's the only one worth watching. The others are nothing but static. 10 treasure maps incoming. The streamer's clothes are torn everywhere except his crotch. Did he subconsciously protect himself during that explosion? Probably, or else he'd be fully exposed. What, they just joined? What did I miss? What an intense matchup. After seeing the electronic scoreboard announce his victory, Zhang Jingming gritted through the pain and limped down from the arena. Before he had fully descended, Qi, seated at the center of the chairman's platform with a darkened expression, suddenly rose to his feet, his sharp eyes locking onto Zhang Jingming. That contestant is named Zhang Jingming, correct? Could you explain what technique you just employed and why you chose not to use spiritual energy? Qi asked, his face grim and his voice thunderous. What? Didn't you use spiritual energy? This martial arts convention exists to select outstanding spiritual energy users to combat the demonic beast races. Yet you just fought without any spiritual energy and with the ruthless intent to take a life. Qing's words left everyone dumbfounded. They all recalled the earlier match, and indeed none of them had sensed any spiritual energy emanating from Zhang Jingming. However, a few voices of justice muttered, wasn't the other contestant the one who came after his life? He simply lost due to inferior skill. The crowd's eyes were sharp, but intimidated by the pressure from these major sects, no one dared to stand up truly. Zhang Jingming stood frozen in place. Was it wrong to not use spiritual energy? This was clearly an attempt to pin a false accusation upon him. After a moment of calm analysis, Zhang Jingming responded composedly, "This is the first martial arts convention. What makes spiritual energy mandatory?" Qi knew his argument was weak and felt embarrassed. He was merely unable to save face after his junior martial brother Lu Jijia had lost in the very first round. At this moment, Qi abandoned his usual pristine, elegant demeanor. Veins bulged on his forehead as he slammed his palm onto the chairman's platform, launching his body into the air. Tracing an arc through the air, he landed before Zhang Jingming. At that instant, Qi unleashed a crushing pressure of spiritual energy that forced Zhang Jingming to struggle to stay on his feet. A clear attempt to humiliate him. Zhang Jingming could only silently activate the king boundary fist, his muscles swelling throughout his body to maintain his stance. He had never felt such pressure, not even from Lu Jijia's full-power Fire Dragon Wave. Yet the wounds from earlier ruptured once again as his muscles expanded, sending waves of searing pain through his entire body. Qi, holding a folding fan and pointing it at Zhang Jingming, pressed his advantage. "Speak. Exactly who are you? What is your purpose here? Could you be a spy from the demon realm?" At the mention of the demon realm, every spectator's heart skipped a beat. News of the demon realm's return had long spread, instilling fear in all. Now a major sect was publicly accusing this young man of being their spy. Panic rippled through the crowd. Previously, the lively atmosphere of the martial convention had temporarily suppressed the unsettling thoughts of the demon realm's return and the demonic beast's bloody devastation of cities. But Qing's accusation shifted the crowd's gaze toward Zhang Jingming entirely, filled with anger, hatred, and killing intent. After all, many present had lost family members to the demonic beast attacks. Kill him. This guy has to be from the demon realm. Exactly. I didn't sense any spiritual energy from him at all. Absolutely terrifying. Back and forth, Zhang Jingming found himself in a desperate situation. These spectators were mostly spiritual energy users. If the crowd grew truly enraged and moved attack, he feared he might truly meet a gruesome end right then and there. How could one voice prevail over so many? Qi offered a faint smile, tapping his folding fan against his palm with elegant grace as he asked, "Will you submit voluntarily, or shall I handle this myself?" How dare the Kantong sect truly believe you can cover the sky with one hand? Suddenly, a phantom figure flashed across the arena. As everyone focused, they saw a downtrodden Taoist priest clad in tattered robes. The ragged Taoist wore a cheerful expression, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he clasped his fists towards Qi. "Fellow Taoist, your Kantong sect displays quite the arrogance, accusing others of being demons. Might this be about avenging your junior brother's humiliating defeat?" The spectators below began whispering among themselves. "Right? Isn't Lu Jijia a lay disciple of Kantong? That would make him Qing's junior brother." "Yes, I've heard that before. They really are fellow disciples." So you're saying Zhang Jingming isn't a demon, then? I don't know, but the fact that Xikong Qing and Lu Jijia are indeed master and disciple at Kongtong, that much is true. As the eldest disciple of Kongtong, Xikong Qing remained unfazed. Still sneering, he continued tapping his fan against his palm before slowly responding, Taoist Wang, are you not supposed to be tending your dilapidated Taoist temple on Mount Mangdang? What brings you here? Besides, weren't you uninvited for this event? I merely came to watch the matches. Is that not permitted? There are places appropriate for watching competitions, but this is certainly not one of them. I would suggest Taoist Wang return to the stands. Having spoken, Xikong Qing turned and pointed his fan at Zhang Jingming, his voice harsh. Speak. Who sent you? Xikong Qing made it clear that he wanted to put Zhang Jingming to death. He spared no effort in slandering him as a spy from the demon realm, creating public pressure so that he could attack and eliminate him with a legitimate excuse. Zhang Jingming knew exactly what Xikong Qing was up to. It was simply because Zhang Jingming had defeated a disciple of the Kongtong sect, and Xikong Qing felt embarrassed. Being slandered like this, however, was more than Zhang Jingming could stand. He activated the World King Fist at full power, and his muscles instantly swelled. Despite his old injuries, Zhang Jingming showed no sign of backing down, his imposing aura blazing. The fallen Taoist strolled over, leisurely raised a hand to block, shielding Zhang Jingming, and said lightly, I'll take over. The fallen Taoist looked at Xikong Qing again, cold lightning shooting from his eyes. At this moment he seemed possessed by a true god, his tattered robe billowing without wind, his gaze like a sword. He said, it seems I need to test whether the profound flame thunder art of the Kongtong sect is as formidable as the legends claim. Xikong Qing did not waste words. His aura surged explosively as if wind and thunder tore heaven and earth. His long hair danced wildly like a fierce demon descending to the mortal realm. Both of their auras exploded like bombs, violent and lethal. The terrifying spiritual pressure left everyone near the stands unable to straighten up. The sinister wind carrying sand and gravel lashed desperately at everyone around the stands. They could only shield their faces with both hands to ease the pain. At that moment the arena felt like a living hell. A bolt of electric light clashed with a streak of thunder fire, intertwining in a deadly embrace filled with the aura of annihilation. Before anyone could see what was happening, while they were trembling in fear, a somewhat plump figure swooped down from the sky and forcibly separated the two. Holy crap! Principal 2. Jiang, when watching from below the stage, naturally recognized his principal. The plump figure did not reduce the shock of Principal 2's sudden appearance. No one had seen how he had descended from the sky, and he had stopped both of them while they were putting out their full strength. For that reason alone, everyone was awed. After separating the two, Principal 2 no longer had the appearance of bristling hair and beard from exertion. His face was covered with a smile, and he clasped his fist to the two, saying leisurely, why don't you two stop here? Xikong Qing gave a heavy humph, retracted his aura, and with a big flick of his hand, he jumped back to the rostrum in one bound, looking as calm as if nothing had happened. His composure was truly extraordinary. The fallen Taoist smiled slightly. Old 2, you are still as mighty as before, ha? Principal 2 responded with a forced smile, his fat face twitching, and said, ha. The fallen Taoist. The fallen Taoist didn't understand why Principal 2 had answered with a laugh. He had only been polite, so he said, ha. He answered with another, ha. Hep. Principal 2 was furious. You little Taoist from Mount Mangdang, how dare you keep hanging at me? If you do it again, I'll beat you up. The fallen Taoist, seeing Principal 2's furious expression, roughly understood that, could not continue. He gave a wry smile, cupped his fist toward Principal 2, and led Zhang Jingming off the stage. The commotion at Arena 26C was too great. As soon as the match ended, all of Zhang Jingming's friends gathered below the stage, waiting anxiously for him to come down. At that moment, everyone cheered for Zhang Jingming, happy for him from the bottom of their hearts. A blank slate with no spiritual ability had managed to defeat a C rank. Ichio Lu Haoyu Wang, Erden Wang Jihong, and Jiang Wen crazily surrounded Zhang Jingming in the middle. Not bad, Jingming. You were hiding it. What move did you just use? Why didn't I sense any spiritual energy fluctuation? Yeah, tell us quick. Mao Qiao, standing on Yang Xinma's shoulder, let out strange squeak cries. Yang Xinma said with an imposing air, Hey you lot, are you going to let people rest or not? At this moment Zhang Jingming was covered in wounds, his whole body scorched black, his clothes torn to shreds by the impact of the fire dragon wave. He did look a bit weak. However, Zhang Jingming waved his hand with determination and said, It's fine, I can still manage. Holy crap, Jingming, who is she? Wang Jihong tilted his head to look at Yang Xinma, then at Zhang Jingming, his face full of a sly smile. She's my friend. Zhang Jingming answered weakly. But at that moment a flush appeared on Yang Xinma's face. Like a child who had done something wrong, she lowered her head and did not dare to look straight at Zhang Jingming. Her toe kept drawing circles on the ground. After Lu Haoyu noticed Yang Xinma's reaction, he said with an incredulous look and a suppressed laugh, No way, Jingming. It seems there really is a story. A story. The friends frolicked wildly, making Zhang Jingming and Yang Xinma feel embarrassed. Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted, "The goddess is here." The crowd split apart, and a beautiful silhouette walked out. Her skin was like ice and her bones like jade, her face cold as frost. She was like a celestial maiden descending from the moon palace, elegant and noble. Ning Mingqing, the goddess of Peking University. It's her. What is she here for? That face is incredible, oh my god. It seems the creator is biased. How can all the good traits be concentrated on Ning Mingqing? However, Ning Mingqing was indifferent to the crowd's praise. Without a sideways glance, she walked straight up to Zhang Jingming and said, "Nice fight. Congratulations." Zhang Jingming sheepishly scratched the back of his head and muttered, "Head just okay." The friends had probably all heard of Ning Mingqing's fame. After all, she was the Peking University campus belle, a genius among geniuses from a prominent family. It was impossible not to attract attention. Everyone looked at Zhang Jingming with contempt. What kind of answer was just okay? The goddess had greeted him proactively. That was something many people would beg for. Looking at Ning Mingqing's figure, all the men felt she could only be admired from afar and not profaned, sacred and inviolable. Yang Xinma, however, looked displeased. What's the big deal? She's just a little taller. Hey, it's not just a little taller, prettier, better temperament, and so on. Fatty Jiang cleverly added a cutting remark, but the next moment he howled like a pig being slaughtered. It hurts, it hurts. Zhang Jingming had experienced Yang Xinma's sharp little teeth before. That taste was not pleasant. He quickly cast a look of, "I know how you feel," at Fatty Jiang. Fatty Jiang looked aggrieved. "I just stated a fact, and look at this bite mark." His chubby hand pointed to the tooth mark on his arm, which had sunk into the skin and was still glistening with faint saliva. Yang Xinma wiped her mouth, gave an angry snort, and glared at Ning Mingqing with resentment. No one knew what she was thinking, but after Jiang Wen's example, no one dared provoke her. Mao Qiao was also frightened, covering its eyes with its paws on Yang Xinma's shoulder, making squeak noises. After saying her piece, Ning Mingqing merely glanced lightly at Yang Xinma and turned away, not paying much attention to the little wild girl. She had no idea that Yang Xinma's little tantrum was aimed at her. In some things, if you take them seriously, you lose. Like Yang Xinma at this moment. She had lost completely. You take others as enemies, but others take you as heir. I'm so angry. Yang Xinma puffed out her cheeks, her anger boiling over. Her pretty eyes shot hateful glares at Jiang when revealing her little fangs. The next moment, Jiang Wen screamed and bolted out of the crowd, followed by a little girl with a furry little creature on her shoulder. Everyone watched in astonishment as their figures disappeared into the distance. Zhang Jingming hurriedly sought out the ragged Taoist to thank him for rescuing him from danger, but the Taoist merely waved his hand calmly and said, "I simply could not bear to watch injustice. It is nothing." With those words spoken, the ragged Taoist turned and departed, vanishing a full 10 miles away in a single step, leaving behind only a single phrase that drifted on the wind. With cloud-walking shoes one may tread between the realms of yin and yang. With a broom dust whisk one may sweep away the dust of heaven and earth. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the ragged Taoist's figure dissolved into fading shadows, vanishing into the distance. "This is a true master," Wang Jihong exclaimed, gazing in the direction where the Taoist had disappeared, a step spanning 10 miles. "Such skill is truly terrifying. I wonder what level of spiritual energy this Taoist possesses." "I would estimate at least a B rank," Wang Erden replied thoughtfully. Ichio supported Zhang Jingming as they made their slow way to the medical room to check for any serious injuries. His companions were deeply concerned about Jingming's injuries and had anxiously followed along, but Zhang Jingming hurriedly waved them off. "It's nothing. Just have Ichio accompany me. You should return and prepare for the next round of competition." The preliminary competition had no fixed schedule. After completing one round, the next began immediately. If no one answered the call for their number, they forfeit by default, and the competitor already on the platform advanced. Given how tightly packed the schedule was, Zhang Jingming couldn't bear to hold everyone back for his sake. In the end, he insisted even Ichio return, and limping to a quiet corner, he activated the Wheel of Destiny. His resentment points had long surpassed 200,000, allowing Zhang Jingming to pull 20 times without hesitation. The Wheel of Destiny activates. "Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage." Zhang Jingming's face darkened when he realized all 5 of his initial pulls had been duds. "This system's rigged. You are my system's Wheel of Destiny, don't play tricks on me. Thank you for your patronage." A crow flew by croaking. Zhang Jingming's face fell. In frustration, he blindly spent all his remaining resentment points without checking. "Congratulations, host. You have earned 20 skill points. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 spirit stone. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 spirit stone. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 immortal beans. Congratulations, host. You have learned the solar fist." In total, the pulls yielded 20 skill points, 2 spirit stones, 5 immortal beans, and 1 martial arts manual. The Solar Fist technique was automatically added to Zhang Jingming's skills mastered to bone-deep proficiency. Only 2 spirit stones. This Wheel of Destiny is miserly. The 20 skill points were a decent boost. He quickly opened his status panel, and this time instead of dumping everything into strength like last time, he split them evenly between agility. Host Zhang Jingming Combat Power 475530457800 Strength 24832 Agility 81220 Appearance 10010 Distributable Skill Points None. Skills Kaio-ken X1 Kamehameha LV1 Langya Windwind Fist. Skill Solar Fist. Holy shit, this boost is substantial. Over 3000 combat power gained. I wonder what level of spiritual energy power I can now contend with. Zhang Jingming grew overexcited at the combat power increase and forgot his old injuries. A single movement sent pain surging through his entire body, leaving him gasping and sweating. Glancing at the items from the Wheel of Destiny, he froze, suddenly noticing them. Wait, immortal beans. He quickly tossed one into his mouth, chewed, and swallowed. Tastes like nothing, he muttered to himself. In the next moment, an intense itching spread across his body as his wounds healed almost simultaneously. Holy shit, these immortal beans are truly miraculous. Zhang Jingming felt his strength restored, instantly springing back to life. He returned to his assigned platform with renewed vigor, his dramatic recovery drawing everyone's attention. Weren't this kid barely standing a moment ago? What happened? Holy crap, are all the medics at this competition some kind of miracle workers? Of course, this is the first martial arts conference. The medical resources are bound to be top tier. Then I'm relieved. My brother was going to compete, and I was worried sick. Yang Xinma drifted back lost in thought with Mao carrying the live broadcast equipment. It seemed Mao had learned to operate the broadcast gear perched on Yang Xinma's shoulder with the camera locked straight onto the arena, earning cheers from fans in the live stream for the professional setup. On Arena 26C, the spatial type fighter clashed with the summoning type in an evenly matched battle. The spatial type Esper summoned flying daggers, stones, and rotting wood from thin air, launching them toward the summoner. Behind the summoning type Esper hovered the phantom upper body of an ancient warrior gripping a massive sword clad in armor from head to toe, exuding an aura of devastating power. The warrior deflected all incoming stones, daggers, and debris with his blade in a blur of motion. Viewers in the livestream were amazed. Summoners were rare, and the phantom warrior this one had called forth appeared to be a formidable general from ancient martial battles. Dark energy wisped from the armor. A necrotic aura absorbed from countless corpses, painting a grim picture of the slaughter this general had wrought in life. The bullet comments exploded with excitement. This is amazing. Summoners are this cool. Holy shit, can you feel this phantom general's killing intent just from the screen? The spatial type is just as impressive, throwing so many projectiles through the air. I have an idea. Spit it out. I wonder if the spatial type fighter could reach into a bank vault and pull out some gold. Genius. My cousin has a spatial type ability. I'll ask him about it later. While my sister just discovered her spiritual energy too. Looks like spatial type as well. I'm off to help train her, gotta go. Ultimately, the summoner's phantom warrior cleaved through the void itself, triggering a spatial explosion. The shockwave sent the spatial Esper tumbling off the platform, losing the match. With that, the first preliminary round concluded, immediately followed by the second. All qualified competitors steeled themselves, knowing grayer challenges awaited ahead. At the Lion City Federal First Hospital near the competition venue, Lu Jie had just finished surgery, his entire body encased in plaster casts, as Tang Xiaoli and nurses pushed his bed into the ward. Lu Jie's uncle Lu Zhang stared at Tang Xiaoli with cold hawk-like eyes, his face twisted with malice. That Zhang was ruthless. If my nephew suffers any permanent harm, Zhang will die, and you won't escape punishment. Tang Xiaoli's world shattered. Why was she being dragged into this? She dared not speak further. She knew Lu Zhang's reputation well. Ruthless and treacherous throughout the Lion City spiritual energy community. His underlings, all Espers, committed atrocities without restraint, operating banned industries across numerous regions. The qualifiers for the Lion City First Martial Arts Tournament were still in full swing. At that moment, Lu Zhang was contacting members of the Illuminati in the European region of the Blue Star Federation through certain special channels. The Illuminati, though they worshipped Baldur, the god of light, they were an evil organization made up of many high-level spiritual energy practitioners who stopped at nothing. Though listed as Class A wanted criminals in many federal cities, the authorities had never been able to do anything about them. The Illuminati had even found and repaired several quantum teleportation portals in the ruins of city-states destroyed by magical beasts, which made these people so elusive that no trace of them could be found. Rumor also had it that behind them lay countless ties with the ancient demon race of Europe. Charles Bates, captain of the Sword of Despair squad in the Illuminati, was brawny and vicious-looking, with not a single intact patch of skin on his body. At that moment, he was leading his squad. The men of the Sword of Despair, hunting a young Cyclops that had been driven into a corner like fiends from hell. The young Cyclops swung frantically at the trunk of a small tree it had just pulled out of the ground. It struggled with all its might to keep the Sword of Despair members away, letting out deafening wails without cease. But this time no one would come to save it. It had just witnessed this group of people more crazed than demons slaughter its entire family. Its parents had been surrounded and hacked to death. As for its grandfather, they had thrown some strange-smelling liquid into the cave where he was, and the cave burst into flames, burning him alive. Young as it was, the Cyclops was a magical beast, yet its ferocity was not even a tenth of these people's. Charles Bates laughed hideously as he closed in step by step on the young Cyclopes which had been driven to the edge. Wailing and begging for mercy were all in vain in his eyes. In that moment, he seemed like the one true demon from hell. Charles Bates stretched out his scarred, mangled hand, seized the young Cyclops' arm, and gave a violent yank. A heart-rending shriek shook heaven and earth, startling every bird in the surrounding woods into the air. Blood spewed as the young Cyclops was torn apart with bare hands. A magic core rolled out. The members of the Sword of Despair shouted Bates's name in wild frenzy, each one bathed in the young Cyclops' blood, nearly insane. In a quiet room at the First Federal Hospital of Lion City. After reading Bates's dossier, Lu Zhang curled the corner of his mouth into a sinister smile. Then we'll use them. Don't worry about spirit stones. The key is to get the job done cleanly and flawlessly. The situation in Huaxia is different from Europe. There are too many old monsters in the spiritual energy world. If anyone finds out, neither of us will have a good end. Yes, yes, yes. A man whose entire body was shrouded in a black robe nodded in agreement and pointed at the documents in his hand. Don't worry, Boss Lu. The Illuminati has never failed. Their punishment for those who fail is extremely cruel. They are an organization that absolutely does not tolerate failure. After saying this, the man in the black robe set down a thick stack of documents, bowed, and backed out of Lu Zhang's room. The first round of the martial arts qualifiers was basically over, and half of the contestants remain now in the middle of the second round. When Zhang Jingming stepped onto Arena No. 26C again, returning to familiar ground, gave him a tremendous surge of confidence. This time he believed he could easily crush his opponent and move on. And his opponent turned out to be a contestant from the Federation's Indian domain, Durang Jialawa. Durang Jialawa had dark skin and wore nothing but a crude leaf skirt that barely covered his private parts. As a grandmaster of the Brahmanical sect of India, Durang Jialawa had deep, far-seeing eyes that seemed capable of seeing through a person's heart. Good sir, you carry no spiritual energy. Step down and concede. Durang Jialawa was deeply puzzled. Why had such a man entered the tournament? Bullying the weak went against his faith. No matter, master. You may simply attack. Zhang Jingming returned a respectful bow and again urged Durang Jialawa to attack. The electronic screen announced the start of the match. Bang! A loud thud rang out as the distinct print of a foot was stamped onto Zhang Jingming's face. The smell was truly unpleasant. Zhang Jingming was dazed by the blow. So fast. He had only seen an afterimage before he was hit. Yang Xinma, who had been listless down by the arena, now bounced up and down with joy, showing her signature little fangs and laughing so hard she could hardly straighten up. You jerk. Ha ha. Machio, quick, film it. Did you catch it? Yang Xinma fought back her laughter and anxiously asked Machio whether he had captured the scene. She wanted all the fans in the live stream to watch their streamer make a fool of himself. A huge fool, an absolute fool. Smack. Another heavy slap landed on Zhang Jingming's face. The spectators below were all stunned, their mouths hanging open. No one could see how the Indian master attacked. They could only hear sharp, crisp sounds and see the footprints and handprints on Zhang Jingming's face. Zhang Jingming changed his earlier carefree attitude, gathered his concentration, and stood on strict guard. At last he caught the Indian master's move. Or more accurately, it was not a move, but Durang Jialawa kicked a leg out in midair, and the leg grew at a frantic pace, stretching all the way to Zhang Jingming's chest in an instant. With the Kaio-ken X1, Zhang Jingming's muscles bulged, and his greater agility stat allowed him to keep up with the Indian master's movements. In a flash, Zhang Jingming reached out and seized Durang Jialawa's extended long leg, clamping down tighter and tighter. By now, Master Durang Jialawa was overcome with pain, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not pull his right leg free. He could only stand on one leg, wearing an awkward expression. The spectators below finally understood the master's attack pattern. Their eyes were wide with indescribable astonishment. It was simply that the Indian master's movements were so fast that all the spectators had mistaken him for a spatial-type spiritual energy practitioner. Embarrassed and furious, Durang Jialawa launched a desperate assault on Zhang Jingming, forcing him to release his leg. Yet Zhang Jingming easily deflected the Indian master's attacks and clamped the long leg under his armpit. The next instant, Zhang Jingming spun around, rapidly winding Durang Jialawa's long leg around him like thread on a spool. Seizing the right moment just as Zhang Jingming's body was about to crash into him, Zhang Jingming suddenly dodged and let go of the long leg. The Indian master Zhang Jingming spun crazily on the spot, like a top, and finally foamed at the mouth and collapsed unconscious on the arena. Yang Xinma was so astounded that her mouth formed an O and she covered her eyes with both hands. It was simply incredible. Just like that he won. The livestream comments went wild. That's a bit too much. Is the streamer playing a crazy spinning top? Isn't that Indian master cold in so few clothes? When that Indian master was spinning around in magical love circles, I think I saw something. You people are shameless, but I saw something too. Covering my face. Damn, wearing so little, and the organizers even let him on stage polluting our eyes. The streamer is too amazing. He's already won 2 straight matches. A big spender appeared crazily, sending a wave of planes and rockets stirring up the chat. Even a kid watching the stream sent a lollipop. Streamer bro, don't think little of it. I only have 2 yuan of pocket money, so I'll share one with you and send you a lollipop. Damn, how adorable is that? Then I'll send a little heart too. Don't look down on it, streamer. Only the last preliminary round remained before Zhang Jingming could enter the main tournament. At that moment, Zhang Jingming bowed on the ring to thank the spectators below, who had supported him, drawing a burst of cheers. This kid has manners. He's definitely making the main tournament. Yeah, young people this polite are rare these days. But it's a pity the kid has no spiritual energy. This old man reckons he won't go far. In the audience, an old man voiced his view, drawing nods from those around him. Everyone also felt it was a pity since they had all taken quite a liking to Zhang Jingming. On the rostrum, Sikong Qing's face was livid. He glared furiously in Zhang Jingming's direction. Zhang Jingming's 2 consecutive wins made him feel that he had lost all face. He did not even hear Hu Zimo of Fang, a fellow judge, speak to him. Hu Zimo could only force a wry smile, then turn to exchange a few pleasantries with Gong Zhongshan of the Supreme Tower to dissolve the awkwardness. In a private luxury box at the competition venue, the old heavenly master wore a cyan Taoist robe today. His wide sleeves billowed in the wind, exuding a transcendent, immortal aura. The old heavenly master was leaning against the box's oversized floor-to-ceiling window, watching everything happening around Zhang Jingming on the ring with rapt attention. The old heavenly master revealed a gratified smile, quite satisfied. He gently stroked his long gray-white beard and murmured, "This child is not simple. I have a feeling there is something in his body that is different from us." Principal 2, sticking out a belly even more bulbous than those of the city leaders, accompanied those leaders with a solemn face watching the competition. He even actively served as commentator, spraying saliva in all directions. Fatty 2 heard the old heavenly master murmuring to himself, swung his fleshy face around, and looked at the white-haired old heavenly master with some surprise. "Oh, what does he have? Old thing." The old heavenly master glared at Fatty 2, his beard bristling, and answered crossly. Originally, he had been living a carefree life on Longhu Mountain. Being tricked down the mountain by this Fatty 2 had already left him dissatisfied. And now this fat man was flattering the powerful right in front of him. Truly infuriating. Utterly infuriating. Fatty 2 laughed sheepishly and turned back around, not bothered at all. After all, the old heavenly master was the true deity he had personally invited down from Longhu Mountain. Forget being scolded. Even if the old heavenly master slapped him right in the face, Fatty 2 would not have a single complaint. In this chaotic age, ever since the old heavenly master took charge at the North University of Shurching, who dared to look down on it? Who would readily dare to come and stir up trouble? On ring 26C, amid a chorus of cheers, Zhang Jingming slowly walked down from the ring, looking completely at ease. In this duel, Zhang Jingming did not use his full strength. Instead, he won with clever tactics, demonstrating that he not only possessed martial courage, but also a wisdom rarely found among spiritual energy users. Yang Xinma, like a little fan, trotted happily behind Zhang Jingming and said with a grin, "Bad guy, why are you so amazing? You beat that Indian master so effortlessly." Zhang Jingming raised his chin high, looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and put on a deep expression. It's simply a matter of IQ suppression. He lightly shook his head and left like the wind before Yang Xinma could react. He left behind a girl with twin ponytails, her mouth stretched into a huge O, standing in the wind in a slight daze. This guy was too narcissistic. "Bad guy, you narcissist." Yang Xinma laughed and scolded Zhang Jingming while reaching out her wicked right hand to ruthlessly squeeze Mao Qiu, who was earnestly filming on her shoulder. The frightened Mao Qiu let out sharp squeak, squeak, squeak cries in protest. The fans in the livestream room were also startled by Mao Qiu's cries. "Holy crap, that scared me to death. I saw it. The girl with twin ponytails squeezed that little monster hard. She actually called it Mao Qiu. What an adorable name." To be fair, Mao Qiu's filming is even better than the streamers. The picture is extremely stable. Don't you know the chicken head effect? The livestream room buzzed with lively discussion, but no one truly cared what Mao Qiu was, they just thought it was cute. Yang Xinma chased after Zhang Jingming's back, but the moment she caught up, her cheeks puffed up in anger. Zhang Jingming was under ring 32B, staring intently at the two people who were about to fight, while the announcement board clearly read Ning Mengqing vs. Bai Junyi. Both were outstanding elites of the North University of Shiqing, favored children of heaven. One was cold and peerlessly beautiful, the other was elegant and otherworldly. Their duel drew the eyes of every spiritual energy user present. On the ring, Bai Junyi's ink-black hair drifted in the wind. His robe was snow-white and spotless, and his back was straight, as if his body contained immense power. Bai Junyi, with suave grace, lightly pressed his fists together toward Ning Mengqing and smiled slightly. "Junior schoolmate, I've long heard of your name." Ning Mengqing did not answer. At that moment her brows were like ink strokes and her spirit like autumn water, wholly concentrated. Her entire body gave off an indescribable aura that made everyone fall for her. Below the ring, men and women alike had long gone hoarse, cheering wildly for their respective gods and goddesses, looking out of their minds. A great battle was about to begin. Not only the people below the ring, but even the gazes from several luxury boxes above the arena converged on this ring. In another box immediately next to the mayor's, an elegant middle-aged woman full of noble bearing sat gracefully by a bright floor-to-ceiling window and took a gentle sip of the red wine in her glass. Graceful and refined, she asked the others in the box, "What do you think Einer's chances of winning are?" The others hurriedly stood up, bowed, and answered with utmost respect that young Master Bai's chances were very high. They added that although this girl was the eldest daughter of the Ning family, she was said to be a strength-type spiritual energy user. The middle-aged beauty turned her head thoughtfully and said, "Strength-type. Unexpected that such a pretty girl would be strength-type. A bit inelegant, huh?" "Yes, compared with the young master, she really is inelegant." Another person hurriedly nodded with a flattering smile, his face full of deference. The Bai family of Shiqing, after the spiritual energy resurgence in the past 3 years, had risen to become one of the top 5 super families in Shiqing, dominant in both the lawful and unlawful worlds, unstoppable. Rumor had it that they had made their fortune by hunting demonic beasts. There was an old monster in the family with an extremely high spiritual energy level and terrifying cultivation. Only a few people had seen the old monster make a move, and when it did, it was earth-shattering and left almost no survivors. The competition began, and everyone watched the preliminary auditions with rapt attention. For a moment, you could have heard a pin drop in the private box. It was almost cruel for the competitors, 2 chosen ones colliding in the preliminaries. Whether it was a blessing or a curse for the audience remained uncertain. On the arena, Bai Junyi's body shot forward like a bolt of lightning, rushing toward Ning Mengqing. He intended to defeat Ning Mengqing using her own pride, the power she cherished most. As a top-tier C-class spiritual energy user himself, Bai Junyi held absolute confidence in his victory. Their exchange was astonishing. Over 10 moves traded in the blink of an eye, fist clashing against fist, leg meeting leg, the velocity of their engagement truly breathless. The air around them on the arena floor shimmered with arcs of electrical energy from the force of their strikes, suffused with a palpable sense of destruction. After 10 exchanges, Bai Junyi stared at Ning Mengqing in shock. The power type's prowess was truly exceptional. Though she lacked his speed, every punch and kick carried overwhelming domineering force. Bai Junyi felt a subtle sweetness in his chest, a warm current surging upward, and hastily drew breath to suppress the blood threatening to escape. In contrast, Ning Mengqing adopted a stance blending offense and defense with no vulnerabilities, her expression unmoved and her pulse steady, radiating complete composure. The middle-aged beauty let out a sharp exhalation, her brows drawn tight in displeasure. Still hasn't shaken his childhood habit of arrogance," she remarked bitterly. "He knows full well that the Ning girl is a spiritual energy master of the power type, yet he insists on testing his strength against hers." The man in the black suit beside her mused thoughtfully. One cannot blame the young master for this. Are not all men of the Bai family so fiercely competitive by nature? The middle-aged beauty offered a brilliant smile and fell silent, turning her attention back to the competition. The men of the Bai family had never known the word surrender, a conviction she deeply shared. Her husband Bai Junyi's father embodied such a man who could shoulder heaven and earth himself. Bai Xian, Lion City's most extraordinary spiritual energy user of his era. When the beast tide struck, the Bai family still resided at their old settlement. Bai Xian single-handedly held back the assault of countless Tier 1 demonic beasts, and it was precisely through his blood-soaked struggle that the family managed to escape and flee to Lion City. The Bai family's elder monster had been away on business, and upon returning found the old settlement deserted, his son Bai Xian lying motionless in a pool of blood beyond recovery. The elder clutched his son's corpse in anguished wailing, his cries blood-curdling. After burying him, he charged alone into the demonic beast forest. The demonic beast's howls mingled with the elder's blood-curdling screams, shaking the forest that night as beast blood soaked the entire woodland crimson. Upon his return to Lion City, the elder stood drenched in blood before locking himself within the Bai residence, never stepping outside again. He descended into madness, losing his ability to speak reduced to incoherent babbling, yet his title, as the Elder Monster, spread rapidly through the spiritual energy realm. Yet amid his broken state, the Elder showed particular tenderness toward his grandson, his eyes clearing momentarily upon seeing Bai Junyi, granting brief flashes of lucidity. Meanwhile, the Bai family turned to hunting demonic beasts on the black market. Tears glistening in her eyes, the middle-aged beauty shook her head, forcing herself back from those memories as the match below intensified to a fever pitch. On the arena, Bai Junyi's expression grew focused, shedding his earlier frivolity as he abandoned his attempt to match Ning Mingqing's raw strength. He's doing it now. The ancient martial arts stance is forming. The man in the black suit beamed with delight, recognizing that young Master Bai had unleashed his ancient martial arts spiritual energy and was now fully committed to the contest. Ancient martial arts. Among the crowd below the arena, those with discerning eyes immediately identified the nature of Bai Junyi's power. Damn it, that ancient martial arts style. They say once ancient martial arts strike, the outcome is always death or severe injury, never leaving empty-handed. Indeed, these techniques were forged as killing methods from the start with no restrictions imposed. Isn't the young lady on the platform in grave danger? Not necessarily. She's no pushover either. A crowd gathered, arguing heatedly below the arena, attempting to settle the matter through words alone. Their bickering drew ire from those truly focused on the match. Hush! Keep it down. Can you just watch the competition? Reluctantly, the arguing crowd fell silent and turned their attention to the arena. On the platform, Bai Junyi assumed a posture that seemed almost incomprehensible to ordinary observers. His legs bent deeply, his entire frame curled inward, as though compressing himself. Within the luxurious box, the man in the black suit beside the middle-aged beauty remarked, "This stance the young master has taken embodies both offense and defense. It captures the true essence passed down from the Bai family patriarch." The middle-aged beauty shot him a sharp glance laced with reproach. "Tan Ren, cease your chatter and focus on watching the match." Tan Ren understood his tendency to chatter and nodded quickly, restraining himself from further remarks as his gaze fixed on the arena. Bai Junyi suddenly drove off the ground, launching himself toward Ning Mingqing like an arrow released from a bowstring, his bizarre and vicious techniques drawing gasps from everyone present. Danger! Upon seeing Bai Junyi surge toward her, Ning Mingqing summoned every ounce of her spiritual energy to its utmost limit, causing her aura to erupt outward with explosive force. The aura generated fierce gusts that sent her dark hair whipping wildly around her face, lending her an ethereal, almost divine appearance reminiscent of a war deity. Ning Mingqing threw a punch, simple and unadorned, yet carrying the weight of 10,000 jin. Bai Junyi sensed danger approaching, caught a whiff of peril, and urgently drew upon all his strength to lean backward midair, barely evading that unassuming yet devastating strike. As Bai Junyi righted himself, he discovered his chest garment had been torn away by the force of the punch, exposing a large portion of skin. With brows locked tight and black energy swirling around his hands, he unleashed the deadly technique from his ancient martial arts lineage. At this moment, Bai Junyi cared nothing for maintaining dignity. If he lost this match, it would be true shame. It wouldn't merely tarnish his own reputation, but also bring disgrace upon the Bai family. Steadying his mind, Bai Junyi moved with lightning speed, each strike pressing forward relentlessly, each move aimed at killing. A dark mist enveloped Ning Mingqing as Bai Junyi launched attack after attack, each punch and kick infused with ancient martial arts spiritual energy, precisely targeting her vital points. Ning Mingqing steeled her spirit, biting down hard on her tongue, using the sharp pain to counteract the toxic gas released by the ancient martial arts black mist that threatened to slow her reflexes. Though Ning Mingqing's strikes lacked the speed of Bai Junyi's, they possessed formidable solidity, their power far surpassing his. Each blow carried the force to shake heaven and earth, unmatched and invincible. Bai Junyi dared not meet her attacks head-on, relying instead on his agility to dodge and counterattack. They exchanged blows for over 100 moves in the blink of an eye, and sweat began trickling down his forehead and back as exhaustion started to set in. Ancient martial arts practitioners excel at using cunning to defeat enemies, but against Ning Mingqing's overwhelming strength that could overcome 10 techniques, his strategies proved ineffective. He dared not meet her strikes directly, keeping him perpetually on the defensive. Damn, this woman is fierce. I can feel her force even from here. That guy in white should get off the platform already. He's just running and hiding. Exactly how shameless. Every strike aimed at vital points on a woman. If I were him, I'd just leave the arena myself. This kind of losing face isn't worth it. And playing dirty with smoke, that's just disgusting. In the livestream room, everyone was cheering for Ning Mingqing and heaping scorn upon Bai Junyi's fighting style. To be so savage to a girl who looked like a celestial fairy was nothing short of moral depravity. Mao Qiao had not forgotten his duty. He obediently kept the camera aimed at the arena, giving the fans in the live stream a visual feast. Of course, the gifts never stopped. Driven by a few anonymous big spenders, one sent a rocket, another sent a treasure map, and the atmosphere in the live stream remained wonderful. Moreover, after the Red Sea streaming platform urgently deployed additional servers and enabled all user bullet comments, the scrolling comments never paused for even an instant. On the ring, Bai Junyi smiled treacherously and deliberately left an opening with his footwork, pretending to stagger unsteadily after landing. Ning Mingqing's heart leaped with joy as she threw a punch with all her might. Little did she know that even as Bai Junyi wobbled and tilted backward, he transformed into a blur and flashed behind her. Seeing that Ning Mingqing had taken the bait, he rejoiced. The corners of his lips curled into an evil arc as he turned his fist into a palm and struck viciously at the back of her neck, shrouded in thick black smoke. Everyone covered their eyes and screamed in shock. That single strike would leave her dead or crippled, but Bai Junyi could not afford to care. For him, losing was absolutely impermissible, especially not in front of so many people. However, halfway through her punch, it was as if Ning Mingqing had eyes in the back of her head. She sidestepped Bai Junyi's lethal strike, spun around, and lashed out with a mid-air kick, her overbearing force whipping up a ferocious gust. Bai Junyi had initially seen the sneak attack about to land, and had unleashed his ancient martial spiritual energy to the utmost, putting everything into a strike, meant to claim Ning Mingqing's life. There was no turning back now. Both fighters had exposed enormous openings. A victory hinged on whoever could land the first attack. Bai Junyi could never have dreamed that Ning Mingqing, already off balance from her punch, could be so agile as to twist around and kick in midair. Sure enough, what awaited him in the next instant was Ning Mingqing's flying side kick. Bai Junyi failed to retract his move in time, and took the kick squarely in the kidney. Bang! The sound was followed by a rumbling crash. When the audience opened their eyes again, Bai Junyi was gone. There was no one left on the stage. A whole section of wall at the northeastern corner of the martial arts tournament grounds had collapsed, with broken bricks and debris scattered over the ground. Quick! Come, he's here! At last the tournament's security personnel rushed over and found Bai Junyi buried among the ruins beneath the collapsed wall, barely breathing. In the luxurious private box, the middle-aged beauty's eyes flooded with murderous intent. So the Ning family really has raised a fine daughter. How dare she hurt my ear? Having roared this, she saw everyone in the box standing around like idiots and was beside herself with fury. She whirled to face everyone in the box, her eyes full of menace. Why are you all standing there stunned? Go dig him out. If anything happens to either you and your entire families will be buried with him. The instant her words fell, everyone in the luxury box scattered like birds and beasts, rushing toward the collapsed wall. With few tools available, many immediately started digging with their bare hands. Yet in another luxury box adjacent to the middle-aged beauties, an entirely different sight was unfolding. Principal Tu, his face covered in smiles, said to the Shiqing city leader, "They are all my students. All my students." Heh. After saying this, with his plump face wreathed in a sycophantic grin, he beamed at the Shiqing city leader. The Shiqing city leader nodded approvingly, and said with a slight smile, "I never imagined Peking University had students of this caliber. Astonishing, truly astonishing." Principal Tu burst into laughter. To him, winning or losing was the same. Both sides were his students, and the glory belonged to Peking University. However, the old heavenly master was rather displeased by Bai Junyi's somewhat vicious moves. He huffed and glared, reeling off complaints, until he saw the kick with which Ning Mingqing sent Bai Junyi flying, and only then did he nod with a pleased expression. He could not help commenting, this girl is impressive, unfazed in crisis and decisive in action. Principal Tu, his fat face wobbling, snickered at the old heavenly master, as if saying, "See that old fellow. They're both my students, my students." Umph. The old heavenly master shot him a furious glare, then turned away, refusing to look at that disgusting fat man. At the Ning residence, a white-haired old man set down his phone and danced excitedly. Ninger won. She won. The old man's nose was red and his eyes were slightly hazy with drink. He downed the last of the liquor in his cup and slammed the cup down heavily. He went into his room and rummaged around for a while. When he came back out, he carried a wooden staff as thick as an arm over his shoulder, tapped his feet lightly, and vaulted out of the Ning residence. Meanwhile, in the Bai family estate north of town, news spread that Bai Junyi had lost the match and been severely wounded. Suddenly, from deep within the courtyard, a miserable shriek rang out. "Who dares to hurt my ear?" In an instant, the birds and beasts fled from the Bai family courtyard, and all the household servants knelt trembling on the ground, knocking their heads without stopping. A short, crazed-looking old man rushed out. His eyes were blood red, but he paid no attention to the people kneeling on the ground. Muttering to himself, he ran madly. "Who dares to hurt my ear? Who dares to hurt my ear?" At this moment, no one dared to provoke the short old man, and no one dared to lift their head. Once a servant had looked directly at the old monster of the Bai family, and the old monster tore him apart alive, as if he were a demon beast. Since then, whenever the Bai family's old monster went berserk, no one dared to look straight at him. Barefoot, the old monster sprinted madly out of the Bai estate. He sniffed the air, then actually turned his gaze toward the first martial arts tournament. With a single leap, he shot straight up and flew toward the tournament venue. The old monster billowed with terrifying murderous aura. Within 10 li, not a single bird remained in flight. All had been frightened into hiding. The martial arts tournament ground was just ahead. The old monster needed only one more leap to reach it. Scoundrel, I don't want coke. Earlier, Zhang Jingming had seen that he still had some time before his next round, and had stepped out to buy a drink only to have Yang Xinma stick to him like plaster. She turned her nose up at everything, leaving Zhang Jingming no choice but to drink the coke himself, and then put in more coins to buy a bottle of mineral water for Yang Xinma. Yang Xinma smiled brightly and fed the mineral water to Mao Qiu. What about you? What would you like to drink? Zhang Jingming might have been clueless when it came to girls, but when he saw Yang Xinma give the water to Mao Qiu, he still patiently asked the young lady what she wanted to drink. Yang Xinma put her hands behind her back with an innocent, harmless look revealing a pair of little fangs. Well, the scoundrel actually knows how to care about others. Not bad, not bad. Zhang Jingming smiled lightly. Of course. Gentle and thoughtful. If you look for a man in the future, you should find one just like me. Huh. Shameless. Yang Xinma spat softly, but her cheeks flushed red. While the two were playfully bickering, a white-haired old man with a red dringer's nose approached them. Young folks, is this the way into the martial arts tournament? Zhang Jingming nodded in surprise. Yes, Grandpa. Are you here to compete too? The old man said nothing, turned and walked straight toward the venue. How rude. Seeing the old man ignore them, Yang Xinma muttered disapprovingly. Zhang Jingming waved his hand as if it didn't matter, then pointed at the arm-thick wooden staff hidden behind the old man, hinting that the old man was fierce and not to be provoked. The two were heading back when a savage gust suddenly swept at them from behind. Zhang Jingming's instincts had already raised the alarm. He quickly pulled Yang Xinma aside, dodging the blast. When the wind died down, a figure landed. A wild-looking old man with disheveled hair touched down softly. There was not the slightest sound, even though he dropped from midair. The old man's eyes were filled with bloodshot red, yet they were not cloudy, proving that the old monster of the Bai family had regained some clarity of mind. Hey kid, is the martial arts tournament entered from here? The old man asked Zhang Jingming in an arrogant, loud voice. Zhang Jingming's jaw dropped. Damn, what's wrong with this martial arts tournament? Why are all the people who show up old men? With a puzzled expression, Zhang Jingming walked back with Yang Xinma. After passing through a square, the main entrance of the martial arts tournament came into view. Yang Xinma kept stroking the restless furball to soothe it, asking anxiously, Hey you bad guy, what's wrong with furball? Hearing this, Zhang Jingming hurried over to examine furball. The creature was darting up and down Yang Xinma's body, squeaking frantically and refusing to stay still. Zhang Jingming comforted it in a gentle voice and stroked it softly. It worked. Furball gradually calmed down. Just as Zhang Jingming was about to relax and head back to the arena, the little beast suddenly stretched out a paw, pointed in one direction, and chattered, Aya, aya, excitedly. Zhang Jingming followed its gaze and spotted the old man with the bulbous red nose sneaking out from a small grove beside the square, tiptoeing, as if trying not to be seen. Zhang Jingming quickly pulled Yang Xinma into hiding. The wooden club hidden behind the old man's back was extremely conspicuous. Though he tried his best to conceal it, the club stuck out a full 2 heads above his shoulders. The old man moved with the practiced, familiar motions of a seasoned criminal, glancing around warily as he crept toward the mad old man, who was mumbling to himself and charging desperately toward the arena. Finally, the red-nosed old man, seeing no one around, dealt a vicious blow with the club to the back of the mad old man's head. Though Zhang Jingming was far away, he could still hear the crisp, muffled thud. Dong. The mad old man collapsed stiffly to the ground. Someone's being attacked. Yang Xinma, having witnessed the red-nosed old man strike from behind, couldn't help but cry out. After the sneak attack, the red-nosed old man was dragging the mad old man's legs toward the bushes, muttering to himself, Old by you, old monster, don't blame me. Your son and grandson are your only precious bloodline, but my Ninger is the apple of my eye. Old monster, I'll take you back first. When you wake up, you won't remember any of this, right? Suddenly startled by Yang Xinma's cry, the red-nosed old man shuddered involuntarily. He looked around and finally spotted Zhang Jingming and Yang Xinma hiding behind the tree. Realizing he had been discovered, the old man's face darkened and a glint flashed in his eyes. But in an instant he rolled his eyes and plastered on a lecherous grin, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth and a smile uglier than crying. Bowing and scraping, he scurried over to Zhang Jingming and Yang Xinma. Hee, you young folks. I was just handling a small matter, and you caught me. All right, tell me. What will it take for you to keep your mouth shut? The red-nosed old man's eyes darted around shadily. Suddenly his eyes lit up as he noticed the hidden fur ball on Yang Xinma. Oh, little girl. Where did you find this little thing? Yang Xinma, seeing the old man's eyes darting about, thought he was scheming after her precious treasure. She quickly hid fur ball behind her back, glared at him, and bared 2 little fangs. Old man, you haven't even explained what you did, and now you want to eye my fur ball. I'll bite you to death. The old man hastily waved his hands. No, I just think this little monster is a bit strange, that's all. You're the monster. Your whole family are monsters. Yang Xinma glared at the old man with wide, furious eyes. Zhang Jingming, however, was curious about why the old man had knocked someone out. As he walked, he asked, "Old sir, why did you strike that man from behind?" He walked over to the unconscious mad old man, crouched down, and reached out to check. Still breathing. The red-nosed old man puffed out his chest proudly. Your old master here is a professional. How could I take a life? The red-nosed old man wore a triumphant expression. Not content with just words, he pulled out a black wine gourd coated in a layer of grime from behind him, uncorked it, and took a fierce swig. Ah, burp. Savoring the pleasure of the alcohol, he let out a long, loud belch. Turning to the two young people, he flashed his yellowed teeth in a bright grin. Young folks, go on then. How shall we settle this? Yang Xinma's eyes lit up at these words. She quickly used her spiritual perception, and stepping ahead of Zhang Jingming, she said with a sweet smile, "That depends on how sincere you are, Grandpa." The old man squinted, sizing Yang Xinma up from head to toe, and thought to himself, you little girl, daring to bargain with me. Still the old man kept a smiling face and tentatively asked, I don't have much money on me. How about this? And this? Is that enough for you, girlie? As he spoke, the red-nosed old man patted himself down all over and finally pulled a crumpled wad of cash from under his insole. He held it out. Take it. This is everything I have on me. After saying this, he secretly touched the spirit stones hidden in his chest, trying to look calm. Yang Xinma pinched her nose and frowned. Grandpa, this is really too much. Seeing the smelly wad of cash in his hand, she jumped back a few steps like a startled little rabbit. Zhang Jingming fanned the air with one hand and covered his nose and mouth with the other, holding his breath as he waved it off. Forget it, take your money back. But how do you plan to deal with that old man on the ground? Why, take him home, of course, so his family can take good care of him. Sensing an opening, the old man straightened his back, suddenly full of energy. Good then, please go ahead. Zhang Jingming felt that although this old man acted a bit shifty, he was definitely not a bad person. From his earlier muttering, it seemed to be about a grudge between their descendants. He thought to himself, forget it, let him go. Just based on that silent, invisible blow he delivered earlier, even he and Yang Xinma together would be no match for him. The fact that the old gentleman had been patient enough to talk with him and Yang Xinma for so long was already a display of martial virtue. He simply didn't have the heart to bully his juniors. Hearing Zhang Jingming soften his tone, the old man showed a mouthful of crooked yellow buck teeth and chuckled, since that's the case. Young one, I'll remember this favor today. With that, he hefted the mad old man onto his shoulder and disappeared from sight in a few swift leaps, moving with astonishing speed. Yang Xinma watched Zhang Jingming let the old man leave so easily and was furious. Indignantly, she said, how can you let that old man off so easily? He knocked someone out, and he had several spirit stones on him. I could sense them. Zhang Jingming gazed at the old man's retreating figure and said calmly, don't forget how terrifying that mad old man's aura was when he arrived. That old man knocked him out with a single blow. He talked with us for so long without forcing his way through. That's already more than enough. Zhang Jingming shared his thoughts with a serious expression. Of course, if one day Zhang Jingming were to discover that this old man with the bulbous red nose was Ning Mingqing's grandfather, he would certainly applaud himself for the sagacious decision he had made. Yang Xinma, however, was utterly dumbfounded. She gazed at Zhang Jingming with admiration and said, you rogue. Your analytical skills are formidable. No wonder Uncle Xiaowei asked you to retrieve the hard drive. Hee. Caught pleasantly off guard by Yang Xinma's praise, Zhang Jingming scratched his head and grinned foolishly. Inside a luxurious private box in the martial arts tournament arena, Bai Junyi lay on a sofa covered in wounds. He looked as though he had been dug out from somewhere, but his injuries were not too serious. The beautiful middle-aged woman's face was clouded with displeasure. With a cold, stern expression, she launched into a tirade. Do you know where you lost? Overconfidence. Since childhood, you have never been able to shake that habit. Bai Junyi kept his face stiff and stared into the tournament arena, not saying a word. The middle-aged woman scolded him at great length. Not long afterward, however, she received a phone call. When she hung up, her expression instantly became incomparably grim. After telling Bai Junyi a few more things, she hurriedly left the box with several people. Bai Junyi struggled to prop himself up. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Tan Run, who was still in the box. What happened? Tan Ren stammered, his face full of misgivings. The old ancestor is gone. Bai Junyi felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. That was the Bai family's old ancestor, the grandfather closest to him, and the one who loved him most. He fought to rise to his feet, but Tan Ren anxiously grabbed him. Young master, the madam has already rushed back to handle things. This time the Bai family did not merely send you here for the tournament. You should stay and take the madam's place scouting for talented people who can serve the Bai family. After saying this, Tan Ren studied Bai Junyi. Seeing that he was still anxious, but no longer as irrational as before, he hurriedly helped him into the seat where the beautiful woman had just been sitting. From there, the entire martial arts tournament arena could be seen at a glance. Young master, this one should be your schoolmate, right? Tanren pointed at Hong Feng, who had just won his bout effortlessly on the stage. Hong Feng, Bai Junyi, Jiangmin, Sanjia, and Ning Mengqing were equally renowned as the four great geniuses of Peking University, hailed as the psychics most likely to advance to A rank in the future. Bai Junyi watched the other three Peking University geniuses still on the stage, deeply lost in thought. Zhang Jingming returned to his own ring, and his final qualifying match would soon begin. A glance at the indicator board told him that the next contestant was once again not from the Huaxia region. Zhang Jingming closed his eyes and steadied his mind. This was the last preliminary match. He had to concentrate. In the crowd, a stout man with two shifty eyes darted his gaze around, constantly shoving people aside with his hands. Excuse me. Excuse me. Finally, the stout man spotted Zhang Jingming in a corner beneath the ring and shouted joyfully, Jingming, there you are. Their matches are all over, so I dragged them here to cheer you on. Zhang Jingming opened his eyes and saw Ichio Lu Haoyu Wang Erden and Wang Jihong standing behind Jiang Wen, all grinning at him. Did all of you make it into the main tournament? Zhang Jingming was astonished. Judging by the situation, it seemed they had all advanced to the main tournament. Sure enough, everyone nodded in confirmation. They had come specially to support Zhang Jingming. Damn, all of you coming here puts a lot of pressure on me. Zhang Jingming scratched his head. In fact, he probably did not even know that he had a habit of scratching his head whenever he was nervous. Wang Jihong shoved Jiang Wen aside and lightly punched Zhang Jingming in the chest. Since when do you get nervous? Don't be afraid. When I came, I took a look at your opponent's info. He's actually of African descent. Wang Erden made a wildly exaggerated face at Zhang Jingming. He's actually a great shaman from a tribe. Wang Jihong glared at Wang Erden and snapped, go play your silly game somewhere else. Turning back to Zhang Jingming, he said mildly, what great shaman? He's just a psychic from a tribe, brother. You can definitely win. With that, Wang Jihong raised his fist to cheer Zhang Jingming on. The electronic screen announced the start of the match, and the contestants stepped onto the stage. On the stage stood a man whose entire body was smeared with colorful paint. A ring of feathers from various birds was fastened around his neck, and his lower body was wrapped in what appeared to be a loincloth made from the pelt of a black leopard. The sight was utterly primitive and full of mystery. Muhammad Ali versus Zhang Jingming. Zhang Jingming observed his opponent with total focus, and his opponent likewise scrutinized Zhang Jingming with equal seriousness. Both of them wanted to see what made the other different enough to reach the final round of the preliminaries. This was a tournament of the entire Blue Star Federation, an international event. Anyone who could reach this stage was surely no simple opponent. Sure enough, the African fighter was extremely fast. The instant Zhang Jingming was caught off guard, he shot out like a projectile and launched a fierce attack at Zhang Jingming's openings. Zhang Jingming silently activated the one-fold Kaio-ken, and his muscles swelled rapidly. At that moment, he possessed not only raw strength, but also extraordinary agility, moving as swiftly as a startled hare. The two soon clashed in a storm of fists and feet, moving at a speed that made people gasp. Wang Jihong, Ichio Lu Haoyu Wang Erden, and the others exchanged stunned looks, unable to believe that this was Zhang Jingming, a man without psychic powers. Yang Xinma, with her cute little fangs, was not surprised in the least. She looked at the dumbfounded group with undisguised disdain. Up on the stage, the two fighters' figures had become mere blurs. Within just a few minutes, they had already exchanged over 100 moves. The Wolf Fang Whirlwind Fist was a very elementary boxing technique, but bolstered by the Kaio-ken, it erupted with extraordinary force. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Caught slightly off guard, Muhammad Ali was hit by Zhang Jingming's fist wind, which raked several finger-like gashes across his chest and drew bright red blood. Zhang Jingming, of course, was not faring well either. Muhammad Ali landed a punch straight to his lower abdomen, causing him such pain that he nearly doubled over. But this was a match, a life-and-death struggle, so he had no choice but to endure the searing pain and continue fighting. Muhammad Ali was a fighter whose entire body was pitch black except for the whites of his eyes. At this moment, his darting, shifty gaze was all too conspicuous. Zhang Jingming watched and found the sight all too familiar. Wasn't this exactly how Comrade Jiang Wen looked when he was plotting mischief? He silently summoned the Kaio-ken and stayed cautiously on guard. Sure enough, after another fist-to-fist collision, Muhammad Ali recoiled 10 meters. Gesticulating wildly, he seemed to be seized by some frenzy and began dancing a tribal dance on the spot. He muttered under his breath, and to Zhang Jingming's ears it unmistakably sounded like some sort of incantation. The most inconceivable thing of all then happened. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the great African shaman actually took off his loincloth, revealing the pitch-black skin of his entire body. The sky darkened rapidly, and in an instant it became so dark that one could not see one's hand before one's eyes. What's going on? Why did it turn dark? Damn, there are ghosts. I can't see. Below the arena, the entire audience burst into panicked cries. Almost no one could see what was happening on the stage. Boom, boom, boom. Muhammad Ali charged forward, unleashing dozens of punches at Zhang Jingming. Fortunately, the Dragon Ball system could sense combat power and the so-called Qi, allowing it to clearly pinpoint exactly where Muhammad Ali's attacks would land. But even so, he could only barely defend. How could one fight without even seeing the opponent? Zhang Jingming was momentarily at a loss, and finally, under the opponent's storm-like assault, a gap appeared in his defense. Muhammad Ali's punch struck Zhang Jingming square in the chest. A sweet taste rushed up into Zhang Jingming's throat, and he was sent flying backward instantly. Having finally steadied himself, Zhang Jingming wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, only to realize that the heel of one foot was completely hanging off the edge of the arena. His heart sank halfway. At this moment, the opponent only needed a light push to send him tumbling off the platform and losing the match. Muhammad Ali certainly would not miss this heaven-sent opportunity. He charged over in a violent rush, elevating his spiritual energy to the highest level. The perilous aura made the Dragon Ball system flash with a fiery red warning. It kept warning Zhang Jingming to watch out for the enemy's all-out strike. Zhang Jingming regulated his breathing, erupted with a one-fold Kaio-ken, and swiftly shifted his body's position, barely dodging Muhammad Ali's full-power blow. Damn, that was close. Zhang Jingming quickly exhaled in relief and wiped the cold sweat from his face. But he knew this couldn't go on. Too passive. Losing the match was only a matter of time. But what was he supposed to do? This fighter's spiritual energy was so strange. He could even control the daylight. Anxious, Zhang Jingming sank into thought. Finally, after yet another successful defense against his opponent's attack, his eyes lit up. In the Dragon Ball system's skill list, a boxing technique lay silently all along. Solar flare. Of course, the solution had been right under his nose. Zhang Jingming was overjoyed, yet also extremely annoyed. He had actually forgotten the solar flare he'd just learned. Muhammad Ali's attacks, like liquid mercury pouring over the ground, had never stopped. Although he was astonished, and even admired his opponent for being able to withstand his attacks under such circumstances, he had to continue for the sake of victory and advancement. Muhammad Ali's punches and kicks were also laced with a special spiritual energy. Below the arena, only the fierce sounds of combat and the explosive booms of spiritual energy could be heard. Everyone was stunned by the intensity of the fight. Though they heard it without seeing it, that was more than enough. Believe it or not, if you turned off the lights and screen in a movie theater, it would have the same effect. Astounding. After successfully repelling Muhammad Ali's attack, once more Zhang Jingming found an opening and suddenly shouted, "Solar flare." His words became reality. In an instant, heaven and earth changed color as a beam of intense light shot straight into the sky. Everyone was stabbed by that light and couldn't open their eyes. Even those who closed them in time found their eyes irritated into streaming tears. Oh, my eyes. What's happening? My eyes are burning. This match is insane. One turns off the lights, the other turns them on. I can't take it anymore. I'm not watching. Who's going to compensate me if my eyes are ruined? Not only the audience below the arena, even Maucho was frightened into squeaking frantically, the live streaming device in its hands shaking wildly. Fans in the live stream chat complained endlessly. 1 second we can't see anything. The next it's so bright we still can't see anything. We can't see, just can't see. What is this? Seriously, what are those people screaming about? Sounds like they're shouting about their eyes. And why the hell is the camera shaking around? I'm getting dizzy. After the intense light faded, Muhammad Ali collapsed to the ground. Covering his eyes, he writhed while howling in agony, tears seeping through the gaps between his fingers. Zhang Jingming withdrew his stance. He would never take advantage of an opponent who had fallen. Martial virtue. To some it may be optional, but to Zhang Jingming, who had grown up reading wuxia novels, the chivalrous heroes in those books were his standard for how to live. Inside the luxurious private box above the martial arts tournament stage, old Heavenly Master withdrew the sharp glint in his eyes and nodded repeatedly. It seems this fighter of African descent usually lives in a rather dark place, so he developed a spiritual art that can manipulate the daylight. Principal 2 had already put on a pair of oversized sunglasses. Hearing this, he turned his head smugly and said, "Old man, see. I came prepared." He then pointed proudly at his oversized sunglasses with a self-satisfied look. But when he turned back and saw the leaders of Shiqing City glaring at him with displeasure, Principal 2's face went pale then red. He let out an awkward laugh and slowly took off the big sunglasses. Old Heavenly Master ignored Principal 2. Still immersed in that sensation, he smiled faintly and said, "It seems this fighter can no longer continue." Sure enough, the display board below announced Zhang Jingming's victory. Muhammad Ali, supported by Zhang Jingming, walked off the arena. The medical team prepared by the event organizers then placed him on a stretcher and took him to a professional medical room for examination. His companions all surrounded him in great excitement. But at the same time they all pointed at Zhang Jingming with terror-stricken eyes, their mouths agape, in an O shape. Yang Xinma squeezed through the crowd to get a look, and immediately burst out laughing, bending over and holding her waist until she had to keep wiping tears from her eyes. Even Mao Xiao bared its teeth and let out strange, squeaking laughter, hopping and bouncing all over Yang Xinma, as if it were exceptionally delighted. Zhang Jingming, oblivious to the cause, laughed foolishly along and instinctively raised a hand to scratch his head. A thunderous, "What the hell?" rang out at the martial arts tournament. The sound rebounded off the surrounding walls and echoed again and again. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? It gradually faded away. Zhang Jingming touched his bald head, looking deeply annoyed. Why did it become bald? My flowing hair. The grief was unbearable. If he had known that the solar flare would make him bald, Zhang Jingming would likely never have used it, even if it meant his death. A breeze swept by, chilling his head, and Zhang Jingming couldn't help but shiver. Yang Xinma, the girl with little tiger fangs, was already bent over with laughter, half crouching. Her entire body continued to shake uncontrollably. Even Ning Mingqing, who had come to watch from a distance, couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly. You kid, not bad. Wang Jihong threw a punch at Zhang Jingming's chest, looking extremely excited. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. Zhang Jingming had been hit on his old wound and yelped repeatedly in pain. Lu Haoyu winked at Zhang Jingming, saying, so the true secret of the solar flare is a shiny bald head. Wang Erden smacked his lips and muttered, this technique. Better not learn it. Jiang Wen beamed, his shifty eyes darting around for a long moment before he said to Zhang Jingming, what do you think? Could you apply for a lighting project? Every night you climb high and generate electricity out of love, then get the government to pay you all the lighting costs. At Jiang Wen's suggestion, the group of friends all burst into laughter, their bodies trembling in the wind. Scram. Seeing Zhang Jingming glare, Jiang Wen quickly made a zipping his mouth gesture, but he was still grinning broadly. The main tournament roster was out. Unfortunately, Zhang Jingming and most of the friends were placed in Zone A, with only Wang Jihong in Zone B. And to make matters worse, Wang Jihong would face his senior fellow disciple from Ji Mansion in the first main tournament match, Dong Gongqing, the chief disciple of Ji Mansion. The competition rules had been set before the tournament began. Sect disciples on the referee panel, such as Dong Gongqing, did not need to participate in the qualifiers. They went straight into the main tournament. This would also be a challenge for all contestants to see exactly how far behind they were from the sect's chief disciples and disciples in seclusion. Wang Erden smacked his lips and said disgruntledly, after looking at this roster and the groupings, I basically have no hope. Wang Jihong, however, was more cheerful. With a slight smile, he said, you don't have to win in a competition, but you must know the gap. Once you know the gap, you'll know the direction to work toward. As soon as he finished, the friends all voiced their approval. Zhang Jingming patted Wang Erden on the shoulder and encouraged him, what the hell are you afraid of? Worst case, you lose. Look at me. I made it through without any spiritual power. So what the hell are you afraid of? Wang Erden ran a hand over his slick center-parted hair and deliberately puffed out his chest, pretending to be tough. The hell, I'm scared. But looking at the brackets, if we both get past the first round, we'll meet in the second. Yo, what a pity I'll have to eliminate you that early. Zhang Jingming raised his head and put on a profound look. A gentle breeze blew, making his clothes flutter, and he almost fooled Wang Erden. Damn, you don't even have spiritual power, so what are you putting on airs for? Don't cry when I eliminate you. Wang Erden shook his slick center-parted head and staggered away. He wore a look of contempt, but he was still anxious inside. After all, he had just watched Zhang Jingming in a match. That kid. Without any spiritual power, he could fight this well. He'd have to be careful when the time came. But losing to Jingming isn't the end of the world. Bah. I'm definitely not losing. The friends parted ways, each with their own thoughts, and went home. Although the outside world was a mess, safe zones were still convenient. Quantum teleportation portals solved the problem of distance. They were safer, faster, and had no side effects. They turned the entire planet, launching into a true village. Travel between cities was almost instantaneous. This time, the Shiqing First Martial Arts Tournament was highly valued by the launching Federation government. Once the main event began, it would be broadcast worldwide. It was also meant to clear out the outer domain and select talent. Although demonic beasts in the outer domain were growing increasingly rampant, even taking the initiative to attack cities equipped with Redeemer quantum light cannons. Resources and energy had become especially important in this world, particularly electricity. City life and defense required enormous amounts of electrical energy. Quantum light cannons consumed a lot, even on standby, let alone in defensive mode. They were an energy abyss, a bottomless pit. The Federation government urgently needed a force that could truly destroy or suppress demonic beasts. Unfortunately, at present, that was still too early. Although geographical restrictions had decreased, differences in culture and religion between regions made true unity difficult. The so-called world trees numbered more than 10, with the largest being those in Shiqing Nabamii in the Middle East and Caxierta in Europe. Their roots had already exceeded 30 kilometers in diameter. The world trees seemed to have no intention of stopping. After experts and professors had examined them, they unanimously concluded that the world trees had brought about the revival of spiritual energy. Beneath the canopies, spiritual energy was dense, attracting more and more people to cultivate and meditate there. Then came another earth-shattering piece of news: the Bai family's old fiend had been found. Rumor had it that he had gone out to buy wine, lost his senses, and wandered off. Later, Qiu Qilu, the current head of the Bai family, found him reeking of alcohol. It seemed that the Ning family's old ancestor had deliberately plied him with wine before throwing him back. But no matter how they disguised it, the huge lump on the back of his head could not be hidden. The Bai family had grown so quickly precisely because this old madman was at its helm. Losing him would be devastating. In the grand compound of the Bai family, Qiu Qilu was furious in the main hall. Humph! If I find out who dared to hit the old master over the head, I won't let them off. Indeed, who would be so bold as to hit the old madman of the Bai family on the head? If this got out, it would be a huge disgrace. Bai Junyi suppressed the pain all over his body, adjusted his sitting posture with effort, and tried to look more upright. Mother, in this tournament, there are indeed a few without family connections whom our Bai family can use. With that, he respectfully handed over a list he had compiled. The names of Zhang Jingming, Wang Jihong, and others were unexpectedly on it. Qiu Qiulu snatched the list, sneered coldly, and pointed at the names of Zhang Jingming and Wang Jihong. There's no need to contact these two. I've already had this Zhang Jingming investigated. He has no spiritual power. And this Wang Jihong belongs to Ji Mansion. After saying this, she still forced a faint smile at Bai Junyi. But the others on the list can be used. It shows that Er truly put thought into this. Bai Junyi nodded quickly. This woman of noble bearing before him, his own mother, had automatically become the head of the Bai family after her husband died and her father-in-law went mad. But her ambition was too great, so great that she felt like a stranger to him. For her, this martial arts tournament was the best opportunity to recruit young talents without any backing. The Bai family's business was mostly slaughtering lower-level demonic beasts in the outer domain to obtain demonic cores. After extremely precise processing and refining, these became the so-called spirit stones. The size and purity of a demonic core directly affected the value of a spirit stone. Although spirit stones could be used directly as currency, there were still differences among them. Demonic beasts were an indelible pain for the Bai family. The previous head of the Bai family, Bai Xian, the man hailed as certain to reach A rank in the future. He died in a demonic beast tide. From then on, his mother became cold and taciturn. Bai Junyi summoned Tan Ren, handed him the list, and gave a few instructions. Tan Ren nodded, turned, and left. At the same time, in the waiting hall of Shurching's quantum teleportation portal, a squad of tall, golden-haired, blue-eyed foreigners walked out. They wore tight, custom-made camouflage uniforms, all in high spirits with large sunglasses. They looked exactly like special forces, except they had no shoulder insignia or serial numbers. As soon as they came out, passers-by stopped and stared, sizing them up with curiosity. The leader among them, despite his large sunglasses and beret, could not hide the ferocious scars covering his face. After coming out, they quickly boarded several black Rolls-Royces waiting there. With a few roars of the engines, the cars disappeared from view. Under the night sky, Lion City remained vibrant and captivating. Zhang Jingming took a satisfied sip of the pale golden wine from his glass, then smacked his lips with contentment. Jiang Wen felt as though he himself had overcome the preliminaries, his chest swelling with pride. Jingming, that's incredible. You've truly lifted our spirits. Us blank slates without any spiritual energy. Zhang Jingming flashed a brilliant smile at Jiang Wen. How could he explain that he wasn't without spiritual energy at all? He had a system. But how could he say such a thing? He could only offer an embarrassed chuckle. Yang Xinma was throwing a tantrum, refusing to go home. She insisted on coming along. I'm coming whether you like it or not. You're enjoying good food and drink, and actually wanted to kick me out. Zhang Jingming was speechless. It's so late. Aren't you afraid Uncle Yang will beat you if you don't go back? No way. He knows I'm with you. What? Then you should go back even more. If anything happens, how can I explain myself? No. Jiang Wen paid no mind to any of this, and went back to devouring his food with relish. In 3 or 2 swift movements, a spiced crayfish was stripped of its hard shell and sent straight into his mouth. The fiery, aromatic flavor struck his taste buds like lightning. With another draft of Lion City Snow beer, the sensation was simply beyond words. Jiang Wen shot a sideways glance at the two, still arguing endlessly. Food before all else, discuss all you wish. I'm not holding back. The snack stalls beneath the world tree of Lion City had seized every advantage. Customers could savor delicious food while absorbing the spiritual energy emanating from the ancient tree. However, this seemed to have nothing to do with Zhang Jingming and Jiang Wen. The restaurant they had chosen, Qingxiang East Pavilion, was doing extraordinarily busy business. If they had arrived even a little later, there would have been no seats at all. Zhang Jingming and Yang Xinma debated back and forth without reaching a conclusion. Huffing in annoyance, she picked up her cup and drained it in one gulp. Nothing beats the crisp taste of our Lion City snow. Why yes. Jiang Wen's mouth was so stuffed he could only manage muffled responses. Sir, would you like to buy some flowers? Standing beside the next table was a ragged little girl selling roses from a small basket. It was already very late at night. The girl tried her best to appear less wretched, maintaining a fragile smile. Sir, would you like to buy a bouquet to give? Before she could finish her sentence, she was harshly interrupted. Get lost. Damn it, you little brat, daring to disturb me while I'm drinking. A burly man with a ruthless face glared at her, reaching out to grab the girl. Please don't. The little girl trembled with fear, utterly helpless. Just as the brute's thick arm was about to close around her, someone tapped him on the shoulder. The drunken man turned his head, blearily cursing. What the hell? Who's there? To his surprise, he found a bald man standing behind him, smiling warmly. That bald head was so brilliantly shiny, it actually reflected light, dazzling his eyes. The drunkard quickly shielded his face with his hand, muttering curses. Damn it, who do you think you are, meddling in my business? It's just a little girl. If you don't want to buy flowers, don't. But don't lay hands on her. Zhang Jingming looked at the brute before him with calm composure, urging him gently. You damn fool. You looking to die, eh? The brute threw a punch. Almost immediately his companions overturned a wine table and joined the fight. Though outnumbered 7-1, the brute's gang stood no chance against Zhang Jingming. In 3 or 2 swift movements, they all lay sprawled on the ground. You bastard, you'll regret this. The brute, sporting a spectacular black eye, scrambled to his feet, spat out a mouthful of blood, and led his companions away in disarray. Zhang Jingming paid no mind to the brute and his gang. Instead, he walked over and gently comforted the girl. Little sister, what's your name? How old are you? 6 years old. My name is Zhang Karen. The little girl was still trembling with fear, stammering out her name. Oh, only 6 years old. Let big sister give you a hug. Seeing how adorable the girl was, aside from some smudges on her face, Yang Xinma's heart melted instantly. Why are you selling flowers at such a young age? Where are your parents? Gone. How? Yang Xinma's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a lovely little girl. How could heaven be so unfair? Beast men beyond the city walls. The girl seemed to recall something painful, her eyes reddening at once. Yang Xinma affectionately patted her head, her expression full of sympathy. Then who are you living with now? Zhang Karen shook her head, then nodded, wiping away her tears. My aunt and uncle. Hardly had she spoken when a middle-aged woman came sprinting down the street. Reaching Zhang Karen, she raised her hand and slapped her hard. I told you to sell flowers. Here you were chatting with people. Auntie, Tears rolled down Zhang Karen's cheeks. Someone was bullying me earlier. The brother and sister helped me. The woman cast a cold glance at Zhang Jingming, her face twisted in disdain. Helped? Then why didn't you buy flowers? This set off Yang Xinma's short temper. Helping means you have to buy flowers. I'll buy if I wanna. Nobody can force me. Oh, a mere girl talking back to me. The woman planted her hands on her hips, striking a quarrelsome posture ready for a street brawl. Just as the two women were on the verge of war. Boss who? It's them. The brute with the swollen black eyes returned with his crew, pointing at Zhang Jingming and the others. That's their boss. Following the brute's gaze, several fearsome men stood behind him, glaring angrily at Zhang Jingming and his companions. But soon upon recognizing who had arrived, Zhang Jingming, Jiang Wen, and Yang Xinma exchanged knowing smiles. Fate has a way of bringing rivals together. The newcomer was none other than Brother Hu, one of Zhang Jingming's top contributors of resentment points. At first, Brother Hu stood behind them with his hands in his pockets, exuding the aura of a true boss, fearsome and imposing. But the moment he clearly saw Zhang Jingming and the others, his legs turned to jelly. Especially when he caught Yang Xinma's warm smile directed at him. He nearly fell to his knees right there. It was clear how terrifying an impression Yang Xinma had left on Brother Hu's psyche. Unaware of this, the brute kept shouting, "Fuck boss Hu, those little shits are the ones. You gonna do something, or what?" The woman's legs had turned to jelly, trembling uncontrollably. "Be boss. Boss Hu, this has nothing to do with me." Before finishing her words, she bolted, not caring about her niece's desperate cries. Auntie, where are you going? Karen is scared. Stop calling. We don't need an aunt like that. From now on, stay with big sister. Heartbroken, Yang Xinma scooped Zhang Karen into her arms and gently wiped the tears from her face. The brute continued his frantic goading, urging Brother Hu to fight Zhang Jingming. What the hell, you're asking for death, aren't you? The brute could never have imagined that the reinforcements he had summoned would deliver a kick to his own back from behind. Brother Hu kicked the brute aside, then flashed a brilliant smile at Zhang Jingming. It's good to see you again. Zhang Jingming beckoned Brother Hu closer. Haha, what's up, Brother Zhang? Brother Hu bowed obsequiously and scurried over to Zhang Jingming's side. That's not right. What's not right? Brother Hu couldn't make heads or tails of it. What was wrong? Your attitude is wrong. Huh? Brother Hu looked at Zhang Jingming with uneasy bewilderment. Zhang Jingming had originally hoped to squeeze a little more resentment value out of Brother who but with the man's current attitude, it wasn't easy to strike. At a loss for words, he didn't know what to say. Yang Xinma meanwhile set Zhang Karen aside, handed Mao Qiu to Jiang Wen, and walked up to Brother Hu. Her face was wreathed in smiles, showing 2 tiny tiger fangs. But to Brother Hu, no matter how he looked at it, Yang Xinma's smile carried a bone-chilling coldness. I've got money. I've got money. Before Yang Xinma could finish, Brother Hu frantically rummaged through his waist pouch, and with a deferential air held out a stack of federal bills. Smart move. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Yang Xinma accepted the bills from Brother Hu. She plopped back into her seat, and said with a grin, "Tonight, I'm treating everyone." The big man's jaw was still hanging open when Brother Hu turned and shot him a cold stare full of murderous intent. The big man's legs went weak with fright. What the hell was going on? Was this still the Brother Hu had once made a name for himself across the underworld? Why was he afraid of these kids? If he had known how much Brother Hu had suffered at Yang Xinma's hands in the lockup that day, he wouldn't have asked. To Brother Hu, this little girl was more dreadful than a demon. The one standing behind the girl was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Brother Hu led the big man away, cursing and slapping him as he walked. Why the hell couldn't you find someone else to mess with? You had to mess with them. You had to mess with them. Damn it. You'll repay my losses 100-fold. The voices faded into the distance. Zhang Jingming and the others exchanged smiles. It was utterly hilarious. In the system, the resentment values refreshed not long after. Chao Hu resentment value 10,000. Chao Hu resentment value 7560. Chao Hu resentment value 11,000. Zhang Jingming watched the resentment value skyrocket, but merely smiled knowingly and dismissed it. Brother Hu, however, hadn't actually gone far. He simply hid somewhere and made a phone call. It's them. Yes, I'm sure. After hanging up, his fleshy face contorted into a sinister smile. The Rolls-Royces parked below the Shurching Empire building let out furious roars before vanishing under the cover of night. Zhang Jingming, delighted at winning the audition, couldn't help drinking a few extra cups with Jiang Wen. Zhang Karen hugged Mao Qiu and played gleefully with it. Karen, isn't Mao Qiu cute? Yang Xinma watched her with a smile. Once the little girl had washed her face, she turned out to be surprisingly adorable. She couldn't understand how the girl's aunt and uncle could bear to make such a lovely child drop out of school and sell flowers on the street. Yang Xinma thought to herself, it's okay. From now on, you'll stay with me, and I'll take care of you. There's a dad at home too. I'm sure he'll love you just as much. Mao Qiu seemed to adore the little girl, as well, cooing ya-ya as it snuggled up to her. It even reached out a little furry paw to stroke the child's cheek. The tender scene brought tears to their eyes, aided by the alcohol. What a cruel and miserable world. How many girls like Zhang Karen were there? But the tear-jerking scene didn't last long. Screech. With a few sharp breaking sounds, a squad of foreigners in close-fitting camouflage uniforms poured out of their vehicles. Swish, swish, swish. Splitting up, they swiftly surrounded the area where Zhang Jingming and the others were dining. In the Federal Police Director General's office in Hengchang City, Yang Jigua picked up a call. What? The Illuminati. The Sword of Despair. Speak up, damn it. Did you say Xinma is there too? Yang Jigua's face darkened with the reports coming through the phone until with a bang, he slammed down the receiver. At that moment, Yang Jigua felt as if the sky were falling. His own daughter had somehow been dragged into the Illuminati's manhunt. The Sword of Despair. That notoriously bloodthirsty organization of psychics. Yang Jigua knew all too well how brutal they were. But this was Huaxia. It might be part of the Federation, but it was still Huaxia. An ancient Huaxia with a long history wasn't a place where some evil alien force could tread as it pleased. Yang Jigua bolted out of his office like a madman, shouting anxiously as he ran. Old Jia, hurry. I'll head to the scene first. Contact Xiao Hui and the others. Xinma and her friends might be in danger. Old Jia had already received the news in his own office and was deeply worried for Yang Xinma. This girl was everyone's precious darling at the police headquarters. Nothing could happen to her. Old Jia hurriedly called Colonel Xiao Hui, then led his men charging out of the station. On the streets of Hengchang City, police sirens blared. Dozens of patrol cars slashed through the night, roaring straight toward the quantum teleport gate waiting hall. Beneath the world tree in Shurching, however, the situation was turning grim. The Sword of Despair had Zhang Jingming and the others surrounded in the center. They could only crouch behind the thick roots rising from the earth. Yang Xinma frowned and concentrated for a moment. Not good. There aren't only psychics. There's also something I can't quite identify mixed in among them. Something bad. Zhang Jingming gave Yang Xinma a strange look. What bad thing? Hard to explain. It isn't a psychic, but it's incredibly powerful, and it carries the aura of darkness. Yang Xinma stated earnestly. After all, over the years in Hengchang City, she had helped her father catch quite a few people. She could clearly distinguish the auras and psychic energies of many people. Jiang Wen clutched Zhang Karen and Mao Qiu, shaking uncontrollably on the ground. Stop it, you two. You're scaring me to death. Zhang Karen secretly wiped away a tear, then forced a smile. With big brother and big sister here, Karen isn't afraid. With that, she puffed out her small chest, trying to look brave. Yang Xinma promptly stroked Zhang Karen's head, her expression full of doting affection. The Sword of Despair members gradually tightened the encirclement. The intelligence they'd received before setting out had described Zhang Jingming in wildly exaggerated terms. That was why the Sword of Despair squad had used the standard encirclement tactic, a mercenary-style special forces maneuver. But they discovered that Zhang Jingming and the others were merely hiding with no intention of striking back. So they were just a bunch of trash after all. Charles Best, the captain of the Sword of Despair, had now confirmed that these people were all weaklings. At this point he abandoned the tactical formation entirely. With a vicious grin he charged toward where Zhang Jingming and the others were hiding. Charles Best wore a custom-made tactical camouflage top, a short dagger made of gargoyle bone hanging from his waist. His short hair was dark red, his tiger-like eyes gleamed with spirit, and his tall, powerful build was covered with savage scars on every patch of exposed skin. At this moment Charles Best was like a god of slaughter. His eyes turned dark crimson as he charged toward the hiding spot of Zhang Jingming and the others, gripping a standard-issue alloy greatsword produced by 7 Stars Corporation at astonishing speed. "Little kids, stop hiding. It won't hurt much." Charles Best grinned savagely, as if Zhang Jingming and the others were already prey tangled in his web, ready for him to toy with at will. "Don't come out, any of you. Run if you get the chance." Zhang Jingming shook off Yang Xinma's hand and stepped out alone. If they kept hiding, everyone behind those tree roots would be left with no way out. "Don't go," Yang Xinma sobbed. She could sense the terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations radiating from the group outside. She couldn't bear to let Zhang Jingming go to his death. But in this situation, he could only step forward with unwavering resolve. Charles Best looked him up and down curiously. Yet his gaze was like that of a man looking at one already dead. Across all of Europe, even the world, there were few who dared to face him directly. But the boy before him was definitely not on that list. Charles Best smiled. His courage was commendable, but he still had to die. For that courage he would grant him a quick death. Swish! Charles Best suddenly accelerated his body, turning into a blur as he appeared before Zhang Jingming in almost the same instant. Looking up at the figure before him, like a war god from Greek mythology, Zhang Jingming felt every muscle in his body tense. Silently, he activated the World King Fist. Boom! Charles Best actually abandoned the standard-issue alloy greatsword. His hand shot out like lightning, and a punch thundered toward him. Zhang Jingming crossed his arms in front of his chest, but the blow still sent him flying backward. Crack! Zhang Jingming crashed through countless thick tree roots before his flying body finally came to a stop. At this moment no one knew the despair he felt. Their power was completely lopsided. The man he now faced had overwhelming combat strength. It was clear he only wanted to toy with him. If he had truly struck, he would probably already be dead. Despair. A feeling of despair slowly spread through him. Zhang Jingming suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The moment Yang Xinma saw him spit blood, she was so anxious she nearly rushed out. Jiang Wen hastily grabbed hold of Yang Xinma. "Don't. Going out will only make things harder for Jingming." Zhang Karen hugged her little furball, trembling all over, but still tried to act brave. "Sister, don't be afraid. My brother is definitely going to win." After saying that, she tugged at Yang Xinma's clothes and forced out a faint smile. Seeing how sensible and brave Zhang Karen was, Yang Xinma's heart softened, and she pulled her into her arms. "Sister isn't afraid. Karen is really brave." But Yang Xinma knew in her heart that they would be lucky to survive today. It was just that this little girl was too pitiful, and none of it had anything to do with her. Charles Best kicked off the ground and shot forward, launching his second round of attack. Another punch. Another thunderous crash. Zhang Jingming was sent flying again. This time, however, he did not get up. 2 ribs in his chest had broken, and the agony left him unable to speak. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead. The members of the Sword of Despair squad were drawing closer and closer to where Yang Xinma and the others were hiding, their footsteps growing nearer. Haha, this chick's not bad looking. One Sword of Despair member had already climbed over the thick tree root and jumped inside. At this moment the Sword of Despair had completely let down its guard. They were no longer a tactical squad, but a pack of starving wolves and bandits. They flung themselves madly at Yang Xinma, Jiang Wen, and the others like prey that had already fallen into a trap. Despair. Zhang Jingming felt despair to the point of madness. Was this the true meaning behind the name Sword of Despair? To make people feel despair? But Zhang Jingming was not a man who accepted his fate. He struggled to his feet. This time he did not lunge at Charles Best. Instead, he rushed back to the hiding spot and drove a punch into the Sword of Despair member beside Yang Xinma. Boom. The man was blasted 10 meters away. But more and more Sword of Despair members were closing in. Charles Best watched coldly, observing how his men were surrounding and hunting this group of prey already caught in the encirclement. Zhang Jingming roared and kept beating back the Sword of Despair members who charged in, but that was all he could do. Force them back. He had not inflicted much real damage on them at all. As if it were a child's game, they laughed and charged back in whenever they were driven off, actually treating Zhang Jingming's fury as entertainment. Ha ha ha, this kid is interesting. Ha ha, let him hit us. Let's see how much strength he has left. Whoa, he's pretty fierce. A group of them laughed and shoved one another, showing no hurry at all. To them, Zhang Jingming and the others were already as good as in their grasp. It was only a matter of time before they took them down. Charles Best did not stop them, he simply watched coldly. Letting them relax at the right moment was one of his methods for successfully managing these bloodthirsty subordinates. Zhang Jingming felt the stabbing pain of his broken ribs. It was unbearable, he kept hissing cold air between his teeth and could barely throw another punch. Utterly exhausted. In agony. Boom. Another punch drove a Sword of Despair member back. Thud. Zhang Jingming felt as if all his strength had been drained away. His legs gave way and he sank to one knee. Huh. This kid's got nothing left, huh? The Sword of Despair members watched Zhang Jingming drop to one knee and burst into savage laughter. They slowly closed in, intending to torture to death the man who had embarrassed them just as they tortured those demonic beasts. Huh. Serves you right. Brother who, hiding behind a tree root, sneered, now you know what happens when you mess with me, right? Just as brother who was craning his neck and gloating, Zhang Jingming caught sight of him. Suppressing the searing pain in his chest, Zhang Jingming resolved to stake everything on one last gamble. Using the last shred of his strength, he kicked off with both legs and shot out. In an instant, Zhang Jingming was standing before brother, who, his hand clamped around brother, whose throat no matter how hard brother who struggled. Brother who felt as if an iron vice had seized his neck, making it hard to breathe. Smack. A single slap. Smack. Another slap. Smack, 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 smack. In an instant, Zhang Jingming had slapped brother who more than a dozen times back and forth. And brother whose subordinates had seen it all clearly. Their boss was being slapped wildly by this young man. But no one dared to come to his rescue. They had all witnessed what this man could do. Brother who felt utterly humiliated, grinding his teeth in extreme hatred. But as he ground them, he found he could no longer bite down. His teeth had been slapped out, leaving only soft, fleshy tooth sockets. A coppery sweet taste of blood filled his mouth. Brother who could no longer cry out. He could only babble incoherently to express his rage. Xiao whose resentment points 3,000. Xiao whose resentment points 7560. Xiao whose resentment points 6,000. Xiao whose resentment points 5,000. Xiao whose resentment points 7560. Xiao whose resentment points 20,000. Zhang Jingming was wild with joy inside. More? Bring on more. His hand did not stop. He kept slapping brother who frantically until brother whose face was already completely twisted out of shape. On the wheel of fate, resentment points shot up wildly. Not only brother Tiger's resentment points, but those of his underlings soared as well. Their boss had been publicly slapped around, and though they were afraid, they burned with hatred. And so Zhang Jingming amassed over 300,000 resentment points in an instant. A desperate 30 pull. The wheel of fate spun wildly. Wheel of fate activated. Better luck next time. Better luck next time. Zhang Jingming's face turned white. This was a desperate situation, damn it. Stop messing around, will you? Perhaps the wheel of fate had heard its host's plea. Perhaps the system had sensed danger. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 30 spirit stones. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Scion bloodline. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 spirit stone. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 4 bodies fist. Better luck next time. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 30 skill points. Better luck next time. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 4 bodies fist. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 10x Kaio-ken. Better luck next time. Better luck next time. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 10x Kamehameha wave. The Scion bloodline. Zhang Jingming naturally knew what that meant. With the Scion bloodline, he possessed infinite potential to grow stronger in the future. It must be said this desperate draw session had been incredibly lucky. He had actually obtained so many techniques, spirit stones, and skill points at once. What a rush. Even though he was in danger, everything had actually been accomplished in an instant. After hurriedly putting his skill points to use, his attribute panel refreshed. Host Zhang Jingming, combat power 1700, strength 52, agility 30, appearance 10010, available skill points none. Skills 10x Kaio-ken, 10x Kamehameha wave, Wolf Fang fist, solar flare, 4 bodies fist. Now possessing the Scion bloodline, Zhang Jingming opened the system shop, and an icon suddenly blazed to life. Zhang Jingming remembered that before this spot had only been a black frame. No icon, nothing. At the time, Zhang Jingming hadn't paid it any mind. Now he understood it had been because he hadn't had the Scion bloodline back then. An icon named Super Scion gleamed brilliantly. Zhang Jingming clicked it. 30 spirit stones. Exactly enough. In that instant, fierce wind swept across heaven and earth. Zhang Jingming threw the dying brother Tiger to the ground. An indescribable transformation began to tear through his muscles and bones. It was agonizing and yet exhilarating. A mighty power inside his muscles wanted to burst out. Zhang Jingming felt as if this force were rearranging the positions of his internal organs. The pain was carved into his very bones. Zhang Jingming's body struggled to contain this terrifying power, but the power kept fighting to surge free. Pain. That was the only signal in Zhang Jingming's mind right now. Arg. It hurt so much. Everyone stared at Zhang Jingming watching his agony, until he finally fell straight back stiff as a board. The moment he cried out in pain, Yang Xinma felt her heart shatter. The man before her probably wasn't going to make it. He had done it to protect her, to protect everyone there. Jingming. Yang Xinma cried out, heart-rendingly, tears soaking her clothes, but Zhang Wen held her back with all his strength. No, don't. Zhang Wen felt a sharp pain on the back of his hand. Looking closely, he saw Yang Xinma's canine teeth buried deep in the flesh of his hand. Seized by the sudden pain, Zhang Wen instinctively let go of Yang Xinma. In that moment, like an arrow released from its bowstring, she charged wildly toward Zhang Jingming. She wanted to stay by Zhang Jingming's side in his final moments. Even if they died together, she would have no regrets. Crying and screaming, Yang Xinma drew closer and closer to Zhang Jingming. She felt as though she had used up every ounce of her strength, and at last she collapsed beside him. Grief choked her heart, and she fainted. Silly girl. If Yang Xinma could have heard those words clearly, she would have gone mad with joy. After Yang Xinma collapsed and lost consciousness, Zhang Jingming stood up on his own, gathered her body into his arms, and gently placed her behind a thick tree root. It seemed he had already brought that power under firm control. In this moment, Zhang Jingming's aura was astonishing. His pupils had turned gold, and on his once gleaming bald head golden hair had grown out, every strand standing upright. A visible golden halo enveloped his entire body. Char-Best's heart skipped a beat. This is out of control. He hastily let out a whistle, kicked off the ground, and charged at Zhang Jingming. Hearing the whistle, the Despair Blade squad members all wiped the smiles off their faces, quickly reformed their ranks, and charged after Char-Best toward Zhang Jingming. Zhang Jingming, Super Saiyan. Although his Super Saiyan transformation was still at the most primitive level, it was enough. His golden eyes blazed with furious light, and his movements reached the utmost limit. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Zhang Jingming traded over 100 punches with Char-Best. Both of them stared at each other in shock. Neither had expected the other to be so powerful. Char-Best knitted his brows deeply. How could this man's entire bearing have changed so completely in just moments? Zhang Jingming, however, was even more afraid. The power within him could vanish at any moment, and yet he had only managed to fight this man to a draw. Just how strong was he? What Zhang Jingming didn't know was that Char-Best's spiritual power grew stronger against stronger opponents. Truly terrifying. This was why Char-Best had very few rivals in all of Europe or even the world. Zhang Jingming had to defeat this terrifying opponent within a limited window, otherwise once this power faded from his body, he would almost certainly be doomed. 10x Kaio-ken. For Body's Fist. Fang Fist. In an instant, Zhang Jingming went all out. The four bodies fist transformed him into 4 phantom bodies, each empowered by 10x Kaio-ken and frantically unleashing Fang Fist attacks. The Despair Blade members behind Char-Best had already assembled. Char-Best raised his left hand in a tactical kill signal. The squad members gradually fanned out, surrounding Zhang Jingming's 4 phantom bodies in the middle. The great battle was about to erupt. Zhang Jingming's 4 phantom bodies erupted with overwhelming combat power, enough to split mountains and crack rocks. One phantom body squared off against Char-Best, 10x Kamehameha wave. With a furious roar, a light wave formed of energy tore through the night. Rumble. Char-Best was blasted backward by the wave, energy exploding violently around him. Arg. Char-Best howled madly as he was sent flying by the energy wave. The other 3 phantom bodies, radiating golden light, furiously chased down the Despair Blade squad members. They struck all kinds of battle poses. Fang Fist. Kamehameha wave. The 4 phantom bodies roared in crazed fury. Bang, bang, bang. Rocks split apart, roots of the world tree flew into the air, and mighty energy exploded without restraint. Every one of Zhang Jingming's phantom bodies displayed astonishing combat power. But deep down, Zhang Jingming knew that he might collapse from exhaustion at any moment. This power was too strong. He simply could not fully control it yet. Sure enough, after yet another energy wave, the phantom bodies rapidly merged back into his true body. Zhang Jingming's golden state also quickly faded. Zhang Jingming's body rapidly deteriorated. The aftereffects of the instantaneous enhancement from the Super Saiyan transformation manifested immediately. His entire body collapsed to his knees, utterly drained, with no strength left to rise again. Am I really going to die here? Zhang Jingming raged within himself. But what choice did he have? He had pushed beyond his body's limits to wield the Super Saiyan form. This was the punishment he deserved. Exhausting his final reserves of strength, he let out a desperate roar of anguish. Best watched coldly as all these changes unfolded upon Zhang Jingming's body. He led the Despair Sword Squad to close in. Best made a throat-slitting gesture toward his own neck. Kill. He understood very well that the man before him, no the boy, possessed infinitely terrifying potential. Every second he remained alive posed a danger to the Order of Light. This boy, today, must die. This was what Best told himself repeatedly. At this moment, without a hint of hesitation, he drew a dagger forged from gargoyle's bones. Beneath the world tree's canopy under the night sky, apart from the mere few electric lamps glowing near the dining hall direction, everything was shrouded in darkness. An atmosphere of grim severity pervaded the air. Jiang Wen held Zhang Karen, and Mao Qiu his eyes wide with fear. Perhaps after Jingming it would be our turn next. But what could they possibly do? Nothing at all. He was nothing but a useless waste. Jiang Wen felt tears rolling down his face, his heart seething with anger at the imminent fate awaiting Zhang Jingming. Simultaneously he raged against his own inability to wield any spiritual energy. A complete waste. Never had he loathed being such a worthless cripple more than he did this very day. Watching Best close and step by step upon Zhang Jingming, Jiang Wen's eyes nearly bulged with bloodshot fury. Suddenly fierce winds erupted above the canopy. Over a dozen blinding rays of light pierced through the canopy and struck the ground directly. The sound of tu-tu-tu-tu erupted loudly. Jiang Wen raised his head and listened carefully. Nighthawk combat helicopters. It's Colonel Xiaohui. At this moment, the deafening roar of the Nighthawk helicopter's rotors sounded extraordinarily beautiful. It sounded just like a little nocturne of salvation. Jiang Wen was instantly consumed by a fierce desire to live. He forcefully rose to his feet and shouted toward Zhang Jingming, Jingming. Colonel Xiaohui has arrived. Stand up. Hold on. Jiang Wen's frenzied shouting attracted the attention of several members of the Despair Sword Squad. Shrouded in the night curtain, they stealthily crept forward while avoiding the light sources. That detestable fat bastard, what is he yowling about? Several members of the Despair Sword Squad wore expressions of disgust. They decided that while eliminating Zhang Jingming, they would also put down this noisy fat man. The canopy of the world tree blanketed the sky, and the military helicopters could only cast down a few piercing beams of light, yet they could not confirm the exact positions of Zhang Jingming and the others. What was originally a danger targeting only Zhang Jingming had now multiplied into two fronts. Not only was Zhang Jingming in extreme peril, but Jiang Wen, Zhang Karen, and the others were equally on the brink. At this moment Jiang Wen could clearly scent the odor emanating from these several members of the Despair Sword Squad before him. Several tall, broad-shouldered Europeans with blonde hair and blue eyes stared coldly at Jiang Wen, gazing upon this chubby man about to become raw meat upon the chopping block. Standard issue alloy long swords gleamed menacingly in their hands, drawing ever closer. Just as those figures were about to bring their blades down, several shadowy forms lunged forward. Bang, bang, bang. Fists and kicks collided, interspersed with the clashing resonances of metal striking metal. Colonel Xiaohui. Jiang Wen could never have imagined that Colonel Xiaohui had actually come accompanied by ground troops. But Jiang Wen quickly turned his gaze toward the place where Zhang Jingming had knelt. A group of shadowy figures had already swiftly surrounded him. Jingming. Jiang Wen called out loudly, hoping to awaken Zhang Jingming's will to survive. Stand up. Come on, Jingming. Jiang Wen cried hoarsely, but it was already becoming too late. Best looked down at the boy kneeling before him and sighed. Perhaps he will become someone of consequence in the future, but alas, he has meddled with troubles far beyond his capability. Zhang Jingming gave a cold smile. If you wish to kill me, just do it. Why so many pointless words? Best raised his hand and brought the gargoyle dagger crashing down, aiming straight for Zhang Jingming's exposed neck. For a so-called genius, for a figure who might one day threaten both the Order of Light and the Despair Sword, he never showed the slightest mercy. Nor would he ever hesitate bringing trouble upon himself and his organization. Decisive execution and killing. This was the character Best took greatest pride in. Today Best would eliminate a genius. At that very same moment behind Best, a figure cloaked entirely in black robes with a hood drawn over his head spoke in a hoarse voice resembling a drake's croak. Bad news. A powerful expert approaches. The dagger drove straight downward. Just inches away from Zhang Jingming's neck, Best felt an immense force of resistance. That final sliver of distance simply would not yield. Wearing cloud shoes, one may tread upon the borders of yin and yang. Wielding a whisk, one may sweep the dust from heaven and earth. A figure descended from above. It was the destitute Taoist priest Master Wang from the dilapidated Taoist temple on Mangdang Mountain. With his fingers formed into a sword gesture, he gave a slight flick and Best's dagger was knocked from his grasp. The Taoist priest retracted his two fingers and offered a faint smile. Friend, your aura of killing is far too heavy. You cannot enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. With those words, the destitute Taoist priest's figure swayed, and his fist struck forth like a crashing mountain. What contrasted starkly with his slender frame was the ferocity and dominance of this palm strike. Boom. Both fists slammed heavily into Chelbest's chest, unleashing earth-shattering force. Chelbest was knocked backward hundreds of steps, barely managing to halt himself with his feet the ground, carved into a muddy furrow beneath his boots. Without pausing his movement, the destitute Taoist priest quickly drew another talisman from his bosom. With a gentle shake of his wrist, the talisman burst into spontaneous flame. Using the firelight, he traced the character, she pardoned in the air, then hurled it toward the dark-robed despair sword member. Boom. The flame struck the figure, triggering a violent explosion. Oof. Do you truly believe Taoist talismans hold any power over me? The man spoke with sinister glee, his duck-like, croaking voice utterly repulsive. The destitute Taoist priest paid him no mind, merely gazing coldly at him before calling out to Zhang Jingming on the ground, "Rise. Come with me. Want to leave? I'm afraid it's not that simple." The man dissolved into a mist of blood, and an intensely crimson aura of terror immediately enveloped the area. The destitute Taoist priest sneered coldly, playing blood magic on ancient Huaxia soil. His hand flashed forth like lightning, and 3 palm strikes drove outward. The blood mist encountered the force of his palms and scattered in all directions. The Taoist figure reappeared once more, that sinister duck-like voice carrying forward. "Unexpectedly, upon first entering Huaxia, I encounter an expert such as yourself. Haha, it seems this journey has indeed been worthwhile." Chelbest led the remaining despair sword members to swiftly close in, surrounding the area completely. "There is an old saying in your Huaxia, 2 fists cannot withstand 4 hands. And here I fear there are far more than 4 hands." With that, a sinister smile curled the corners of Chelbest's lips. Taoist Wang smiled faintly, waving his wide sleeve. "Today I'll give you another Chinese saying: the mighty dragon can hardly overcome the local serpent." Charles Best's pupils blazed with a scarlet light. The members of the Sword of Despair squad flung themselves forward, madly determined to take down the 2 before the military's ground troops arrived. Hearing Taoist Wang's shout, Zhang Jingming braced himself with both hands and rose unsteadily to his feet. He was utterly spent. At this moment, Zhang Jingming could no longer fight. Standing up alone took everything he had. Taoist Wang glanced sideways at his condition, gave a helpless, bitter smile, and shook his head. "This time I'm afraid we've gone too far." With that, he reached out and swept Zhang Jingming behind him, the young man's body as light as straw swaying in the wind. "Can you still stand?" Taoist Wang reached out a bony, withered hand and adjusted Zhang Jingming's collar with a gentle smile. "Remember, my name is Wang Jinghao, the sole leading disciple of that shabby Taoist temple on Mangdang Mountain." As he said this, Wang Jinghao's tattered Taoist robe billowed and lifted, though no wind was blowing. Zhang Jingming strained to keep his eyes open and looked at the Taoist, not very old in years and ordinary in appearance. This man had merely eaten 1 full meal at his place, yet he was risking his life to save him. Boom. In that instant, an astonishing aura erupted from Wang Jinghao's whole body. Dead branches and withered leaves burst out in every direction, with Wang Jinghao at the center. Sand and dust filled the air, and everyone hurriedly shielded their eyes. The figure laughed in a sinister, rasping voice. "Haha, is the young Taoist ready to risk his life?" Charles Best's expression did not change. He merely waved a hand, and the Sword of Despair members swiftly charged at Wang Jinghao. Taoist Wang Jinghao drew a peachwood sword from his robe. He gently wiped the hilt and murmured to himself, "Master, you said gold and silver are evil. You said the human heart is the most unfathomable thing. But since this disciple came down from the mountain, I have discovered that what you said isn't true." Even as he spoke, Wang Jinghao shot forward. "Kill!" Wang Jinghao shouted. The peachwood sword traced a blooming arc in the air. With a wet thud, it punched a hole straight through one of the Sword of Despair members. The Sword of Despair member did not even have time to let out a groan. The wooden sword carved graceful arcs through the air, each arc drawing a splash of scarlet blood. "Ah, hope jacked." One Sword of Despair member hugged another fallen teammate and screamed his name frantically. "I'll kill you." With a wet thud, the sword blossoms swept through. The Sword of Despair member closed his eyes and fell straight to the ground, having in a sense fulfilled his own wish. Charles Best did not stop moving just because his teammates had fallen. He transformed into a streak of scarlet lightning and swooped down fiercely from midair. Wang Jinghao held his sword in his right hand and met Charles Best's punch head-on with his left palm. Rumble. After the thunderous impact, the ground and rocks beneath Wang Jinghao's feet split apart, and both his feet sank into the earth. Charles Best only let a trace of blood seep from the corner of his mouth. He extended his tongue, licked the blood clean, and gave Wang Jinghao a sinister smile. Swish, swish, swish. Charles Best, the robed mystery man, and Taoist Wang Jinghao joined battle. In an instant, sand and stones whirled beneath the world tree. Boulders flew in wild chaos. In the flashing electric light, the silhouettes of the fighters were thrown into stark relief again and again. Colonel Xiao Hui knitted his brows, and stared silently in the direction of the fight. After a long while he murmured, "Rank." The moment he spoke, he urgently pulled out his phone and nearly shouted into it, "Dispatch the Hague Special Forces." At once. By now Wang Jinghao had burned his spiritual energy to its peak, but he could only fight the two to a draw. He knew full well in his heart that this temporary surge was only a fleeting moment of brilliance. As things stood, his spiritual energy could ebb away at any time. The two opponents before him were both absolute masters. Against one he still had some chance, but the odds were against him. Wang Jinghao smiled bitterly and murmured, "Master, you told this disciple to study hard and learn to draw Taoist talismans, but each time I slacked off and went to play. When you caught me, you asked why I refused to draw talismans properly. I replied, how could there be so many demons and monsters in this world? Every time you were so angry that your beard bristled and your eyes bulged." Now this disciple knows he was wrong. Taoist Wang Jinghao fixed his eyes on that ominous figure and roared word by word, "Vampire. I never imagined that a demon like you would set foot on the land of Huaxia." The figure was slightly taken aback, then burst into loud laughter. The laughter was like a sharp object scraping across glass, sending chills down one's spine. "Ha ha ha. Little Taoist, you aren't all that stupid after all." When he finished speaking, the figure reached up and pulled off his hood, revealing his true appearance. Beneath his scarlet hair his pupils were scarlet as well, and at the corners of his mouth a pair of fangs gleamed coldly. "I am Grand Duke Winchester." The man placed a hand on his chest and gave a slight bow, a gesture of aristocratic courtesy. Wang Jinghao smiled faintly as thunderous light flickered in his palm. One man, one palm, one sword, standing against two A-rank spiritual energy masters from the west. Thunderlight palm. Wang Jinghao roared. His left palm, crackling with the aura of thunder, chopped toward Grand Duke Winchester, while his right hand sent the peachwood sword cutting through several blood-red arcs straight at Charles Best. The three fought together with terrifying speed. Grand Duke Winchester's blood magic turned the place into an ocean of blood, and every strike from Charles Best carried devastating power. The naked eye could no longer follow the fight. Only three afterimages clashed and broke apart. Zhang Jingming could barely hold up his body any longer. A gust of baleful wind swept by, and he collapsed stiffly to the ground. While the three were locked in a ferocious, evenly matched battle, sparks and lightning flying between the blurred figures, a man rushed to Zhang Jingming's side and helped him up, asking urgently, "Where is Shima?" Zhang Jingming forced his eyes open and through a blur saw that the man was none other than Yang Jigua. Zhang Jingming raised a trembling, terribly weak hand and pointed toward the massive root of the world tree in the distance. Yang Jigua made a hand gesture, and two people in police uniforms rushed over and quickly carried Zhang Jingming away. Yang Jigua then sprinted to the tree root behind which Yang Shima had fainted and finally saw her. Her face was stained with tears as she lay unconscious behind the root. Yang Jigua scooped Yang Shima into his arms and hurriedly retreated. Baleful winds howled all around. The fighting had turned this area into a place of death. With the slightest carelessness, one might be struck by the flying stones. By this time, Wang Jinghao was gradually running out of strength. The spiritual energy he had burned so fiercely had reached its peak. Even so, he still could not defeat the two formidable experts from Europe. Perhaps it was because Zhang Jingming had been saved, or perhaps because Taoist Wang Jinghao's spiritual power was exhausted. Grand Duke Winchester's blood magic gradually seeped into Wang Jinghao's protective, baleful aura. Slowly Wang Jinghao felt a scent of blood spreading through his mouth and nose. Cough, cough, cough. Taoist Wang Jinghao actually coughed in the middle of a life-and-death battle. To a practiced eye, this was deadly. Not only had his protective, baleful aura been breached, but coughing also exposed fatal openings. Seeing his blood magic succeed, Grand Duke Winchester was overjoyed. In an instant, he transformed into a cloud of blood mist, hoping to shatter the last of Wang Jinghao's protective, baleful aura. Charles Best hefted his heavy alloy greatsword and repeatedly struck at Wang Jinghao's weak points. The greatsword was blunt, yet it could split mountains and crack rocks. Each blow was unadorned, without a trace of flashy light, but carried immense crushing force. Every time Wang Jinghao used his peachwood sword to block a blow, another injury was added within his chest. That force traveled backward along the meridians in his arm and ultimately damaged his heart meridian. Taoist Wang Jinghao could finally hold it in no longer. The hot blood in his chest gushed out. Facing the two powerful enemies before him, Wang Jinghao remained unafraid. He only murmured to himself, "Master, your disciple is coming soon. Please don't leave before your disciple gets there again." After repelling another crushing blow from Charles Best, cracks appeared on the peachwood sword, and it could no longer be used. Wang Jinghao reached out to caress the peachwood sword that had accompanied him since childhood. Gently tracing the runic patterns carved into it, tears slid down from his tiger-like eyes. "Oh sword, my sword. You have accompanied this little Taoist since I was young, but I was too fond of play and never gave you a name." Wang Jinghao smiled bitterly. Staring intently at the sword in his hand, He racked his brains for a moment, then sighed. Alas, your poor little Taoist is too uneducated to give you a nice name. After he finished speaking, Wang Jinghao laid the peachwood sword gently aside. Charles Best and Grand Duke Winchester exchanged a glance. Their chance had come. At the same time, they both unleashed the ultimate arts of their lives. The blood magic carrying an eerie aura shot toward Wang Jinghao at great speed. Meanwhile, Charles Best whirled his heavy alloy greatsword into a silver flourish, and the immense power swept up dead branches and rotting leaves into a tornado. Taoist, you've lost your weapon. How are you going to block this? Charles Best let out a thunderous roar and brought his greatsword down at Wang Jinghao. In the distance, Colonel Xiaohui, Yang Jigua, and the others closed their eyes in despair. Though they did not know this ragged, otherworldly master, he deserved respect for single-handedly fighting against the likes of Charles Best. In the raging wind, the Taoist's tattered robe flapped wildly. Facing the greatsword and the sinister blood magic, he showed not the slightest fear. Forming hand seals, he intoned Lin, Bing, Do, Zhu, Jie, Zhen, Lai, Qian, Xing, Rumble. A blinding ball of light expanded with the explosion, and along with the sound came mud, sand, and flying stones from the ground. A huge explosion suddenly erupted at the very spot where the few men had landed. The powerful shockwave knocked everyone to the ground. The frail were almost swept away by the violent wind. When the violent wind dispersed, Yang Jigua climbed to his feet and looked. Yang Xinma was still sleeping soundly in his arms. At the center of the battlefield, all that remained was a giant pit. A deathly silence fell. Colonel Xiaohui exchanged a glance with Yang Jigua, then hurried over with a group of soldiers. But aside from a 30-meter deep pit that had materialized out of nowhere, there were only a few torn scraps of the Taoist's robe, not yet burned out. Search the whole area, all of you. Even if it's a single strand of that Taoist's hair, bring it back to me. Colonel Xiaohui was furious. People from the Illuminati had actually intruded into Huaxia. They were openly causing chaos. It was as if they were slapping the faces of these soldiers. For thousands of years, Huaxia had been a pure land. Neither the Illuminati nor the demon race had ever dared to set foot there. Today they had actually appeared together. Search. Go find him for me. Go find him. Find him. Fine. Colonel Xiaohui let out a roar that echoed endlessly through the silent night. Several youthful-looking soldiers who had shown fear in their eyes had been huddled together, whispering about the pit that no human strength could have created. Startled by Colonel Xiaohui's roar, they jolted and stumbled over their own feet as they scrambled into action. First Hospital of the Lion City Federation. On the hospital bed, Zhang Jingming opened his eyes. He struggled a couple of times only to find that he could not move. All his struggling brought him was pain, like countless steel needles piercing his muscles and bones. Caught off guard, Zhang Jingming cried out in pain. Doctor, the patient in bed 38 is awake. The young nurse on duty shot out of the room like the wind, leaving only a breeze behind in the ward. Before long, a great crowd of people came in. Yang Xinma rushed in at the very front, tears hanging from her eyes. You bad guy. Whoa, I thought you would never wake up. And Mauchio, the ball of fluff lying on Yang Xinma's shoulder, actually began to wail along, crying ya. Following the sound, Zhang Jingming looked over. Everyone had put on protective suits and masks. Even Mauchio was fully kitted out, leaving only two large round eyes exposed. Zhang Jingming let out a puff and burst out laughing. He simply could not hold it in. You're still laughing? Yang Xinma's tears turned to laughter. She raised her little pink fist and thumped him on the chest. Thump. In the ward, Zhang Jingming's attending physician had been walking with Yang Jigua, Colonel Xiaohui, and the others, discussing Zhang Jingming's condition without pause. Because his sudden surge in strength made his muscles too powerful, they actually crushed the bones. The patient probably won't be able to get out of bed for half a year. Also, because of the vampire clan, he has to be isolated for a while. The key question is whether this thing is contagious. As Yang Xinma's punch landed, everyone's eyes went wide. On the monitor, Zhang Jingming's heartbeat immediately became a flat line. The machine's alarm blared. Doctors and nurses were thrown into a panic and hurriedly pushed through the crowd to rush over. Even with the mask on, one could tell that Yang Xinma's little mouth was hanging wide open at this moment. Her eyes stared at Zhang Jingming in terror, and her hand was still frozen in the act of striking someone. The doctor grabbed Yang Xinma's hand and flung it away. Little girl, if you're going to talk, then talk properly. Why did you have to hit him? Quick, 100 grams of adrenaline, get ready to defibrillate. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone looked at Zhang Jingming in astonishment. The cough had unmistakably come from him. At that moment, Zhang Jingming was full of horror. No, doctor, I'm fine. I'm fine. The young nurse then hurriedly picked up the wire from the floor. It had originally been attached to Zhang Jingming's chest to monitor his vital signs. The young nurse looked helpless. Yang Jigua's face darkened. Nonsense, he snapped. Yang Xinma turned a deaf ear to her father's rebuke. Looking aggrieved, she wept tears of joy. I thought you were gone, you bad guy. Bad guy. Bad guy. Whoa. Zhang Jingming, covered in plaster casts, heard the doctor say he would not be able to get out of bed for at least 6 months. Instinctively, he struggled again. Excruciating pain immediately surged through his body. Cold sweat kept beading on his brow. Where are my clothes? Zhang Jingming suddenly remembered the few life-saving immortal beans in his bag and asked urgently. They're in that wardrobe. What are you asking for clothes for now? Utter nonsense. The doctor's face was livid. Here was a patient who should be thinking about recovering, yet he still had the nerve to want his clothes. She pulled down her mask and snapped a few words at Zhang Jingming. Only then did he notice that his attending physician was actually a stunning beauty, elegant and bearing cold in expression and glaring at him with fury. And no, it's not. Get it for me, little tiger tooth. You get it for me. Zhang Jingming was speechless. Even fetching clothes meant being scolded one by one. He couldn't stay here. If his parents knew he was hospitalized, they would be scared half out of their wits. Yang Xinma, not knowing what was going on, skipped over with his clothes. That one. Yes, right, that's the one. Zhang Jingming eagerly directed Yang Xinma to fish out a cloth pouch of immortal beans. Yang Xinma counted, for still left, then opened her big eyes wide and looked at Zhang Jingming, utterly puzzled. You rascal, what are you taking this out for? What else? To eat, of course. Hurry up and feed me. The doctor's composure shattered on the spot. These two. One was a patient. One was a family member. Not likely. Lovers. No, not that either. Yet there they were, horsing around right in front of her, even feeding him some unidentified thing. Nonsense. The doctor started to snatch the cloth pouch from Yang Xinma's hand, but how could she be faster than Mao-Chio? In a flash, Mao-Chio's chubby little paw grabbed the cloth pouch, fished out an immortal bean, and flung it straight at Zhang Jingming's mouth. Squeak, squeak. Eat up, eat up. Zhang Jingming caught the bean in his mouth and began chewing. Chomp, chomp. The doctor was already on the verge of collapse. You. How can you bring a pet into the ward? All of you get out. But after she shouted the second sentence, she was dumbfounded. Zhang Jingming actually sat up, already removing his bandages himself. He took off the plaster cast piece by piece and tossed it to the floor. Mao-Chio jumped up and down on Yang Xinma, squeaking happily and flailing its limbs in excitement. Xiao Hui, being the more experienced one, dashed over in a single bound, picked up the cloth pouch, poured out the remaining immortal beans, and studied them carefully. If only soldiers fighting magical beasts outside could have something like this, they wouldn't have to die tragically in hospital wards. How many soldiers, after being rescued from the battlefield, had perished in the hospital from blood loss, severed limbs, and countless other causes? Colonel Xiao Hui gently stroked the immortal beans in his hand, a tender glimmer shining from his tiger-like eyes. Are there many of these? Zhang Jingming shook his head regretfully. The light in Colonel Xiao Hui's eyes gradually dimmed. He sighed in disappointment, packed the remaining immortal beans back into the pouch, and returned it to Zhang Jingming. Would you all step outside for a moment? Zhang Jingming was deeply embarrassed. Only halfway through taking off his bandages did he realize he wasn't wearing any clothes. The doctor, flanked by two young nurses, insisted on staying. You patient. There is nothing we haven't seen before. Only after a thorough examination will we release you. Hurry up. The doctor urged Zhang Jingming to get out of the blanket so they could conduct a further examination. After confirming he was fine, they would naturally release him. Zhang Jingming was going crazy. It was the first time in his life that he was bare-chested and in front of so many people. He covered what needed to be covered and stood up with a mortified look. Seeing the muscular contours of Zhang Jingming's body, the two young nurses blushed deeply, but they held back their embarrassment and helped the doctor with the examination. In the end, they discovered that Zhang Jingming's body was perfectly restored. Even his shattered bones had healed on their own. Doctor, is it okay now? Zhang Jingming, who had been flipped over and over for repeated inspections, asked hesitantly. Finally, the doctor said with an indifferent expression, all right, put your clothes on. Then she turned and left. You too. Zhang Jingming looked at the two young nurses still standing there in a daze, then pointed at the door. Realizing how they had lost their composure, both nurses instantly turned bright red and rushed out of the ward like the wind. Before long, Zhang Jingming was fully dressed and walked out. But then he learned that the hospital had gathered experts from across the Federation, all rushing over to study his body. This was practically a medical miracle. Zhang Jingming's face paled. He fled without a second thought, scuttling out of the hospital. Finally, on the Peking University sports field, Jiang Wen and the guys found him breathless. I said, why were you running? Wang Jihong strode over and hugged Zhang Jingming. Brother, I thought. Hey, it's nothing. Which hospital is Taoist Master Wang Jinghao in? I want to go see him. Zhang Jingming asked urgently. Jiang Wen's face flushed red. He shook his head and said slowly, at the scene, they still haven't found Master Wang Jinghao's remains. Only a few scraps of cloth that haven't completely burned. Hearing this, Zhang Jingming felt as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt. His vision darkened, his steps staggered, and he nearly fell. Taoist Master Wang Jinghao had saved him from mortal danger, but now even his remains were. He choked with silent tears. Just scraps of cloth. Zhang Jingming still refused to give up. However, after receiving Jiang Wen's affirmative answer, he became sullen and lifeless, not uttering a word for a long time. Jingming, don't be too heartbroken. The army hasn't pulled out yet. They are still searching for Master Wang. Wang Jihong, standing at 182 meters tall with a naturally booming voice, suddenly pulled Zhang Jingming into his arms. What the hell? What are you doing? Zhang Jingming hurriedly pushed Wang Jihong away and struggled free from his embrace. His flustered appearance unexpectedly eased the heavy atmosphere quite a bit. Just as a group of friends was sitting cross-legged on the lawn chatting warmly, a graceful figure slowly approached. Jingming. Hearing someone call him, Zhang Jingming looked up and saw Ning Mengqing standing not far away. Wang Jihong, Ichio Liu Haoyu, and Wang Erden were not students of Peking University. Other than the time they had seen Ning Mengqing once on the arena stage, this was the first time they saw her in casual attire. Her hair fell like a black waterfall. A high-waisted denim outfit and a pair of Martin boots gave her a look that was free-spirited yet exquisitely cold. The group stared until their eyes went glassy. Damn, with that outfit her fashion game is at least above the atmosphere. Noticing that all of them were staring unblinkingly, Yang Xinma puffed her cheeks indignantly and said, Hey, what are you staring at? The friends smiled sheepishly, all feeling embarrassed. Jingming, are you okay? I just heard you went to the hospital. Ning Mengqing did not move from where she stood, silently watching Zhang Jingming. Oh, I'm fine. Zhang Jingming had no idea how to respond, so he stammered that he was all right. Ning Mengqing nodded heavily, then turned and left her expression a little dim. All of them watched Ning Mengqing's back gradually shrink into a small black before it finally vanished. Wang Jihong bellowed and shoved Zhang Jingming, saying angrily, what the hell? Serves you right for being single for the rest of your life. Jiang Wen, however, curled his lip in disdain and muttered under his breath, chase after her. No way. Might as well go play a few rounds of games. In an instant, Wang Jihong, Ichio Liu Haoyu, and Wang Erden all swiveled their eyes to Jiang Wen, utterly dumbfounded. No wonder Jingming had become more and more clueless with girls. It turned out he had a friend like you. After seeing Ning Mengqing leave, Yang Xinma's dark cloud vanished, and she brightened up, revealing her signature little tiger tooth, which sparkled in the sun. That's right. Playing games is much more fun. Get lost. Everyone was speechless. You dare tell me to get lost? Yang Xinma shrieked, sprinting after the group. It seemed Jiang Wen's publicity had been remarkably effective. Everyone knew the power of those little tiger fangs. After a mad afternoon of running, everyone was tired. Yang Xinma, summoned again and again by her father, finally returned to Hengchang. Before leaving, she said gravely to Zhang Jingming, actually, I think Ning Mengqing genuinely likes you. Zhang Jingming scratched his head in confusion and answered in his simple, honest way, oh, damn it, why did you bite? In the end, Yang Xinma sank her teeth into Zhang Jingming's arm, then turned and fled as though escaping. What an absolute bastard. Wang Jihong fumed. Is there no justice? That little idiot. How can he be so likable? Wang Erden ran a hand through his greasy middle-parted hair and said with a stern face, these girls are truly blind. A handsome guy this big is right there, yet they won't even come after him. Oh, give it up. Liu Haoyu looked at Wang Erden with contempt. You don't even know your own worth. What the hell, Liu Haoyu, are you picking a fight? Wang Erden tilted his neck and swaggered toward Liu Haoyu. I'll beat you to death. Liu Haoyu lunged at him, and the two tumbled across the grass. No one tried to separate them. It was how Zhang Jingming and the others had played since childhood. They wouldn't use spiritual energy, just wrestle a couple of falls. In the end, Liu Haoyu prevailed, and Wang Erden lay spitting grass and dirt from his mouth. Tui. Damn it, Liu Haoyu, you're a real bastard. You shoved my head right into the mud. His words drew loud laughter from the other companions. At the giant pit beneath the World Tree in Shurching, Captain, I'm afraid there's nothing more to be found, a young soldier of the Huaxia Federation said tactfully to his commander. Meng Heng was the captain of this special operations team. At that moment, he glared at the subordinate in fury. You're a useless piece of trash. Even a military dog would be better than you. After saying that, Meng Heng's face darkened. We must see the corpse if he's dead and the man if he's alive. After all, he is a powerhouse of Huaxia. If he falls into the hands of foreign races, he won't even have basic dignity. Upon hearing this, the young soldier immediately saluted and rushed back into the pit to continue searching for clues. Although the world was now a federation, regional cultural differences remained vast. The people of Huaxia had always regarded themselves as descendants of the dragon. This time the name of Taoist Wang Jinghao resounded throughout the land of Huaxia. Everyone felt proud and honored that he alone had fought two European powerhouses. Countless self-media and internet celebrities swarmed like flies to the dilapidated Taoist temple on Mangdang Mountain to make on-site reports. The temple stood on a small hillside overgrown with weeds and apparently had not seen worshippers for quite some time. What the audience is seeing now is the temple where Taoist Wang Jinghao once lived. Now I'm taking the audience to view the place where Master Wang practiced every day and cultivated his spiritual energy and Tao arts. It can be seen that Taoist Wang was indeed very poor during his lifetime. The common folk of Mangdang Mountain stood at a distance watching with curiosity. Why had these kids come to this broken mountain valley for no reason? What's in that broken temple anyway? Previously there was an old Taoist there. He said there was some ancient demon in our area. So he built a temple in the mountains and settled down. It's the one you see now, only it was smaller back then. An old man wearing a white cloth around his head and looking quite aged hunched over and sat down unsteadily. The old man was immediately surrounded by the self-media and internet celebrities, but he was not shy. He began to narrate at a measured pace. Then one day the old Taoist suddenly told everyone that the demon had been eliminated and the area was now safe. Several local gentry pooled some money and labor and helped him expand the temple. Later on the old Taoist brought a child back and that child grew up in the shabby temple. Poor lad. He didn't even have a decent Taoist robe. A net celebrity squeezed forward through the crowd and thrust out a microphone. Grandpa, you said earlier that old Taoist. Is he still around? The old man shot the net celebrity a glare and said grumpily, he's not here, damn it. If he were, can't you see? After catching his breath, the old man added, the old Taoist died of illness not long after. Even the coffin was paid for from money the whole village collected. Then, that little one closed the temple not long ago, saying he was going to roam the four corners of the world to drive out demons and defend the Tao. Grandpa, that little Taoist you spoke of is dead. He fought 1 against 2. He is a role model for the children of Huaxia. A net celebrity blurted out, his face full of pride. Unexpectedly, the old man's eyes dimmed at these words, the last bit of light in them gradually fading. He hunched his back, pushed through the crowd, and walked away muttering to himself, dead. The little Taoist is dead. Seeing the old man leave, the other self-media and internet celebrities were furious, and they all blamed the talkative one. The local folk had no idea that back then, to eliminate the black demon in the mountain, the old Taoist had been poisoned by demonic venom. He had no choice but to go down the mountain to find an orphan and pass on his entire cultivation to him. Unfortunately, the old Taoist eventually left in silence. Hardly anyone even knew his name. A lamentable and mournful tale. Zhang Jingming put down his phone, his throat choked with sobs. Seeing his son in low spirits, Father Zhang hurriedly comforted him. Son, it's not really so bad to have no spiritual energy. Being an ordinary person is just fine in this world. Actually, Zhang Jingming had little affection for this so-called father. Instead, the ragged Taoist had carved a brilliant imprint in his heart. In fact, Zhang Jingming was not a native of this world. He had transmigrated there. At first, his life was extremely uncomfortable, especially after the resurgence of spiritual energy. How could an earthling perceive something like spiritual energy? Thus, he once became a marginalized figure in this world. Fortunately, heaven took pity on him and bestowed a system upon him. Zhang Jingming merely shook his head faintly at Father Zhang and said in a very low voice, I think Taoist Wang is still alive. Father Zhang looked at him with astonishment. You mean the Taoist Wang who went missing in the news? Zhang Jingming nodded. Unaware that the protagonist at the incident scene had actually been Zhang Jingming himself, Father Zhang only expressed his regret in a slightly tactful way. In the end, Zhang Jingming entered the meditation chamber, telling his father that he was going to sense spiritual energy. Father Zhang's lips moved as if to speak, but he remained silent for a long while, merely watching his son enter the meditation chamber. Only after the door of the meditation chamber closed did Father Zhang murmur to Mother Zhang, back then I really shouldn't have forced the boy to sense spiritual energy. Now he talks to us less and less. Mother Zhang also looked at the door of the meditation chamber with a worried expression. Sigh, how outstanding this child used to be. Who would have thought that after the spiritual energy resurgence he would turn into a poor student? Now he's silent, not only with you, but even with me. In the dark chamber, Zhang Jingming attempted once again to activate the Super Saiyan form, only to fail. Could it be that the earlier danger and emotional intensity had played a part? Zhang Jingming kept fumbling for the way to transform into a Super Saiyan. He didn't quite remember how it happened. After buying it from the system mall, he could transform directly. Though it had been cheap, it was hardly useful. If only he had held on a little longer, just long enough to take the Senza bean, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Ah! Zhang Jingming roared. He frantically channeled his fury. The 10x Kaio-ken erupted with full force. Bang! A thunderous crash. The door of the dark chamber burst open under a blast of fierce energy. A golden figure rushed out. Father Zhang and Mother Zhang were stunned beyond words, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Whoosh! In an instant, Zhang Jingming's golden light retreated into his body. Seeing the living room in a mess, he scratched his head in embarrassment. Mother Zhang's frantic voice carried murderous intent. Jingming. Father Zhang quickly stopped her. No. The kid is awakening his spiritual power. It might have misfired. Father Zhang was quite pleased with himself for coming up with such an excuse. Yes. Misfired. Don't blame the kid. Zhang Jingming watched his dad, trying so hard to protect him, and a tender flame kindled in his heart. But he still couldn't face his mother's wrath, so he hastily used the excuse of finding Jiang, went to exchange notes on the feeling just now, and slipped away. Even after running downstairs, he could hear Mother Zhang roaring in the house. Zhang Jingming couldn't help shivering. Mother Zhang's sonic attack alone was enough to slay enemies. He had no idea what spiritual power his mother possessed. Even the lion's roar with full breath was nothing in comparison. Beep beep beep. Zhang Jingming noticed the phone ringing. He picked it up and saw it was Jiang Wen and quickly answered. Jingming, something big has happened. What big thing? Damn, don't you watch the news? I haven't been paying attention. What's going on? A financial company in Tuokipia, Europe vanished overnight. People say those inside turned into ashes after dying. So what? Zhang Jingming was puzzled. Why was that guy Jiang Wen talking about Europe today? Damn, haven't you got a brain? This company is a small branch of the Illuminati. Wait. You said they all turned to ashes. Yeah, you finally catch on. The vampire clan. Damn, who did it? On the other end of the line, Jiang Wen deliberately lowered his voice. I think it was the highest special forces. Last time when you were in the hospital, we were outside the ward. I heard Colonel Xiao Wei on the phone, and the person on the other end should have been the High Task Force. Xiao Wei talked for a while, but the last few words were the key. Ancient China is sacred and inviolable. This invasion has had a tremendous impact, and the people are in a panic. You judge it's the highest special forces based on that. Damn, like I said, you don't watch the news. It mentioned professional tactics, powerful spiritual energy, and above all coordination and discipline. A company that big wiped out, and only after checking the surveillance did they find the slightest clue. The most crucial part, the footage only caught the employees of the financial company being stabbed through the heart and turning into ashes. Holy crap, that's badass. They annihilated the enemy. Inwardly, Zhang Jingming was delighted. This was the best news he'd heard recently. It was also avenging Taoist Wang Jinghao in a way. I won't keep you. Let me check the news. Zhang Jingming urgently opened the connection and searched. Sure enough, a bright red headline read, Massacre at Fox Finance overnight. Not even a glimpse of the killer. Even more bizarre, Fox Finance employees turned to ashes upon death, suspected to be the vampire clan. Damn, that's wild. Zhang Jingming walked while reading and accidentally bumped into someone. You? The person he bumped into pointed at Zhang Jingming with anger. Zhang Jingming hastily apologized. Sorry, I'm so sorry. But then when he got a clear look at the other's face, his composure crumbled and his face instantly reddened. It was his own attending physician from Shiqing Federal Hospital. Thinking about how his body had been thoroughly exposed to her back, then Zhang Jingming felt as if he were standing naked before her. He immediately lowered his head and turned to leave. Hey, Zhang Jingming, why are you running? The doctor was annoyed. It was the first time someone had treated her like that. She grabbed Zhang Jingming and said with a smile, I'm not going to eat you. My name is Su Ming, your former attending physician. Then Su Ming extended her hand graciously. Zhang Jingming smiled sheepishly and quickly extended his hand to shake hers. Zhang Jingming, what kind of way is that to walk? It was lucky it was me today. If it had been an old lady, you'd be in serious trouble. Su Ming looked at Zhang Jingming with a smile. Today she wasn't wearing a white coat. She wore a plain white t-shirt and ripped jeans, casually, yet perfectly accentuating her flawless figure. Her shoulder-length hair hung naturally over her shoulders. Though she hadn't dressed up deliberately, it couldn't conceal her stunning, otherworldly beauty. Zhang Jingming was a bit dazed and scratched his head awkwardly. What now, Dr. Su, did I hurt you? Su Ming let out a laugh. You bet. It hurts a lot. Zhang Jingming looked embarrassed, eager to leave, but at a loss. Then what should I do? Easy. Treat me to a meal. Don't you know how to treat someone? Su Ming pretended to be angry, but no matter how she looked at it, she was an incomparably charming sight. I do. Zhang Jingming had no choice but to invite Su Ming to a nearby restaurant. Zhang Jingming, you take a girl out for beef noodles. Su Ming was speechless. This guy had actually led her into a beef noodle shop. Don't you like noodles? Then let's go get some rice with stir-fried toppings. Zhang Jingming stood up, ready to leave. Let's just have the beef noodles. Su Ming had no patience left for this guy. Hey, are you doing this on purpose? Are you getting revenge on me? Su Ming pretended to be angry. Getting revenge for what? Zhang Jingming racked his brains, but couldn't figure out why he would be taking revenge on Su Ming. Su Ming pointed at herself, her face flushed. You're avenging the time in the hospital when I examined every inch of you right. Zhang Jingming was instantly so embarrassed he wanted to disappear. He never expected a girl to say something like that. How could he give a reply to that? I didn't. Su Ming also felt she had no idea why she had joked like that with a former patient. Her face turned crimson. Fortunately, the shopkeeper brought the noodles over at that moment. The two ate their beef noodles in awkward silence, and then parted ways. Su Ming told Zhang Jingming to come to the hospital for a checkup in a few days. He had been seriously injured that day, and still needed to take it seriously. Inside the quantum shuttle terminal at the Shicheng portal, a squad of young men clad in matching black suits and oversized sunglasses emerged from the security checkpoint. Each carried himself with vigor, pushing a Louis Vuitton rolling suitcase. They marched through the checkpoint in perfect formation, and the moment they stepped through the exit doors, their commanding presence drew pedestrians to pause and stare. Damn, some of those guys are hot. I wonder if any of them are taken. A girl dressed in bright, eye-catching clothes was practically drooling with admiration. I wonder what these guys do. They look so serious. Her companion wasn't unattractive herself, yet she couldn't take her eyes off the group, practically salivating. I don't know, but they just look so cool. The brightly dressed girl replied. Both girls stared blankly, their mouths chattering nonstop. One of the younger men in a black suit noticed the girls' sneaking glances at him and unconsciously puffed out his chest and held his head high. He suddenly felt as though he were strutting down a runway. The others, however, were indifferent to the girls' judgments and merely whispered among themselves. The one with the crew cut asked the heavily sunglasses-wearing leader at the front, "Captain, how much bonus are we getting from this mission?" Roughly 2 spirit stones per person for this operation, but as for you, hand in 2 spirit stones to the team after we return. Why? You should know. This time you were the only one exposed, and even captured on camera. The captain with dark sunglasses scanned the surroundings, and when he confirmed no one was nearby, he lowered his voice and added, "The Federation government is furious. They've publicly condemned the Huaxiao side. Although they have no substantial evidence, you were still too careless." At the time, all the other cameras were jammed. Who knew that one camera was installed by a pervert to peep at female employees changing? So it didn't capture anything. The crew-cut man sighed grievously. Who knew there were so many perverts in the world? Damn it, there are even voyeurs among the vampires. This time he had miscalculated, he should have been more careful. Thinking of this, the crew-cut man shook his head vigorously as if trying to shake off his displeasure. After exiting the building, several Hummer H2S were already waiting at the entrance. The men lifted their suitcases and swiftly boarded the vehicles. Bang! 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 With synchronized door slams, the rear Hummer H2 roared to life and sped away. Left behind were several young men covered in dust, glaring resentfully at the Hummer's taillights and grumbling. Damn it, deliberately stepping on the gas that hard right. Trash car. Show off, huh? The first martial arts competition finals venue at Shicheng Stadium had already been fully prepared. The supervisor Wang Fankai was extremely satisfied at this moment and personally stepped onto the arena to test it. The finals arena stood 10 meters high with dimensions of 50 by 50 meters, and the entire venue employed the most advanced technological design. Every movement of the spirit-powered warriors on the arena would be magnified several times through holographic projection with support for omnidirectional blind spot-free audio capture. The audience would not only feel immersed as if present, but even whispered exchanges between competitors on the arena could potentially be captured and transmitted to the viewers. The arena was constructed using special materials, blood and bones of an armadillo mutant beast crushed and mixed together, then poured into the building materials to withstand the impact of meteorites. Even S-class spirit-powered individuals could not destroy it. Extremely durable. After inspecting the area, Wang Fankai suddenly beckoned over a foreman responsible for setting up advertising positions and warned him with a stern expression. "The advertising boards for our investor Qixing company cannot be rushed this time, understand?" The foreman nodded repeatedly, continuously agreeing. This was no small matter, especially for the dazzling light effects and three-dimensional displays on the advertising positions, which must give the audience a visual feast. It seemed everything was ready. Wang Fankai pulled out his phone and respectfully dialed a number. "Hello, yes, this is Fankai. The venue setup is complete. Please come and inspect leaders." Yes, understood. After hanging up, Wang Fankai contentedly pulled out a cigarette and began smoking. This grand event was unprecedented, with the entire Federation's attention focused on the martial arts competition in Shicheng. Naturally, everyone had their own agenda, but that didn't concern him. He was merely a builder. Although the first martial arts competition remained the focal point of discussion among Blue Star Federation residents, with endless buzz surrounding the clash between the new generation of Eastern and Western spirit-powered individuals. But recently, another hot topic had emerged across the entire Huaxiao region: an additional moon in the sky. Whether day or night, that moon hung high, its color growing increasingly sinister, drawing closer to Blue Star. No one could say what it was. The Federation government had also dispatched spacecraft to investigate, but as the craft approached, the moon inexplicably vanished. Shortly after the spacecraft departed, it reappeared in the sky. The entire matter exuded an eerie quality. Within the Huaxiao Federation government, high-ranking officials continuously convened meetings researching and analyzing. Yet the final outcome came to nothing. They simply couldn't reach it. What could they do? Nobody knew. They could only wait and see. After the Fox Financial family massacre in Europe, peace had never returned. An entire small town's residents were brutally killed overnight. The scenes were horrifying, drained of all their blood. The scene resembled hell with some bodies torn apart and organs scattered everywhere. In some houses the entire room was stained crimson with blood so much so that even seasoned Federation police officers couldn't help but retch upon entering. Rumors suggested the vampires were retaliating for the Fox financial family massacre. Amid distant mountains and waters mist lingered and rosy light glimmered faintly. The old master was locked in a fierce contest over a go board with a thin, withered old man. The old master gently stroked his long beard and smiled. Yuanjin, you've lost. The withered old man shoved the go board away and exploded with rage. No more. No more. I can't beat you. After all these years in the mountains, Yuanjin, your temper hasn't changed. The old master was not offended. If the old man refused to play, then so be it. After a while the withered old man seemed to have gotten over his anger and asked contemptuously, Old Zhao, I hear that after you came down the mountain members of the demon clan actually infiltrated Huaxia. The old master nodded slightly, a somewhat awkward expression on his face. How do you know how long it has been since the demon clan last set foot on Huaxia's soil? The withered old man's voice was as sharp and grating as a knife scraping across glass. The old master said gravely, if I remember correctly according to the records of the Patriarch Hall, it has been a full 3,000 years. In 3,000 years they never set foot here. Yet this time you came down the mountain, and they have arrived. The old master sighed softly. The seals laid down by the ancient great powers of our Huaxia have probably long since become an empty formality. Look at those demonic beasts born as the spiritual energy of heaven and earth recovers. They are savage by nature and steeped in bloodthirst. Those are the ones we cultivators should do our utmost to eradicate. The withered old man waved his hand lightly. Say no more. I am not going down the mountain with you. When you old Zhao came up the mountain looking for this old man, I knew it boded no good. The old master was not flustered. He took out a phone from his bosom and tapped open a link. On the screen Zhang Jingming was battling two spiritual energy powerhouses from Europe beneath the world tree, boundless battle power radiating beneath the golden light that covered his body. The withered old man snatched the phone with his bony hands and held it before his eyes to watch. The old master hurriedly coaxed Yuanjin. Phone screens emit radiation. Don't hold it so close to your eyes. This kid, what he uses is different from ours, isn't it? The withered old man paid no attention to the old master's advice. To him it was as worthless as the buzzing of flies. This boy is quite interesting. The withered old man staring at the phone screen actually began to gesture and sway with excitement. The old master frowned slightly, but the corners of his mouth curled upward. He thought to himself, the old rascal has finally taken the bait. Old Zhao, go down the mountain and find this boy. I want to test him. The old master gently stroked his beard and smiled slightly. No need to be so eager. We can observe him a little longer and see whether this young man can be of great use in the future. The withered old man nodded. To carry on the lost teachings of the sages and bring peace to all generations, one must first harden his body and temper his mind. Hengchang City, the simulation game room. Achoo. After sneezing several times, Zhang Jingming cursed, damn it. Who the hell is talking about me behind my back? Jiang Wen, you fat bastard, go easy on me. At this moment Zhang Jingming and Jiang Wen were locked in an intense battle in the game room. Who knew what the two old men in the mountains would think if they found out Zhang Jingming was wasting his ambition on such idle pleasures? Just as the two were having a blast, the city-wide alarm suddenly blared. All at once the game room actually lost power. No way, right? Jiang Wen instantly lost the mighty air he'd had while dominating the game and peered outside the game room in trembling fear. In the distance, churning black smoke shot into the sky. The entire street was filled with citizens who, not knowing what was happening, were desperately fleeing for their lives. Woo-woo. The sound of the alarm grew louder and louder. Countless federal military vehicles drove in from every street, and soldiers began to take control of the streets in orderly formation. Barricades were set up at every major traffic junction. A loudspeaker on one military vehicle kept urging citizens to evacuate in an orderly manner. Citizens, please evacuate safely and in an orderly fashion. The Wuhan Mansion shelter in the southern part of the city has water, food, and daily necessities. There is no need to panic excessively. Our soldiers at the front are resisting with all their might. The broadcast was played over and over, its voice reaching every street and alley. Crowds kept evacuating from the eastern part of the city. Someone who knew the situation outside said, heavens. A dense horde of demonic beasts is charging madly into the city. While I was running, I saw those quantum light cannons already smoking from heavy fire. I think they're about to give out. Now the power has gone out too. It seems their energy is exhausted. By now Jiang Wen's legs were shaking uncontrollably as if stuffed with chaff. Jingming, hurry. Hurry, let's go to the shelter. Zhang Jingming stared fixedly at the black smoke in the east, fell silent for a moment, then gripped Jiang Wen's hand and said, no, I have to go and see. Yang Xinma and Uncle Yang's home is in that direction. The moment the words left his mouth, a tremendous explosion, boom, came from the east. A violent shockwave followed, hurling sandstone, cement, and broken bricks into the air. Jiang Wen was thrown off balance, fell to the ground, and rolled several times. Zhang Jingming hastily activated the 10x Kaio-ken, steadied himself, and rushed over. He yanked Jiang Wen to his feet. Quick, follow those soldiers to the southern shelter. I'll come find you in a while. With that, he turned and shot away like an arrow released from a bowstring. Yang Xinma's home was in the Qingwu Jun residential complex in the east of Hengchang City. This place had now become a living hell. Swarms of demonic beasts ravaged every corner of the residential compound. A colossal tiger wreathed in black flames descended from the sky and devoured a middle-aged man whose legs had turned to jelly from the sudden terror. The tiger let out a thunderous roar, thoroughly satisfied. Suddenly, a beast resembling a rainbow-hued rock elephant thundered forth on heavy footsteps, its colossal force sending the tiger rolling across the ground twice before it hastily scrambled to its feet. Black flames flared fiercely along the tiger's body as it snarled at the rainbow-hued beast with bared fangs. The beast paid it no mind. Its massive muscular frame carried it forward like a living siege engine, battering through all obstacles. The two demonic beasts seemed locked in a deadly competition, hurling themselves toward the petrified crowds still frozen in their tracks. Behind them, countless smaller beasts swarmed forward in waves, greedily devouring the remains left by the two colossal predators. Soon the streets were littered with swathes of bloodstains, tattered clothing soaked in flesh, and severed feet still clad in shoes. The scene was beyond horrific. A living hell on earth. Yang Xinma crouched trembling at the window, watching the demonic beasts ravage below her, heart hammering with growing panic. Yang Jigua crept up behind her and pulled her back sharply, whispering urgently, "Are you trying to get yourself killed? Those ghostly creatures can." His words cut short as a dark shadow suddenly slid past the window, startling them both. Father and daughter hurriedly pressed themselves low and peeked toward the window. The facade of the opposite building was covered with a species of beast resembling giant lizards. They flicked their long tongues, scanning for any gaps in the windows and balconies. Once inside, the next thing that would follow were piercing screams. Yang Jigua sucked in a cold breath. Demonic lizards. He pointed toward the corner of the room, gesturing for Yang Xinma to take shelter there. He then quietly slithered about, securing the balcony glass windows and slowly drawing the curtains shut. Meanwhile, Mao was extremely agitated, every strand of fur standing on end, darting about the room as if sensing danger. Though restless, the little creature remained unusually quiet. It seemed merely to be sounding an alarm, trying to warn Yang Xinma of the extreme peril. She scooped Mao tightly into her arms and hurriedly crouched in the corner. Yang Jigua crawled through the apartment, careful not to make a single sound, until he had checked all doors and windows. Only then did he slowly return to the corner. Soon after, the sound of scraping claws echoed from the hallway. The elevator doors were being pounded frantically, shaking violently. Yang Jigua lay flat on the ground, straining to listen to the dense patter of animal nails striking the floor. Not long after, the neighboring apartment door erupted with a tremendous bang. "Something's ramming the door." Yang Jigua pressed his voice dangerously low, holding a finger to his lips. Shoo. At this moment, absolute silence was crucial. Absolutely no sound must be made. They simply had to wait for the military to come to their rescue. Yang Jigua knew all too well that acting on impulse, recklessness, or being consumed by overwhelming fear at such a moment would cost them all their lives. Waiting quietly for rescue was their only option. Suddenly, a series of heavy breaths echoed through the crack beneath the door. A dark shape was sniffing intently, trying to catch the scent seeping from inside. The sound filled the air with labored panting. Yang Jigua pressed his back firmly against the wall, half-crouched beside Yang Xinma, his atoms apple bobbing as he involuntarily swallowed hard. Suddenly, the dark shape outside seemed to have detected something and let out a ferocious howl. Within moments, Yang Jigua could sense the creatures outside gathering in increasing numbers at their doorstep. Crash! 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 Yang Jigua drew a pistol manufactured by Qixing Corporation, raised it in his hand, and slowly pressed his back against the wall beside the door, preparing to deliver a fatal strike when those things charged in. Despair hung heavy in the air. Yang Xinma clutched Mao tightly, burying her face in its soft fur as she trembled uncontrollably. Those things outside were frantically battering the door, and the entire house seemed to shudder with each impact. Fine cracks appeared in the wall around the doorframe, with plaster dust trickling down steadily. The door could be breached at any moment. Yang Jigua's palms slicked with sweat around the pistol grip, his mind consumed by visions of that inevitable moment when the door would finally burst open. Crash! 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 The force of the impacts intensified with each strike. Several bolts on the door couldn't withstand the pounding and loosened clattering to the floor. The iron door was already buckling, and a foul stench seeped through the cracks from the hallway. Yang Jigua gripped his pistol with both hands, his fingers tense on the trigger, his aim locked onto the door. Yang Jigua's vest was drenched in cold sweat, his gun hand trembling involuntarily. The door had warped severely, yet the pounding continued without relent, hammering against his home with unbroken force. Yang Xinma held Mao Qiu tightly, her eyes fixed on the door. She could make out the crimson eyes peering through the gaps, watching them with predatory hunger. The demonic beasts grew even more frenzied upon catching the scent of human flesh. Howling their guttural cries, they struck harder with each blow. The door was moments from giving way, just as Yang Jigwa steeled himself for a desperate final stand against the monsters. A deafening crash echoed from outside. Then the creatures' agonized cries filled the air. Streams of crimson-fetid blood seeped through the gaps beneath the door and flowed into the home. The ferocious battle raged on. The entire corridor echoed with the beast's wails. Bang! After the thunderous impact, a monstrous silhouette pressed against the iron door, its outline carved into the metal from the force of the blow. Then came an overwhelming silence, as though the world itself had fallen mute. Yang Xinma and Yang Jigwa stared fixedly at the door, savoring this fleeting moment of peace. Footsteps approached from outside, drawing nearer to the door before the sound of something heavy being dragged echoed through the air. Thud! It felt as though a chunk of meat had been flung to the ground. Then came knocking. Knock, knock, knock. Uncle Yang. Yang Xinma. It's me, Jingming. Yang Xinma and Yang Jigwa exchanged a glance. After a long pause, Yang Jigwa nodded slowly and crept toward the door to listen. Uncle Yang, it's Jingming. Open the door. I've come to get you. Whoosh! Yang Jigwa shoved the door open with all his strength. Since it was warped, it required immense effort, and the door eventually gave way, falling inward with a heavy crash. The scene outside came into full view. Amidst the carnage, Zhang Jingming stood at the center, bathed in golden light, his face and body slick with blood like some avenging spirit. Around him lay the mangled corpses of demonic beasts, torn apart and shattered. Yang Xinma could hold back no longer and threw her arms around Zhang Jingming in a desperate embrace. I knew you'd come for us. Woo-woo. She choked back sobs. Yang Jigwa steadied himself, holstered his weapon, and walked over to pat Zhang Jingming on the shoulder, nodding in silent gratitude. We need to move. Uncle Yang Xinma, I'm taking you to the shelter, Zhang Jingming urged eagerly, already tugging Yang Xinma's hand to leave. Yang Jigwa shook his head. Jingming, you take Xinma and go. I have to get to the police station. Someone needs to stay behind. No one knows when those beasts will leave, and there are civilians still out there who need rescuing. Zhang Jingming wanted to argue further, Uncle Yang Wei. But Yang Jigwa waved his hand with resolute determination. Jingming, I believe in you. Hurry, take Xinma and Mao Qiu and go. Finally, Zhang Jingming escorted Yang Xinma toward the shelter. Yang Jigwa prepared to return to the police station. The sights along the way were utterly ghastly. Terrible beyond words. It was nothing short of a slaughterhouse on earth. The streets were clogged with abandoned vehicles, leaving only walking as an option. At a crossroads, Zhang Jingming, carrying Yang Xinma, and Mao Qiu parted ways with Yang Jigwa and continued on their separate paths. Along the road, there were many forward-charging soldiers like Father Yang, each one shouldering an alloy greatsword and frantically rushing toward the eastern district where the monster rampage was most ferocious. Rows of military armored vehicles and tanks charged recklessly into the beast's tide, though it all proved utterly useless. The beast-skin Rainbow Rock elephant stood like an invincible anti-armor war god. While these armored vehicles could crush any discarded car on the streets, they stood no chance against this creature. With a mere casual butting of its massive body, an armored vehicle overturned, and an enormous tiger wreathed in black flames pounced upon a tank, tearing it apart into shattered wreckage. As the armor plating on the war machines was destroyed one after another, gasoline and engine oil pooled and spilled across the ground. Boom. After the thunderous explosion, a pillar of fire shot straight into the sky, dyeing half the heavens red. Rolling black smoke billowed upward. Zhang Jingming could hardly believe it. A modern infantry armored regiment had barely any chance to resist. In an instant, annihilated. Horrifying magical beasts. Terrifying combat prowess. Behind them came a constant barrage of roars as figures burned through their maximum spiritual energy, surging forward in radiant brilliance and charging headlong into the beast's tide. Frenzied roaring. The battle cries of spiritual energy warriors and monstrous beasts intertwined in a cacophony. Zhang Jingming gripped Yang Xinma's hand tightly, hoisted Mao Qiu onto his shoulder, and sprinted wildly toward the shelter in the southern city. Federal soldiers, each shouldering an alloy greatsword, marched in perfect formation, brushing past Zhang Jingming and Yang Xinma. The soldiers warmly pointed the way to the shelter for Zhang Jingming, then charged fearlessly into the horde of beasts. Haha, kid, you scared? A squad of federal soldiers had just shown Zhang Jingming the direction, and the very next moment they ran face to face into a dark swarm of beasts. An old veteran, a half-burnt cigarette dangling from his lips, was teasing a younger federal soldier beside him. Scared my ass. Don't you go peeing yourself. The younger soldier showed not a hint of fear on his face, only standing tall and proud as he looked at the veteran. The veteran cast an approving glance at the young soldier and refrained from further mockery. He spat the half-cigarette from his mouth and gripped his alloy greatsword tightly with both hands. Roar! The beast horde displayed grotesque variety, some wreathed in flames, others moving with eerie unpredictability, and yet others freezing 10 miles around with biting cold. The federal soldiers ignited their spiritual energy, their radiant protective auras blazing as they charged into the beast's tide. And yet, like a pebble cast into the vast ocean, no significant waves were stirred. In the blood-soaked mire, the veteran's lower body was completely gone as he collapsed on the ground. Glancing at the young soldier beside him, equally broken and sprawled, he laughed maniacally. "Ha, I told you, kid, you'd piss yourself. Knew it." Missing an arm and a leg, the young soldier clutched his alloy greatsword with his remaining hand, too weak to wield it anymore, and gasped in his dying breath. "You shameless old bastard, look at yourself. Can you even still pee?" Glancing at his own absent lower body, the veteran burst into frenzied laughter once more. "Ha, you kid." However, the wild laughter came to an abrupt halt before it could last much longer. The old soldier had closed his eyes forever. The young soldier let go of the heavy sword in his hand, and using one arm and one leg crawled to the old soldier's side, nestling into his arms. This man had been like a father to him, the one who had cared for him most in the army. At last the young soldier's hand fell limp. A reeking wind blew over as the beast horde mercilessly charged across both of their corpses. The soldiers' bodies, broken and scattered, were swept in every direction. The southern shelter was right in sight. Zhang Jingming pulled Yang Xinma desperately as he ran, not daring to stop. Troops in stern formation lined both sides of the road, steadily directing the city's lucky civilians to enter the shelter in an orderly manner. This was an underground fortress built from an ultra-strong new material. At last, after passing through layer after layer of identity checks, the two arrived at the shelter gate with Mao. The gate itself was nothing special, just a simple surface building. But there was a hidden world within. The elevator inside could withstand hundreds of tons of impact and descended directly more than a kilometer underground. He wondered how Jiang Wen was doing inside. Zhang Jingming watched the gate slowly open. "Xinma, take Mao and go down quickly." Zhang Jingming released Yang Xinma's hand and handed Mao to her. "Jingming, aren't you coming?" Yang Xinma grew anxious. After all this time together, she had long known that Zhang Jingming was a man of responsibility. But at moments like this, everyone was selfish. Who wouldn't want that one special person beside them in the deadliest of moments, even if only to meet death together? But Zhang Jingming would not be that person. Along the way, he had witnessed too many of the noblest souls charging against the tide. The impact on his heart was beyond comparison. "Xinma, hurry inside. I'll go to the police station to check on Uncle Yang," Zhang Jingming urged. As the iron gate slowly closed, Yang Xinma, helpless and tearful, stepped inside with Mao. Bang! The door slammed shut. Zhang Jingming sprinted out madly. Along the way, he was repeatedly blocked by troops. A soldier who looked like an officer stopped him. "Citizen, the shelter is that way. Are you looking for death? Stop running wild. I'm going to save people." "Nonsense. Get back." The officer was furious. At a time like this, when they were ready to sacrifice themselves, there was still such a reckless civilian. The two soldiers on either side stepped forward to grab Zhang Jingming. Whoosh! A wild, frenzied aura suddenly erupted from him, and a baleful gust burst out of his body. The two soldiers were knocked staggering. A squad of soldiers and officers stared in disbelief at the golden figure of Zhang Jingming charging away. Their mouths were all shaped like an O. The officer, also knocked to the ground by the eruption of Zhang Jingming's aura, sat there stunned for a long moment, then watched the small golden receding into the distance and laughed heartily. "Maybe that kid can really do it." A horde of demon beasts led by a dire gray wolf charged swiftly toward the shelter. They came in all shapes and sizes, bearing all manner of strange powers and unnatural phenomena. Roar! The gray wolf was colossal. Even crouching, it stood over 2 meters tall, and with a body length of 3 or 4 meters, its appearance was utterly awe-inspiring. Under its lead, countless soldiers had met their end in its belly. Following the scented, and its pack came face to face with Zhang Jingming, who was blazing with a golden halo. Roar! The gray wolf sensed that the man before it was different from the sword-wielding humans it had encountered earlier. Although he too was charging straight at it, his aura was completely different. The desolate gray wolf crouched low, half-prone, letting out a deep, guttural growl. Grr. It seemed to warn the newcomer, and even more to caution its underlings. This man's aura was formidable, so everyone must beware. The beast pack behind the gray wolf, as if receiving a military order, snapped to stillness from its previous chaos. All at once they halted, low growls rumbling as they fixed their eyes on the golden-haired youth before them. These wolf-like creatures had murderous glints in their eyes, bearing glistening white fangs. Bloodstains covered the faces of these magic beasts, and shreds of flesh were wedged between their teeth. The magic beast stared at the youth ahead. Though his momentum was considerable, they needed only to follow the giant gray wolf at their head. a full feast was merely a matter of time. These magic beasts, whose behavior was uncannily similar to a wolf pack, had inherited the wolves' brutality and cunning. A blood-tinged wind stirred. Suddenly, the giant desolate gray wolf moved. With a shove of its forepaws, it shot its whole body into the air, tracing a bizarre arc as it lunged straight at Zhang Jingming. Zhang Jingming watched the gray wolf's mammoth shadow as it blotted out the sky and bore down on him, his expression utterly composed. The tenfold Kaio-ken instantly made his muscles swell. Boom! A punch met the air, bathed in golden radiance. The sheer overbearing power of the punch made the air itself ripple, sending concentric waves cascading outward. The gray wolf, sensing the peril in midair, felt a trace of panic flash in its eyes. It flipped in midair, curling its body into a ball, like a fired cannonball landing elsewhere, as it narrowly evaded Zhang Jingming's explosive punch. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 chi blasts, seething with murderous intent, streaked toward the wolf. It dodged once more with another uncanny maneuver. Kaboom! The wolf-like magic beasts behind lacked such agility. The chi blasts sent their broken bodies tumbling through the air. Some beasts were blown in half, leaving only their upper bodies, a sight too ghastly to behold, as they fell to the ground wailing pitifully. The gray wolf landed, steadied itself, and swiftly glanced back at the field of devastation. It turned its head back toward Zhang Jingming's face, contorted in ferocity, a sinister venom glinting in its malicious eyes. It began to howl madly. A woo! As the gray wolf's howl multiplied in volume, the street lamps along the road shattered one after another, crackling and popping without end. Inside the surveillance room of Hengchang Police Station, the final frame captured the gray wolf's brutality. A-class magic beast. Lao Jia, his face grim, kept twisting the knobs on the control panel, trying to restore the footage. Unfortunately, the image would not recover. Yang Jigua took out a pack of cigarettes, handed one to Lao Jia, and lit one for himself. After taking a deep drag, his concern was plain to see. The kid was supposed to go to the shelter, wasn't he? Lao Jia blew out a smoke ring and rolled his eyes at Yang Jigua. This kid dares to touch even the demon race. You saw what he was like just now, why worry at all? Lao Jia paused as if a thought had just hit him, then said in sudden realization, oh, I get it. So it's your future son-in-law you're distressed about. Damn it. Lao Jia, how old are you cracking jokes like that? Yang Jigua's face reddened exactly like a little kid whose trick had been exposed. Fine. I'll drop it. Seeing Yang Jigua riled up, Lao Jia quickly shut up. Yang Jigua took 2 last fierce drags of his cigarette, then crushed it underfoot, and said solemnly, have them assemble. Yes, sir. Once an assembly was ordered, even Lao Jia, as a federal police officer, dared not delay. He swiftly summoned everyone to the lobby except those standing guard outside. The police station's armory was usually locked up tight, with every weapon registered in the inventory. But today the doors of every armory were thrown open, free to choose. Take whatever you want. If you want to deck yourself out like Rambo loaded with guns and explosives, go right ahead, as long as you can carry it. He saw his subordinates' peculiar weapon configurations. Some carried the 7 Stars Corporation's alloy greatsword on their backs, with 2 Bronx submachine guns tucked at their waists. Others carried mountain-splitting axes in both hands and flamethrowers on their backs. Bizarre and motley. But at this moment Yang Jigua could not allow himself the slightest distraction, and no matter how ludicrous the gear, he had to hold back his amusement. After all, out there the people were enduring torment like a living hell. Forget the station. Our citizens, our people need us. Our soldiers are out there fighting a bloody battle right now. As the Federation, as the bulwark of Huaxia, it is our bounden duty to stand firm. Yang Jigua surveyed these young soldiers, his gaze sharpening. Ever since the spiritual energy resurgence, the Federation police had frantically recruited these kids brimming with spiritual power to serve as officers. The old fogies were too slow to perceive spiritual energy and had gradually been phased out, sent home to retire. Before him, these baby-faced soldiers, their youthful innocence still intact, wore solemn expressions, clearly aware of what trials awaited them once they stepped outside. Raising his gun, Yang Jigua shouted, his eyes like piercing sword light, move out. The station gates slowly opened, and a well-trained team in SWAT uniforms surged out. On the street, the magic beasts turned around one by one, their fierce gazes fixed on the youthful children as they let out deep, menacing roars. Before long, more and more magic beasts gathered, blocking off the intersections of several streets. An arrow once released cannot return. Yang Jigua, leading by example, charged straight at them, gun raised. At this moment, Yang Xinmao was still the pain in his heart. Yet as a law enforcer and the city's guardian, the lives of the common people mattered just as much, even more than his own. Yang Jigua frantically led the young SWAT officers into the beast horde. Blades swung, axes fell, and gunfire thundered. Lao Jia raised his pistol and fired at a magic beast's forehead. Bang! Brains splattered everywhere. He reached out, pulled Yang Jigua out from under the beast, and smiled slightly. You owe me one. Yang Jigua retorted angrily, I just slipped. How many do you owe me, you? Before he could finish, he twisted his body aside, dodging a lethal strike from a magic beast whose eyes gleamed with menace. Bang! A shot tore into the back of the beast's head. Not bad. Seeing that Yang Jigua had lost none of his skill, Lao Jia gave a thumbs up. The other psychic police officers in SWAT uniforms loaded with bizarre gear saw their superior's valor and rushed with even greater zeal to slaughter the enemy. Before long, the gunfire grew sparse. The cries of battle gradually faded. Piles of magic beast corpses formed mountains on the street. At the corner of the street, a blood-soaked team emerged as if marching out of hell. Each of them wore police uniforms and carried weapons of strange shapes, their faces set with resolve. The citizens who had not yet been devoured by the beast saw them as though they had received a shot in the arm and rose one by one to resist. The desperate gray wolf's furious howl shattered every piece of glass in the vicinity, the display windows of roadside shop street lamps, sending shards clattering down. Yet Zhang Jingming was completely unaffected. The golden radiance of the Super Saiyan form shielded him from all of it. But he had already stayed transformed for far too long. Only one Senzu bean remained. This form could not hold out much longer. Strike fast. Zhang Jingming's mind was now filled with a single thought: how to swiftly finish off this uncanny cunning gray wolf. The gray wolf's strength was not to be underestimated, especially its eerie footwork. It had dodged every one of his killing blows. It seemed close-quarters combat was the true path to victory. Tangle it up. Throw its footing into chaos. With that thought, Zhang Jingming kicked off the ground and shot forward like an arrow freed from its bowstring. The gray wolf watched Zhang Jingming flying at it, ferocity blazing in its eyes. Usually, it was the one pouncing on humans. Never did it imagine that today, it would be the one pounced upon. With a maddened roar, it hurled itself into the air, both massive claws raised high, ready to tear the insolent human to shreds at the first clash. Roar! The gray wolf and Zhang Jingming crashed together in midair. Its giant claws, wreathed in the spiritual energy unique to a ferocious magical beast, slashed at Zhang Jingming with lethal force. Boom! A dark claw afterimage lingered in the air. Zhang Jingming, glowing with golden light, shot into the gray wolf's chest like a bullet blasted from a gun. His heavy fists hammered down. The gray wolf felt as if its innards had been savagely wrenched. Boom! 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 Then came fists like pelting rain, a surging river, and sea battering every inch of the gray wolf's body. The gray wolf howled, struggled to steady itself, and launched a counterattack. Its fangs glinting with cold light, it snapped wildly at the golden figure. Crack! The man actually raised his fist to meet the bite, and snapped a wolf fang clean off. Blood sprayed from the corner of its mouth, making the gray wolf's expression even more venomous and savage. In just one instant, the man and the beast had already exchanged several rounds in midair. Zhang Jingming's expression was grim. This gray wolf was far too cunning. He had not gained much of an upper hand. Instead, its giant claws had ripped open a gash across his belly, flesh turning outward as blood gushed out. It seemed that after this he would have to train hard and master sustaining the Super Saiyan form. This time, merely keeping the form active had cost him 3 senzu beans. What a waste of heavenly treasures. Kaio-ken broke through its limits and unexpectedly advanced to 20-fold on its own. So battles at the edge of life and death truly spurred growth. Crackle pop. That was the sound of Zhang Jingming's muscles transforming the energy contained within them, now purer and even more terrifying. A fist from the void wrapped in golden light. Zhang Jingming turned himself into a bullet loosed from a gun and hurtled toward the gray wolf's white belly. The desperate gray wolf howled in mad fury. It opened its enormous maw, rows of dark fangs gleaming coldly. Adjusting its position along Zhang Jingming's trajectory, it actually meant to swallow him in one gulp. Closer and closer he flew. Zhang Jingming could even see the scraps of meat and bloody strands caught between the gray wolf's teeth. Bang! The golden humanoid streak shot straight into the gray wolf's mouth. Seeing its trick succeed, the wolf's eyes flashed with delight. But in a moment, delight turned to agony. Before the gray wolf could react, its belly split open with 2 dull pops. Filth and entrails scattered across the ground. Thud! The gray wolf collapsed, its vicious eyes still wide open, though it would never understand how it had died. It all happened too quickly. Before it had time to react, it could no longer support its vast body and slumped to the ground. Illo! The gray wolf gave one last feeble howl. In the eastern part of the city, a group in police uniforms pressed close to a group in Federal Army uniforms. Facing the magical beast surging down like an avalanche, everyone's heart sank. But they immediately braced themselves for death. Even if they died, they would take a few more of those beasts down with them. That was the thought in every heart. Yang Jigua wiped a hand across his face, clearing the blood that blurred his eyes. His gun had run out of bullets long ago. In one hand, he carried an alloy longsword pulled from a corpse, his eyes fixed on the magical beasts closing in. The Federal soldiers were people they had met on the road. Both sides had been scattered, leaving only a handful of survivors. After a brief discussion, they decided to stand back to back together. At their feet were heaps of magical beast corpses. Everyone had fought until their eyes were bloodshot. All of them were ready, a desperate fight to the death. Even if they died, they would cut down a few more beasts to serve as company in death. At this moment, not one face showed panic or fear, only calm and composure. Yang Jigua reached out and closed old Jia's eyes. During the struggle moments before a magical beast had launched a sneak attack, old Jia had taken that hit for Yang Jigua. Gasping his last breath, he said, It's fine. You still have a daughter. You. And with that he was gone. Yang Jigua wanted to howl wildly to vent every ounce of his fury. But with the surging tide of magical beasts before him, his strength was already spent. Let death come. No, even in death I will die smiling. Yang Jigua swung his alloy longsword and severed the forepaw of a magical beast that was poised to launch. A dead end. Despair. Never had a moment been more despairing than this. The magical beast still surged onward like mountains and seas wave after wave. Come on. If we're going to die, let's die fighting. Yang Jigua charged. The soldiers and police behind him shouted, as well, as if raising their voices could make them fear death less. Come on. Come on. Their shouts rose one after another. But just as they charged fearlessly into the beast horde, it began an orderly and swift retreat. The beasts snarled low to one another, then rapidly fell back, and once they had retreated a certain distance, turned and ran. This left the two squads prepared for a heroic death, staring at each other in bewilderment. They were utterly dumbfounded. A few sharper-witted ones chased after the fleeing beasts, cut down several, and wore smug expressions. Yang Jigua watched the beasts recede like a tide, completely baffled. He had been prepared to die, but this sudden turn of events caught him entirely off guard. What is going on? Yang Jigua turned to the young officer. The young officer looked toward the south of the city. Moments ago, he seemed to have heard a death howl. After a moment's thought, he said gravely, It seems some unit has killed a leader-rank magical beast. The beasts felt the resonance and retreated. Once before, when magical beasts attacked Dinglong Town and Yahai City, the same thing happened. But that time it cost nearly 3,000 soldiers and the annihilation of an entire armored company. Yang Jigua followed the young officer's gaze toward the south. Wasn't that where the shelter was? He wondered how Yang Xinma was faring. Had that kid gotten her safely inside the shelter? The beast tide had receded, but Yang Jigua did not cheer and leap like the others. His daughter, the darling of his heart. Her fate was still unknown. No, I have to go to the shelter and see for myself. After settling old Jia's funeral arrangements, Yang Jigua rushed to the shelter. Walking along, the self-proclaimed battle-hardened veteran knitted his brows at the hellish scene. Scarlet blood smeared the streets and walls, with dismembered limbs of humans and beasts and chunks of flesh and organs jumbled together. A stench assailed his nostrils. Yet what Yang Jigua had not expected was that after the beast tide had receded, people returned to the streets and frantically rushed toward the shattered remains of the demonic beasts. The bodies of those who had been killed by the beasts were heartlessly moved aside and flung away by the crowd. These people charged into the pile of beast corpses like madmen, their hands and faces smeared with sticky blood. Far from being disgusted, they wore savage grins. A bald man, his head and face drenched in beast blood, was hunched over and rummaging in a demonic beast's corpse. Ha! A magic core. The man laughed wildly, holding the magic core he had just scooped out of the corpse up to the sun, and a red light immediately reflected from it. The stronger the color of the light, the higher the purity of the magic core. The onlookers stared at the core in the man's hand with envy. Holy crap, this core is huge. It can be made into several spirit stones. You're rich. Want to sell it, brother? Those who had found nothing after searching for a while gathered around, some even starting to ask for a price. Yang Jigua couldn't understand, was money really that toxic? Looking at the soldiers' corpses, who had just fought and bled to defend these people, now casually discarded aside, his heart swelled with anger. Zhang Jingming had just extracted a football-sized magic core from the corpse of a wolf as huge as a small hill. He wiped the blood and slime off it, and held the crystal-clear core in his hand. Very high purity, as expected of an A-rank demonic beast. This was Zhang Jingming's rightful reward. Having slain the A-rank abyssal gray wolf with his own hands, he deserved to enjoy the fruits of his kill. He had successfully prevented the beasts from slaughtering the entire city, saving Hengchang. At that moment, people who had come out to scavenge crowded around Zhang Jingming, their eyes filled with greed as they stared at the football-sized magic core in his hand. If not for being stunned by the hill-sized wolf corpse at Zhang Jingming's feet, some of them would probably have already rushed up to snatch it. Suddenly, the golden gas around Zhang Jingming instantly receded into his body. Looking at the magic core in his hand, he felt a surge of excitement. This would be a sensation on the black market. He had no idea how many ultra-pure spirit stones could be cut from it. When Yang Jigua arrived, the sight left him speechless, unable to say a word. His mouth hung open, utterly shocked. Such a colossal corpse of a demonic beast. although he had seen it on surveillance before seeing it in person, was overwhelming beyond words. Jingming, Yang Jigua shouted. Zhang Jingming turned and saw him, then hurried over. You defeated it all by yourself. Yang Jigua still couldn't believe it, although the evidence was right before his eyes. The boy had no spiritual energy at all, but he possessed another kind of power. Monstrously formidable. Zhang Jingming scratched his head sheepishly and nodded honestly. Yes, Uncle Yang. At this moment his whole demeanor was relaxed, a world apart from the god of death aura he had just displayed. The two arrived at the entrance of the shelter where the red light on the gate was blinking. Slowly the doors slid open. People poured out crying and shouting as they ran. They probably hadn't expected the air of freedom to come so soon. Many had thought they'd have to remain underground for months. Some, seeing the hellish scene outside, collapsed in fright and vomited uncontrollably. At last, as more and more people surged out of the shelter, Yang Jigua finally saw his darling. Yang Xinma looked a bit wan and walked out slowly with unsteady steps. Mao stayed obediently in her arms like a child, seeming to sense that her spirits were low. Jiang Wen followed behind Yang Xinma, eyeing the familiar yet strange world with a lecherous gaze. The stench of blood wrinkled his plump face, and pinching his nose with disgust, he said, "Damn. There's a stinking smell of something out here." If he were to go out onto the streets and see those reckless citizens digging through beast corpses for magic cores, then Jiang Wen would know what real stench was. Jiang Wen and Yang Xinma spotted Zhang Jingming and Yang Jigua waiting anxiously outside and rushed over together. Yang Xinma threw herself into Zhang Jingming's arms, sobbing, "Woo woo woo." Yang Jigua, who had opened his arms to embrace his daughter, was left awkward. Fortunately, Jiang Wen rushed over with a flattering smile. "Uncle Yang, how about we hug?" The two men embraced, dissolving Yang Jigua's awkwardness. He shot an annoyed glare at Yang Xinma and muttered, "A grown daughter is a lost daughter. A grown daughter is a lost daughter. You don't even know if he's got you in his heart, and you fling yourself into his arms. Shameless." Yang Jigua deliberately said this loudly, intending for Yang Xinma to hear. But Yang Xinma simply buried her head deep into Zhang Jingming's chest, refusing to move. Her face flushed scarlet. Yang Jigua felt as though he had used up all his jealousy for his daughter today. His face was sour with jealousy. Zhang Jingming gave an awkward smile, feeling embarrassed, particularly with so many eyes fixed on him and Yang Xinma. Some young people even pointed at them and said to their partners, "Look how loving they are. Unlike you. Xinma, there are so many people here. Let go of me." "No, I." Yang Xinma suddenly touched the hard magic core in Zhang Jingming's clothes. Sensing it, she was instantly so shocked she stammered, "You. This. I. So big." Mao also seemed to sense the tremendous spiritual energy contained within the core and shrieked wildly, "Squeak, squeak, squeak." Covering its eyes with an exaggerated gesture, Mao, having grown up in the outer regions, knew all too well what sort of fearsome beast the core had come from. More and more troops poured into the streets to clear them. People were driven back to their homes. Quite a few had gotten rich because of the beast attack, while many families lay in ruins. The federal government mobilized enormous resources, determined to reconstruct and properly bury the bodies of the soldiers who had died in the beast tide. Hengchang's losses this time were too heavy. Thick smoke billowed over the streets, a scene of dreary desolation. Military forces kept arriving using armored vehicles and trucks to haul away the mass of beast corpses. Meanwhile, Qiu Qilu, the head of the Bai family, appeared in Hengchang with her family retainers. She set up stations everywhere to collect magic cores from the citizens to be processed into spirit stones. Of course, the Bai family had to pay a high price, being ruthlessly gouged by Hengchang's city government. Only then did they receive permission from the Hengchang federal government. Qiu Qilu sat upon the top floor of Yunrui, an 8-star hotel in Hengchang. The panoramic view stretched across half the city, and she could see citizens eagerly selling demon cores at collection points established by the Bai family. After all, private individuals lacked the capability to process demon cores, which demanded formidable modern technological means. For a time, a mixture of sorrow and jubilation swept through all of Hengchang. Some mourned the loss of beloved kin, while others struck unexpected fortune from the carcasses of demon beasts. A high-grade demon core could fetch over 500,000 new Federation dollars. Processed spirit stones commanded more than 3 million, yielding enormous profit margins, though the required processing equipment demanded a substantial capital investment. When the Bai family had originally introduced this technology, they had spared no expense. They also defied government prohibitions by secretly capturing demon beasts in the outer regions to obtain demon cores. Operating perpetually on the edge of legality, they faced numerous government raids. Yet Qiu Qilu was no ordinary woman. She always received advance warning and evaded capture each time. Through the hotel's floor-to-ceiling windows, Qiu Qilu watched the citizens eagerly selling demon cores below, and at last a faint smile graced her lips. She gracefully lifted her teacup, sipped the fragrant tea, and set it down with poised elegance. Beside her stood Tan Rin, her most trusted subordinate, immaculate in his tailored suit. Tanren had not seen the matriarch smile in a long while. He never imagined that past 40 her smile remained so captivating. Tanren. Qiu Qilu furrowed her brow slightly. She had called his name several times without response. Turning her head slowly, she discovered Tanren staring fixedly at her, and her brows knitted even tighter. What are you looking at, Tanren? Her tone grew icily cold. Tanren suddenly snapped back to reality's startled cold sweat instantly, soaking his back. And miss. I was merely lost in thought. He stammered his reply, terrified that Qiu Qilu might detect something amiss. Such insubordination within the Bai family constituted defiance of a superior and would invoke family discipline. However, the demon core in Zhang Jingming's hand was extraordinary, crystal clear, and of exceptionally high purity. It required virtually no processing. By the time Zhang Jingming arrived at the Bai family's collection point and presented the demon core for pricing, Qiu Qilu had already noticed from the penthouse of Yunrui Hotel. How could she remain seated? Yet the buyers deliberately suppressed the price, sparking an argument with Zhang Jingming. The quarrel escalated, and enraged Zhang Jingming picked up the demon core and examined it repeatedly, as if steeling himself for something. I won't sell it. He turned and strode away. The Bai family guards, fearing punishment for losing such a precious core, panicked. They chased after him with fawning smiles. Enraged beyond measure, Zhang Jingming actually lifted the demon core and began chewing it bite by bite. The ball-sized demon core was devoured entirely in no time. Nobody on the street failed to stare in astonishment at Zhang Jingming. Even Qiu Qilu, the matriarch of the Bai family who had arrived in time, widened her eyes in disbelief. But it was already too late. The entire spherical demon core had been swallowed. Soon Zhang Jingming's skin gradually turned pink, and he let out continuous wails. His cries eventually transformed into guttural roars. Everyone stared in horror, their eyes rolling back. Such a massive demon core. No matter how pure, it inevitably contained impurities. Yet he had consumed it all in mere bites. However, Zhang Jingming's transformation intensified dramatically. His hair stood erect, turning pink. An explosive aura erupted outward, sending everyone scattering in disarray. Boom. At that moment, Zhang Jingming had become a super scion god. His combat power surged violently, surpassing even his own expectations. His eyes radiated piercing, killing intent as he glared at the blood moon above, which vanished instantly. It had been the demon realm preparing to return, but forced to retreat upon sensing that overwhelming aura. Gradually, Zhang Jingming's figure dissolved into a phantom and faded away. His spiritual consciousness arrived at a planet over 10 kilometers in diameter. He had become the realm king, sworn to protect Earth from then on. The end.